Shortly.
Good morning, Gamescom Latam. My name is Barbara, and I'm so very happy to be here with you. We started this history in Cologne, in Germany, and this actually became the biggest gaming event in the world. This is produced by Colonizing, a German gaming association, and we are now in Latin America. Yes, and we are in love with games. We develop games with the Latin American flair, and we know how important this industry is here. We have the biggest gaming event in the world. And we are here together, but we are also split into different stages. We're going to have 3 different stages. We're going to have radio receivers for simultaneous interpreting. And then on Saturday, we're going to have one single stage here. What we can assure you is that we're going to have very high quality content here with amazing talents. Yes, again, I'm Barbara. I'm on the Journey 2 stage, and we have just CDO here with us, and he's going to be here with you for the Journey 3 stage. Hi, folks. By the way, the people running the content here is you. So on your receivers, you'll be able to choose whatever you want to listen to. We have stages 1, 2, and 3. We're one single stage right now, but we're gonna split into 3 different stages later. Also, Barbara, should we have any panels in English, you have simultaneous interpreting in your in-ear devices. We have a channel for Portuguese and another channel for English, so it's up to you to choose the language you want to listen to. We have 5 stages here. We have Business, Creators Lounge, the Cosplay competition, the Indie area, and another stage. Yes, we do have another one, and I have my notes here. We have a board gaming arena, meet and greet, Panorama Brazil, Panorama World, Artist Alley, the sports arena, and we have over 100 throughout these 5 days. Wow, that's a lot. That's amazing. But in addition to that, we have something else that I hold dear to my heart, which is the Big Festival Award. Awards for the best indie games in our industry. We're going to have that on Friday and Sunday. Right on. So please visit Gamescom Latam. Whether you're here or whether you're at home, please go to our YouTube channel, get your friends together, get your family together, and come talk to us. We want you here. We want to hear your questions. We want to hear your thoughts. This is what we expect from you. All right? Also, use the QR code on the screen to use our questions and answers app. You can choose specific sessions and ask questions. We also have other QR codes throughout the event, and you'll be able to vote on the best games for the Big Festival Award. Do not miss out on these opportunities. Yes, please cast your votes. Great, so let's start with our program. We now have an amazing trio here. None of this would have been possible without them. We have Rodrigo Terra, president of Abro Games, Gustavo Steinberg, CEO and president of the Big Festival, and Pierre Mantovani, the CEO of Omelette. Please have a seat. We have our microphones and we are ready to go. Gustavo, let me ask you a question. How did you get Gamescom Latam to this point in Latin America? Please tell us about your history. Hi, good morning, everyone. It's been a long journey. It is our 12th year. And I've been thinking about this. When we stopped to think about it, we started off as a small event at the Museum of Image and Sound in a room that was basically the size of this room here, but for the whole event. We grew little by little, year by year, and we got to this point. And I keep thinking about what made this happen. And what made this happen was the strength of the Brazilian and Latin American gaming industry. We grew with our industry. So whenever people thank me for what I've done, I actually thank them for what they've done. Because we can only grow because this industry is growing. And this is only possible because we have long-term partners. Right now, we have the government of the state of São Paulo, and they really embraced the idea of bringing Gamescom here and creating the first ever Gamescom Latam. We have other historical partners from the first edition of the big festival, for instance, the local government of São Paulo, and we have their beautiful booth here. Hundred businesses here, Tara. Can you believe that? Over 1,000 businesses from over 70 countries. Last year, because of these meetings, we generated $150 million in business. We are expecting $200 million now because of the number of meetings that we're going to have, which is twice the number that we had last year. And in addition to that, in addition to business, we have over 400 types of games. Over 400 titles. We have games from everywhere. We have big publishers. In our show floor, we have over 70 publishers with games. We have global releases too. I'm really proud. I'm really happy to be a part of this, and I have to thank this industry for that. So thank you so much. Excellent. What about you, Rodrigo? Can you please introduce yourself and talk about your curatorship work? What can the audience expect from this event? Of course, good morning. I'm so happy to be a part of Gamescom Latam for the first time. You know, I'm a co-founder and chief technology evangelist at Arvory, and I'm the president of the Brazilian Association of Game Developers. Abra Games is celebrating its 20th anniversary. We've been with Gustavo in the big festival for 12 years, since its very first years at the Museum of Image and Sound. So we've been building this together with developers. We had a small number of businesses that started this association because at the time in our industry, we were just breaking new ground 20 years ago. And I'm really happy to hear that we have 1,000 businesses here. Right now in Brazil, we have 1,042 businesses. Of course, not all of these companies are Brazilian, but we want all of Brazilian devs to be in Gamescom, in the big festival. This is why we've been working with the public government, with the government, to bring more indie studios to our event. Those that are getting started, those that are starting to become game devs, because we want them to have access to this event, because this is going to be the biggest gaming event in the global south, not only in Latin America. From the numbers we're getting, it is the biggest event in the global south for gaming. And you're going to see that Gamescom Latam will bring the essence of the big festival to its core. Of course, we're going to cater to gamers, but game developers are our stars. We have many studios here. We're gonna see content from titles that we wouldn't normally see, AAA games. We have Nintendo here with us. But on our platform, we're gonna see Brazilian indie devs talking about their games and exporting to all of these platforms. And this matters. This is a stage for Brazilian indie developers. This is where we want them to shine. And we're gonna keep doing that. God willing, we want Gamescom Latam to grow more and more. Maybe in a few years, we're gonna be bigger than Cologne. And to Abra Games, Brazilian devs are the biggest highlights that we wanna see on stage. For the big festival, we also had a record of international buyers. We're very proud. As we bring together Gamescom and Big and Omelette, we actually boost Brazil up and we bring to our stages people who have never been here. At Gamescom, we're talking about Latin America, we're talking about our region. We expect a lot of exchange between these countries from Latin America and from elsewhere. To me, it's a point of pride to be spearheading this association. So we have 20 years of Abra Games, we've been together for a long time, and we have the year of passing our electronic gaming framework. This is the foundation of what we've been working on. So this is the year of Brazilian game devs. Wonderful. Pierre, can you please introduce yourself? And please tell us about what you want for Gamescom Latam. We know that Omelette is a powerhouse for content and events, so please share some of your expectations for Gamescom. Hi, thank you for having me. I'm the CEO and founder of Omelette. This is basically our third year working with Gustavo. We decided to join forces with the big festival 3 years ago, and I believe that Gustavo did amazing work by bringing together the gaming industry in Brazil with the big festival. We fell in love with what he was able to accomplish. We had a huge industry, there were lots of things going on, but people were not really aware of it, and he was able to bring them together. So we joined the big festival at the beginning because we wanted to bring that to another level. Not only for the indie industry, but at the time we were talking about an industry with not a lot of exposure. So now we have a partnership with Comasi, and we're bringing Gamescom here in a partnership with the German Gamescom. So we have two big roads here. First, we can generate business and we can discuss the opportunities that we're bringing to everyone interested in working with games in Brazil. So we're connecting this to everything that is happening all over the world. When it comes to generating business, we're able to boost these figures up. As Gustavo was saying, we have 1,000 businesses here this year, which is huge. We have 70 countries. Brazil is integrated to the global economy, but actually we're an island. We're speaking Portuguese. We're far removed from everything else that is going on. To travel to Germany to see our friends, it takes us 12 hours, maybe 13 hours by plane. And we speak a language that only our country speaks on this continent. The other countries speak Spanish. So I love what Gustavo started and what we're boosting right now with Gamescom Latam, because we want to bring the best of Brazil to the world. We want to really foster this kind of dialogue because this is something we're lacking in Brazil. And in gaming, as consumers, we want to see events where we have global experiences, global content, and Brazilian content too, within the reach of everyone, for everyone to have fun. So with the big festival and Gamescom Latam, people can join us and then they can have fun. They can just play these games. We have 40 plus releases, but they can definitely learn a lot about hundreds of games that they had never heard of. So this is what we see for the Gamescom Latam initiative. You can come here, see the best of gaming in the world, and you can generate business for Brazilian devs and Brazilian businesses that lacked scale before, but that can now go global. Thank you. Wonderful. We also have the local secretary of development in São Paulo, Armando Passos. Could you please tell us about what you expect from this event? Of course. Hi, good morning, folks. Good morning. Come on, we should be excited. Let me greet Gustavo, Rodrigo, Pierre, and our friends from Gamescom Latam and CONAS. Let me tell you why the local government of São Paulo is here supporting this industry. As he was saying, our local government has been supporting the big festival from the get-go since 2012. And maybe we were a bit shy at the beginning, but this industry was still developing. However, in our local government, we're always thinking about the future of work and the future of entrepreneurship. We think about the next years of the Brazilian economy and the São Paulo economy, and we were able to see the gaming industry as a major strategic industry for development. Based on that, we decided to support this industry a bit more. We decided to be a part of thematic events to understand this industry, and we traveled to Gamescom in Germany. We wanted to see what it was about. So we realized that in the city of São Paulo, both with gaming and entrepreneurship, we had to understand how we could grow and how people really enjoyed games. And in the local government, we want to give people opportunities, maybe people who don't enjoy as many opportunities. In the city hall, in the local government, we're able to help people when they are in underprivileged communities. We're able to foster entrepreneurship. We're able to accelerate startups that are getting started. In our booth, which is right ahead of us, we're able to see over 30 gaming startups from the outskirts of São Paulo. They were accelerated by our local government, and they are now being showcased in the biggest gaming event in Latin America. So we're taking them to Gamescom in Germany or Gamescom Latin America, so that in the future they can have their own booths and they can become a big gaming industry. We want this industry to develop more and more. We also have another booth in the B2B area for business. The city of São Paulo is getting ready to work for this. Out of these companies, we want them to be started in the city of São Paulo, but we want other players to come here too. We want the support. We want to provide support to these companies so that they can come to São Paulo and have a soft landing with us, with a good framework, legal security, legal safety, support to investors, and easy networking.
The city of São Paulo is nowadays fully open for the sector. We want to make sure we grow more and more in the city of São Paulo. greetings from our mayor, Ricardo Nunes, Pierre, Terra. You've been great partners of ours. I just want to tell you that the city of São Paulo will go hand in hand to you to make sure our sector grows more and more. A round of applause to everyone. What an amazing initiative. We see that the Brazilian sector has a lot to show, not only to Brazil or Latin America, but to the whole globe. And we're bringing everything to the table. Well, now we're going to give room to our other guests. Thank you all very much. Thank you to all panel members. But please stay on stage. We're going to invite those who started it all back in 2009 in Germany. Right, and we should grow as big as they are soon enough. They are accountable for gamescom Germany. Felix Falk, General Director from GAME, the German Association of Gaming Industry, and Lach Janssen, the President of the GAME Board. A round of applause to both of them, folks. They're coming straight from Germany, folks. Yeah, it takes them 12 hours to get here. It's a long flight.
Felix Falk, diretor-geral da
Felix, Director of Gaming, the Association of the German Gaming Industry. Lars, the Chairman of the Board of Game. And Benny as well, correct? Yes, that's what it is. General Director of CoinMaster Brazil. So that's it. Now, folks, I was just joking with you in German, but at this point, we're going to have an English session. So we're going to talk to the folks in English. So please use your translation devices if you need the simultaneous translation services.
And for this official, can you hear me? Yes. Can you hear me? Bom, então tá. Então eu vou começar em português.
Right, so I'll start in Portuguese with you, and then we're going to speak to the folks in here. All right, so Benny. Benny, can you tell us a little bit about how important this moment is and how special this moment is, bringing gamescom not only to Brazil, but to LATAM, and how did that go about? Can you all hear me? Yep. First of all, I always like to explain what is CoinMaster. We are in Cologne. We are a pavilion in Cologne, one of the largest pavilions in Europe, as a matter of fact. We are one of the 10 largest promoters of events in the world. Our portfolio has over 80 trade shows, between them gamescom. This is a very important year. It's our 100th anniversary. So the company was founded in 1924. And we're celebrating this 100-year mark with many events around the world. And this one is really important. And it's a strategy from the company. It's a strategy from the Gamescom brand to establish itself in the Americas, to bring its musculature to the Americas. And our strategy was to look for the best partners possible. I mean, there's no way around it. You have Pierre, you have Gustavo. And with that, we were able to make this project happen, which was no easy task. But as you can see, we are starting off on the right foot, and we have a great history to make yet. Very nice.
With you guys, for this official opening of Gamescom Latam, I would like to give you the floor to talk about this moment, introduce yourselves, and feel free to deliver the first message. So let's start with Felix.
It's just great to be here and to see that this came to life under the new brand Gamescom latam. We are brand holder, so we represent the industry in Germany as association, and we have built Gamescom over the past 15, 16 years, and we made it to the world's biggest festival for games. And this brings not only a lot of joy to the community, to the fans worldwide, not only on site with more than 300,000 people, but also to millions of people worldwide, but it also brings a lot of importance to the whole industry and to our members. And that's something we wanted to give also to others, and that's why we created Gamescom Asia in Singapore, and now we are delighted to see the first edition of Gamescom Latam. And I don't know if you can, if you would agree, but it's just fantastic, isn't it? Is it fantastic, do you think?
Uma salva de palmas, gente.
Round of applause.
And we thought this is well done. It feels like Gamescom, and I think it can grow. You already said you want to compete, friendly competition, make it bigger than Gamescom back in Europe. Feel free to go there, and I think together, and that's what this first edition together already shows, we make the voice of the games industry, the voice of Gamescom Latam, be heard not only in Sao Paulo, in Brazil, in Latin America, in the Americas, but also worldwide. And that's what our aim is. And I have to say a really big thank you to everyone involved, and a special shout out to Gustavo, who worked his ass off to make this happen. So we're really happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. And last but not least, of course, Lars, bitteschön.
Yeah, I can only support what Felix just said. I still remember last year at this time, I walked through these doors and I saw a big festival for the first time. And then I met with Gustavo and Rodrigo and Pierre and others. And we talked about how cool it would be to bring Gamescom, our brand that we're so proud of, here to Brazil, here to Sao Paulo. And seeing this now, after flying about 10,000 kilometers to get here, and stepping into these halls, seeing that Gamescom works here as well as it does in Cologne, as in Singapore, makes me incredibly proud and grateful and thankful to everybody who contributed to that. So it was a lot of work getting this done. I hope that all of you enjoy it as much as we do. It has this unique vibe that Gamescom can provide. And I'm really sure that you guys will keep pushing and will keep growing it. We will give you a hell of a fight to still stay the biggest one in Cologne, I think. But it is just amazing to see that. It's a unique opportunity. I really hope you enjoy your time here and have a great time at Gamescom. Thank you to everyone who made this possible. It's amazing.
Thank you, thank you. Bom, agora não tem mais pausa.
Well, right now, let's not take any more breaks. Let's experience this to the fullest. We have a few days ahead of us. I'm going to release this wonderful man here because we're going to have a panel with you in a moment. Everyone is invited, by the way, to listen to a little bit about public policies for the game sector in the government of São Paulo. We're going to talk about Sampa Games and what we're doing to really foster this sector in our city. Thank you so much. You may go. Round of applause. Well, right now, you guys are going to stop listening to me. The microphone is going to be mute. Yes, I'm just seeing if you're paying attention right now. At this moment, you're going to hear everything by your headsets. So you gotta select your channel. We already told you about that, but anyway, just to emphasize, you have stages 1, 2, and 3, and you can hear it straight from the headset. We do have simultaneous translation. Over here, we're gonna have an English panel, as a matter of fact, on this stage, so you may choose the language of your preference. So there you go. And right now, I'm going to sit with you guys so we can have a bit of a conversation, right? Yeah, let's talk to the folks over here. You have to go? Okay, so I'll let you go, and then I'm gonna talk to my friends over here. So that is it. Thank you so much, folks. I'm going to let you guys go too.
Muito obrigada, viu? Obrigada demais. Vocês deixam os microfones.
You guys can leave your microphones here.
Yeah, come here. Come closer. Come closer. So it's a pleasure talking to you guys and meeting you and having you here in Brazil. Yeah, I think it's better this way. I'm sorry. Okay, so...
First challenge here.
Yeah. So, first of all, tell me, what is Gamescom all about? You know, what is like the really core of Gamescom for you guys?
That's hard to tell because we call it a 360-degree festival because it has grown. I mean, yeah, everybody who's impressed here should come also to Germany this August. And I think sometimes I spend a week there, and in the end, normally I say, when I listen to people what they have seen, I say I didn't even notice we have this because it's so
huge.
big. Yeah, it's huge.
Yeah.
And you can spend 3 days to try to see everything. We have a camping site.
And you get lost
on
right?
the river. Sorry.
And you get lost. You know, like so many things.
You don't get lost because we have a nice system and Köln
because we're really organized.
Provides, we have a German organization.
Yeah.
But
I would say you can get lost a little bit because there's a lot going on, but still, you know, you usually find your way.
Felix doesn't like this.
Yeah,
but anyway,
right.
it's like we have all parts which you can already see here, like from small companies to big companies, from cosplay to esports, from retro gaming to family-friendly stuff, to a congress for the public, politicians, developers, congress formats, esports events, a camping site, as I said, a big music gaming festival in all over town. So that's also something people reflect to us, that they say the whole area is 1 week about gaming. So it's really impressive. So it's hard to say what's the core. Maybe Lars has an idea.
Yeah, I would like to try. The one thing I notice whenever I see somebody coming from Gamescom or being at Gamescom, it doesn't matter if it's business visitors or exhibitors, players, they all have a smile on their face. So if
That's
the
most important
if the
thing.
one thing I would use to describe Gamescom, it is making people smile, and it might be for different reasons, but that's for me what sums up Gamescom. So when I walk in here and I see people smile, that makes me very happy, and that's the vibe we want to bring across. There might be other things that kind of trigger the same thing, but seeing it all over the place, seeing people happy, is pretty cool.
That's the main thing I see. So what do you remember about your first Gamescom? You know, what is like the main feeling about the first one?
There's one thing I will never forget, and I actually go to the same place every year just to experience that. So
it's not in Gamescom, it's like outside.
No, it's part of Gamescom.
I see.
It's a very specific spot. There's 2 escalators at Gamescom at the Köln Messe place where you have a good overview, like over the main area where people walk the floors. And I always describe it like as a lot of ants, thousands, because you see people, you barely see the floor, and that is just a magical moment. Every year I go up those escalators or walk the stairs there and just look down, because that is the one time you can really feel the magic of games happening. There's so many people that are just super passionate about it. So for me, that was when I saw this the first time, and it was many years ago, probably like over 10 years ago. That was special. And that's why I try to recreate that moment. Sometimes when you're in the business side of things, you are organizing the event, you tend to, stay away from the all too crowded areas a little bit. But that one thing I need to do every year, because that helps me connect to the people we're doing this for, and that made it very special for me.
It gives us goosebumps, right? Like
absolutely, every single year.
and you?
Yeah, I add to this because I think it's a moment when the masses come in. So they queue massively in front of the halls. Sometimes that's the time when I get a bit nervous because it's so many people and hopefully nothing happens. But never anything happens because the community is so friendly and so calm. And they just wait and waiting for doors to open, and then they storm in, and you just see the excitement. Because Gamescom is not only to see the games on the shows, but it's also to meet with your friends. You're connected on a virtual, you're in clan all year. I have people working at the association. They said at Gamescom they can meet actually for the first time people they have played with in clans for years and never actually met, and then they meet and say, we are friends. I didn't know you look like this. It's like all about community. You can tell from the first moment when they storm in this excitement and this atmosphere.
It's all about bonding, right? And you said about the audience, the German audience or the European audience, but Brazilians, we're really excited, and I really wanted to understand, what do you expect for Gamescom Latam, considering like long term, you know? Especially because our audience is so excited and they have like such a passion. What do you expect?
I would say exactly that, sharing that passion with people coming here. I want everybody who joins here, who sees Gamescom, to have that smile on their face from before and talk to others about it. Say what kind of experiences they had, why it mattered so much to them to come here. And we think that São Paulo and Brazil in general is a great hub for that. There was a reason we chose this. What we saw here is not only the passion from the gamers that are here, we see a development community that I learned about last year. Many studios coming up right now here making games in São Paulo. And it's just so great to see that because there is not only a need for that, there's also this urge to kind of bring out what is created here to the rest of the world, starting with Latin America and then beyond that. So that's what we hope to really tap into. There's a lot of potential here. It's one of the most exciting, not only markets, but exciting regions here. And for us, that's the best case scenario for Gamescom and growing it further. So, a bit of friendly competition, like we said before, between the different ones is probably great. And in the end, it all pays into making Gamescom bigger and making it the one thing that you cannot miss.
Yeah, I mean, we can learn a lot from each other and help each other because also, gaming is a worldwide culture, and so are many companies looking at the world. And with Gamescom being present in Asia, with Gamescom Asia, in the Americas, with Gamescom Latam, in Europe, there are a lot of potentials we can get together. And speaking of emotions and excitement here, I remember last year when Gamescom Latam plans were announced on stage. This was rather a B2B audience, so a business audience. In Germany, they would have clapped their hands and said, we are really excited. But here they were cheering, like, woo, they're going crazy.
Seeing that was amazing. Yeah,
and we sent the video to the guys back home, and they said, oh, that's crazy, this excitement. So it's great to be part of this here.
We have something here called Come to Brazil. That like every big event, every big artist, we have this, come to Brazil. So probably we said, come to Brazil a lot to Gamescom. So you're here not only in Brazil, but also in Latin America. But you said about Gamescom Asia. So what do we have regarding like the world and Gamescom? Can you tell us a little bit more about that? About like Gamescom on a global level, like we have Gamescom like Germany, Gamescom Latam, and what else?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, we have Gamescom Asia. That's the one that's kind of the first satellite event we started. Unfortunately, there was this little thing called a pandemic that came right into that. So we had it all planned out, wanted to start it there, and then COVID hit, and we had to deal with the challenge of launching something like this during the COVID times. I mean, probably the best point in time to do it, right? So that kind of hindered our progress there a little bit. But last year, for the first time I was there as well, we had the B2C area there. So there was now finally time to get the public in there as well. So not only have the B2B part, and there was a really great vibe. Obviously, not the same vibe as we have here in Brazil. That's I should say that here. But no, it was great. I really liked the event, and I would say every territory has their own unique points to it. I think especially the one in Asia Singapore is like a hub for a lot of the Asian countries around it. So it was great to see many different people coming together there as well. And that's how we look at these things. We want to make sure that we find something that works for those individual territories, starting in Europe and then expanding it to the rest of the world where it makes sense. So that's how I see it. You take the local cultures and make them play into our growth opportunities for Gamescom.
But it's not like we are opening in Gamescom every month somewhere in the world.
No, that's true.
Because if you ask this, because
I was already like, yes.
Okay, no, because this is very special, and we sorted with Gustavo, with Pierre over many months. It was a long time of negotiation, if it makes sense, because as you have also seen during the pandemic and with the stronger digitization, many events died. So E3 is just an example, didn't make it. So you have to be very, very careful if you set up something, because in the end we provide the stage. Gamescom is the stage for the contents, especially the companies bring, and they spend millions in this. So they decide very carefully where to go, and we need to provide, we need to be clever and strategic where to provide a stage like this so it's attractive to everyone to participate. Otherwise, it wouldn't fulfill what we promised to be a Gamescom. And I'm really happy to see that it works here, because Gustavo and the team, they built big festival over the years, but this time you see it's going even further, and the growth of a worldwide known brand together with this is great, and at the right time, at the right spot. But yeah, I think we are strategically good with Asia, Europe, Americas, and we want to see that grow.
And I would want to add one thing also, that all of this is supported, of course, by our partners from Köln Messe, the ones we have a long-standing relationship with in Germany. And without their support, without their initiative there, this wouldn't be possible. And that's not a given in any country in the world. So we're very, like Felix said, very selective about where can we make this work with all of the people together. And I think that's really important.
Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for bringing Gamescom to Latin America as well. Having this, this is really, really important for us.
Thank you for hosting us.
Yeah, and thank you for bringing in your passion, for all of this. It matters a lot.
Dankeschön. Bom, gente, é isso. Uma salva de...
Great. A round of applause, please.
Thank you. Bom, gente, agora...
All right, everyone, I'll be right back. And now we have Anna coming on this stage to talk about the next session. I'm going to go to the Quest stage and I'll be right back. Look, she's gorgeous. Please take it away, my friend. Thank you. Good morning. This is the first official day of Gamescom LATAM 2024. I'm so very happy to be here. My name is Anna XD. I'm an influencer and I'm a pop culture expert. I'm on the journey to stage to share lots of content with you. And none of this would be possible without our sponsors. So let's thank them. We have the Ministry of Culture and the Act to Boost Culture. We have a sponsorship from Banco do Brasil, Sabasp, and TNT. We also have Essence, Boticario, and Acer. We have a B2B partnership with Abro Games, the Brazilian Association of Digital Game Developers, through the Brazil Games Project. We also have a partnership with Apex Brazil. We are organized by Omelette & Co. We have COMAS, Gamescom LATAM, SBCine, the Secretariat of Economic Development, the local government of São Paulo, the São Paulo Friends of Art Association, the Act for Paulo Gustavo, the Ministry of Culture, the Ministry of Development, Industry, Trade and Services, and the federal government. Having said all that, let's start our content for today. We're gonna learn how to accelerate prototyping in editor prototyping with the Unity Muse tool. We're gonna have an English speaker here. So if you're listening to us, we have channel 3 for Portuguese and channel 4 for English on this stage. Without further ado, welcome Manu.
Please, palmas. Palmas pro Manu. Palmas pro Manu.
A round of applause, please. Manu, please take it away.
Is it working? Yes? All right. So I apologize because I broke an arm before I came here. And I was supposed to give you an amazing live presentation, but instead, it's going to be just slides. But I promise I'm going to make it interesting. And I learned a little bit of Portuguese because I'm actually from Guadeloupe. It's a Caribbean island. My name is Manuel Sansili. Meu nome é Manu. Sou de Guadalupe. Sou de Guadalupe, no Caribe. And today we're going to learn about Muse, which is basically the new suite of tools for Unity technologies when it comes to AI. So we are going to learn how to accelerate in-editor prototyping, because obviously there is many ways that you can learn about AI, many ways you can use it, many ways it can be done in a beautiful way. But the most important part, I think, is how to use AI to help people that are currently having a hard time with video games, or that have a hard time with the Unity editor, maybe. For example, in my background, when I started joining Unity, I was a designer, so not a developer. I never made a video games besides, very small video games when I was a kid and things like that. But with AI, I'm able to prototype ideas, to bounce back ideas, maybe with an assistant, and maybe use tools that can help me accelerate my work, be more efficient, save time. But at Unity, we're being very conscious about the way that we do this, right? The goal is not to replace artists, not to replace game developer or human people, but really to add AI to their workflow to facilitate the tasks that they're currently doing that are maybe harder than the regular tasks. And the way we do that is responsibly by training our models responsibly, by making sure that everything that we use respects the people and the artists that are behind. So we've trained our own models, we've trained our own images, and the content in Muse is actually available to everybody using it. So I'm going to use now my hand to move to the next slide. So if you click on this QR code, you'll be able to follow me on different platforms. I'll be happy to connect with you even after this on LinkedIn, on social media. Feel free to send me a message. I reply to every email. So that's the best way to get in touch with us. So like I said, Muse is a collection of tools, right? You can think about it as a suite of tools and multiple tools that have different use cases. So let's see what is available today. And I promise I have a few surprises also with what's to come later this year. Because I don't know if you know, but Unity has this annual conference called Unite. It's this year in Barcelona, in Spain. So that's going to be from September 18 to September 20. So it's going to be really interesting to see who can come there. And obviously, we're going to announce a lot of things over there. But because Gamescom is so special to us, I have a few surprises that I can share with you today. So, like I said earlier, AI can help us boost a lot of different things. There is first the prototyping. So, acceleration. That means a task that could have taken maybe before 10 days or 10 weeks could maybe now take a few hours, a few days. But that's not an opportunity for a company to now replace their entire department and instead of having 10 people to now have one. There's this saying that a baby takes 9 months to build. Even if you have 9 women, it's still going to take 9 months, right? So my mother will be proud that I say that. And it's important to think about it the same way. Now, if you have AI in your team, instead of firing your team, well, maybe now you can work on the problems that you didn't have time to invest in before. Think about, for example, all of the developers out there that don't have time to really spend a lot of time on audio or haptics. I used to work, with vibrations and the sense of touch. It's very important to be able to add those capabilities in your games. So now maybe if you spend less time on graphics or on development, you have more time to put that love into your game. Then there's the iteration. So as developers, especially if you work with mobile gaming or XR gaming, you can't really just test on the same machine. So being able to prototype rapidly, being back and forth between the editor and your game is very key. So being able to test your ideas, to break your game, to do QA testing, quality assurance, all of that takes a lot of time. And if you've ever worked in a game company besides a solo dev studio or small team, you realize that there's never enough QA. So now we can use AI to actually help us with QA. And then crafting. Obviously, that's a more sensitive subject, right? Like no one wants to just click one button and get 2D images, 3D assets. That's not really what we're trying to do here. We're trying to make sure that the things that forced you before to have to leave the Unity editor, break your flow, go on another website, on the internet, and then go back and forth and lose your momentum, and sometimes you're in the zone, you're actually designing something. We're trying to make sure that these things are now part of the editor. That includes, for example, for 2D video games, sprite generation. So with Muse Sprites, you are able to generate sprites from just a text prompt, simple instruction, and those will give you assets that you can implement in your video game right away. But not just for 2D games. Even with 3D games, you should be able to actually use sprites for example, generating like stamps that allows you to have like visuals on the floor. And then for 3D assets, we're generating textures using Muse Texture. So Muse Texture also generates PBR material, physically based rendering material. That includes your occlusion map, your lightning, and everything like the normal map so that your textures are with some relief, with some textures. And finally, troubleshooting. Thanks to Muse Chat, for example, now we have Muse Chat on the web. You probably heard about that if you followed us last year during Unite. But we also have now Muse Chat in the editor. So what's the goal it's going to tell me? Because anyone can use ChatGPT or any other tools. I use it. Well, Muse Chat is trained on Unity content. Unity-owned content, not the user content. So it's trained on what? On our documentations, on our learn phase, on all of the website content, which means that when you're locked or blocked into your game, you can ask Muse for help. But Muse Chat now has the capability of understanding your game, your project, and your scene, which means that he understands which version of Unity you're running, he understands which game object are on the scene, and as you click on the scene and select different game objects, you're also able to inquire the question related to that selection. But not only, like I said, troubleshooting, it also allows you to debug your code. So when you launch the Unity editor, you already have that one yellow message that you don't know what it's about. And even if you look online for 20 minutes, no one seems to know where that problem is from. Well, now you can click on it and ask Muse Chat, what is this? It can help you, unblock you, but also ideate beyond, because maybe you're coding, you're maybe already a very seasoned developer, and you don't need help. But maybe you're blocked sometimes in your ideas, and you can learn from your code, suggest better ways to write it, maybe better convention, maybe help you add some understanding related to a bug that you have. One test that I did the other day was to start making Flappy Bird from scratch during a hack week. And I never made a game in my life before, and I made Flappy Bird in 4 hours. So for me, that was a breakthrough, just using Muse Chat. All right, next slide. I hate staying on the same slide forever. So I have a future sneak peek of something that's coming later this year. Normally this slide will have sound, but we don't have Muse sound today. It's coming soon, and Muse sound is not there to, generate background music or voices. You can do that with, Sentis, for example, and implementing some AI model in Unity. There's many ways to do that already. I actually recommend that you look into Sentis, but today is just about Muse. Muse sound is for sound effects. So when you're making a game and you want to prototype quickly, sometimes it doesn't feel right, and sound usually is that one thing that will put everything together. Even if you don't have final visuals or final, gaming logic, adding sound sometimes makes you understand and the environment, make your game more immersive, and even for testing, it can be super powerful. And again, we're not trying to reinvent the wheel here. We still want you to work with music engineer, with producers, with people that will do the mixing, the sound, audio, and so on in the tools of their choice. But with Muse Sound, right in the Unity editor, using just text prompt, you will be able to generate sound effects. So for example, you can type something like a door cracking, or someone walking on wooden floor, or I'm hearing a fire in the woods. And I swear to God, I did have slides with those sounds. You would have realized that they are indistinguishable from reality. The quality of what Muse Sounds generates now is quite impressive, and I cannot wait to show you more during Unite this year. Again, September 18-20. Now, there are 3 other capabilities of Muse that I didn't talk about. So we have first on the side, Muse Animate. Muse Animate allow you to generate complete animation specifically for humanoid bodies using just text again. So you have a text prompt that will show up. You can type a man giving a kick or a salto or maybe doing a jump or reloading a gun. And in a couple of seconds, last time I checked, it took me 3 to 4 seconds maximum, you would get an entire animation. But not only you get the animation, you can edit the animation. So if you work with animators or if you're a seasoned animator yourself, you can click on the different muscles and different joints of your character and edit that animation to make it better. Because obviously it's generated. It doesn't come from an asset library of animation that were built before. It's the AI model trained on many, many content that is trying to understand what is the best animation based on the text that you put. And you can, like this, iterate very fast and get your animation going. Project Aware Chat, we talked about it just before, so you can see an example here with Muse Chat, where someone is actually trying to debug their game because they realize they don't have sound. And Muse, through that interface that you can dock in the editor, is replying, understanding the problem, and finding a solution. We also have Muse Behavior. Muse Behavior, if you're already using Unity Behavior System, allow you now to use text prompt to generate new nodes. So if you're not really good at coding or you prefer to use visual coding, we can now use Muse Behavior with the text input as a way to generate new behavior, new trees, and thanks to that, make your game more interesting. And finally, faster setup and time to generate. So soon, the team has been working very recently on a lot of improvement to the onboarding. So how many of you in the room have tried Muse before or heard about Muse before? I see 3, 4 hands. That's not enough. So we're going to have a QR code at the end where you can actually test it, and you can install it and have a free trial. As of today, I promise, you can try everything that we're talking about today, besides Muse Sound, which is coming later. And the onboarding is now very simple. You go on unity.com/muse, and you can install all the packages with just one click. It's going to be really easy. You're going to have it in the editor, and you don't have to use all of that. If you just want Muse Chat, you can use just Muse Chat. If you just want generating 3D assets, you can just use this. And it's part of an entire suite of products. All right, next. Let's talk about creators that have actually used Muse so we can understand, like, concretely, like, what can we do with this? Because it's cool to blah, 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 but sometimes there's a lot of marketing people that come, they try to sell you something, it sounds crazy or nice, but you don't really know how it relates to you as a game developer, and I relate a lot to that as a product designer. So here, we actually have people that have used it and made quite amazing work with it. So Convey, I don't know if you saw this demo from NVIDIA last year with NPCs that were able to talk. So at Unity, we actually worked with Convey with a similar implementation using Sentis and Whisper from OpenAI to be able to actually create also avatars that can talk. Very similar implementation. But Convey used Muse behavior capabilities to create game logic in the game. So in the video, and you can find it on YouTube, when you actually go and talk to an NPC, it replies back to you from text that doesn't exist in the script. And it understands the scene. Like I said before, the entire game understands the scene. So if, for example, a part of your game is to open a chest, and maybe there are a few different selection items inside, and you chose to be a warrior instead of a mage, you don't want the warrior to have the staff or the mage to have the sword. So based on the conversation you're having with the NPC, it will tell you, oh, hello, dear warrior. Open this chest and find your sword. And then the sword item animation will pop up, and all these behaviors will be connected to the conversation that your user is having with the game. So not only the AI is useful during edit time while you're building your game to help you build your game, but it can be also implemented within your game at runtime. And that's where Sentis shines in combination with Muse to make more complex games for your users, or games that can be infinitely packed with content without having to rebuild content all the time. Here's a more visual example from this company called Nature Manufacture. And on the left side here, you can see that they made this beautiful dungeon. It took them 10 months to build the entire assets, all textures made by hand by 3D artists, and all of the snow and everything. Beautiful, right? But they wanted a DLC for their game, like a new update that would be not in the winter. And having to retexture everything would have taken them, again, 10 months. Well, What they did is that they used Muse to generate all of these assets from scratch. And guess how much time it took them? Just a couple weeks. And so we're moving from 10 months to a couple weeks. That's insane. That's a lot of time gained that they were able to now put into fixing bugs, adding more content to the game, listening to their community on Twitter or other platform, and actually work with them to additionally please the crowd and make sure that when the game comes out, it's really exactly what they wanted. And that's where Muse shines. It's your not only assistant, but co-creator. That's how I think about it. Now, a little glimpse of what's coming later. Textures 3D. So I told you before we can generate PBR textures, right? So it's very nice if you want to just drag and drop a texture, a PBR on an object, and you get a nice texture. But sometimes you might have more complex topology or geometry, like, for example, this shield. Well, just by drag and dropping or using text prompt, you can generate the entire UV with all of the texture on your 3D assets. So that means that if I have a shield that I need to turn into like this frozen shield for like an update for my game, I can just generate the entire texture and it will map and go around the object, look really nice. What else do we have? Well, welcome to the new way to create with Unity. So what's interesting here is that not only sprite, texture, chat, what else? Animate, behavior, they're all part of Muse, right? They're all available together. But what's interesting is that they work also together. So you could be generating an entire game from scratch. And I recommend that you go online, watch one of the presentations that I did during GDC this year in San Francisco, where I was on stage and I installed, you know, the URP sample you can get from the Unity Hub? Well, we have a new URP sample. How many of you tried the new URP sample in 2024? No one. Okay, so you're going to be excited. Because personally, I don't make games, like I said. And it's really hard sometimes to start from the blank scene. The new URP sample has not only one, but 3 scenes. And they are made for different type of platforms. So you have a scene that is more adapted to games on consoles, a scene that is more adapted to lower end tier device, like up to the iPhone 8. And you also have a scene that is best for Quest devices. So, for example, VR, mixed reality, augmented reality. And different scenes with different art style. It includes water shader, lens distortion. You have a bunch of assets that you can play with. And if you install this scene and you follow along the video that we posted on YouTube on the Unity account, you can actually follow along and do the same build in the same game that I'm making live with Muse at the same speed. It's that fast. So in the game, we were able to generate, for example, a character, make him walk, patrol around the scene, generate an animation and make him stop and look at the player because of Muse behavior. And we said, okay, if the user is getting very close to you, stop your patrolling, look at the user, and show a text. And all of these things would have taken a lot of scripts, a lot of coding, a lot of testing, but everything was done just through text and visual scripting again. So that's the value of Muse, being able to really quickly prototype ideas, fail fast, like we said, so that you can test what works and what doesn't work for you, so that at the end you get the best result. So this is the QR code that you absolutely want to take a screenshot of or not miss. This is going to give you directly access to everything we just discussed. I see a lot of people with their phones, so I'm going to leave it longer for all of you to have a chance to QR code. So this is unity.com/muse. If you don't have internet or if you cannot take a screenshot, you can just remember this. MUSE, unity.com/muse. And you know, I really like the work that the team has done on the branding and the marketing, because if you remember in the mythology, what is a muse? A muse is the inspiration for an artist, right? So it's important, I think, to think about AI in that sense. Think about it responsibly. Don't cut corners. Don't try to use it just to make money off people. Work with your artists. Use AI to accelerate your prototyping, to make your work easier so that you can spend the time where it matters, for your users, for yourself. That's the message that I wanted to share with you today. And I hope that that resonates with you. I was really happy to be here. And again, I see a lot of smiles. If you want to stay in touch, this is the way that you can follow me. I'm on Instagram, X, LinkedIn, what else? YouTube, TikTok, every platform. And I try to showcase work that is not only representative of AI and Unity, but also my personal work. Because I come, like I said, from the Caribbean. I think that a lot of people in Brazil can relate to, our shared history. And so I try to make games that are more diverse, that represent our people. And I think AI is another type of tool that can help users tell the stories that they couldn't tell before because they didn't have the right knowledge or the right education or enough money to go to school. Or maybe they don't have friends or a team, or they couldn't find a job to make their dream game. But now I have a little brother, he's 8 years old, actually 9 years old today, and using Muse, he is making his own game. For me, that's a dream. It took me until I was 25 years old to do my first game. And all of you right now, you have that experience already. Imagine everything that you could now do more with it, or all the other people you can inspire. So again, that was Manu. I'm happy to have been here with you. Sorry for the broken arm. And I hope I can come back to Brazil again because Sao Paulo was really nice to me. And I'm a fan of acai. We don't have great acai in Guadeloupe. So really happy to have been able to come here and get the best version of it. Thank you again. And again, see you on the other side.
Thank you, Manu. Obrigada, Manu. Deixa eu ver qual que...
Thank you, Manu. Thank you so much. Be careful, huh? Don't break another arm. Watch out. I'm back here. My name is Anna XD. We're here to continue our schedule on our Journey 2 stage, and shout out to the folks that are watching via streaming. Now, between lectures, we always have a bit of an activation, a bit of a story that I tell, and this time it's not me that is going to tell that story, so the one that's coming on stage is the IGN folks. So everyone from IGN, please come up. Were you putting your shoes there? Oh, somebody stepped on his shoes. No worries. So take it away, guys. You got the stage. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, y'all. What's up, y'all? How y'all doing? IGN Brazil here, coming at you. So let us introduce ourselves. My name is Enrico. I am a social media, essentially, at IGN Brazil. I am an editor of pop culture in the company. And, bro, we're here at Gamescom Latam. Check it out. Yeah, we're just talking in the backstage, and we were just discussing about how much we changed the level, so to speak. Bro, I never thought I would ever see, like, in the largest event in the world, coming here in Latam. This is the birth of it. We're so excited to be here. Yeah, Gamescom Latam. For sure. And one thing is that we end up doing a comparison with the main Cologne Gamescom. Us at IGN Brazil, we went to that. No, wait a second. Let's not be humble here. You, sir, went to Gamescom. Yes, I was at Gamescom last year, and comparison is unavoidable, but we look at it like, oh my god, it's gigantic out there, it's huge, it's the largest gaming event in the world. But of course, over here, it's not exactly on that same level, but it's the first edition. We're just adapting with the audience, and on the first edition, you can get a sense that you have the investment and you have the potential for growth. I mean, the next editions are already confirmed for next year, and you can feel that everyone is really committed. This is going to be large. A larger area. It's going to IMB Morumbi venue in next year. Yeah, this is just the beginning of something huge that is coming to Brazil. And bro, like I said, I mean, this is the largest event in the world. So the Brazilian market is huge. It's only growing. It's only going up. So this is going to be the hub for Gamescom to come in guns blazing. And it's only going to grow, I'm sure. It's already huge. They're coming in guns blazing, like I said. And it's so great to be here. Yeah, and IGN Brazil is going to be out here. Yeah, and the essence of games is precisely that, for you to test it out at different launches. And over here we have, of course, games that are, you have Metaphor that folks are already testing out. We have System Shock, if I'm not mistaken, that is already here. So, man, we already have huge games. We already have a sneak preview at Gamescom Latam, and that's the essence of it. Coming in here, playing those games, getting busy, things that nobody has ever seen. You can get it firsthand over here. It's coming like 1 year from now or 6 months from now. So yeah, this is a privilege. This is the first step. Have you taken a stroll around? Have you played some shit? Yeah, I played some stuff. Metaphor, I had tested Metaphor at Summer Game, actually. Now 2 or 3 weeks ago. Huge game, awesome. But X Defiant, I actually got my backpack over there. But yeah, you know, for the folks that are listening out here, for those that have been to big festival in the previous years, this is where it's at, because Gamescom Latam is in here with its name, but it comes from that movement, from that combination with big festival. For sure, man. And the thing is, big has always been all about the indies, right? And this, we see that the indie area has a lot of respect, has a lot of space. They get a lot of room. I think it's 3 or 4 hallways. A lot of indies out there, and I think that, man, this should be the heart of the event, because these are the guys that are out there living the dream. I mean, it's so hard to put together a game. It's not easy to make it happen. So it's so cool to see that the heart of the big festival is over here at games. It's not just a takeover, you know what I mean? It's not a change in focus. No, it's in here. It's going to grow, but the indie games are always going to have their place. And this is one of my favorite parts in the event. Not the favorite, because of course it's awesome to meet people, and you know, you see people with a glow in their eye talking about the games. That is so awesome to have that in-person contact with them, because this is the moment we've been waiting for the whole year. So you see the gleam in their eyes. Yeah, man, and just to know that you have the indie hallway and you have the Panorama Brazil in this event, which is like all world, everyone is looking at Brazil at this moment, the entire world. Just the opportunity and the visibility that gives you, you know, Games BR and the indie hallway in there. I mean, it's huge. I mean, look at it. Really, the impact is so big. Just like big festival, we say that big is even bigger, right? Yeah, big just got bigger, for sure. We always say that, and it's really gigantic. For those that are here in the trade show, all we got to do is celebrate, because it's a huge step. And just like you said, it feels good. You know, you go to the indie hallway, you get a game, you get busy with it, you talk to the dev, and folks are so excited. They're living the dream. They're showing their stuff, and it's so cool too, because there's so many games, and people are, of course, you need an investment, you need an incubator, you got to make it happen. This is what everyone is trying to do. But the indie games have a creative outlet that is so big, because you don't have to be as concerned with, you know, plugging it, making a sale, or having a big studio behind it. So your artistic vein can just go crazy. You go to the indie hall, you see some stuff, man, that I've never seen. You see some super Brazilian, like proper Brazilian stuff. So that's so cool, man. But anyway, we can do a lot of games, right? Where we can talk about that too. Yeah, for those that don't know, IGN Brazil is going to be here not only today. We're going to get on the stage later on, but throughout the schedule, throughout the agenda, we're going to have some interaction with you and some quizzes to test your knowledge, and also some interaction games. I'm not going to give any spoilers. I want to make sure you're still curious, but today is more of an informal conversation. Yeah, we're just opening it up, you know, yeah, exactly. Just to let you know that we're here with you, but we're not by ourselves, right, Enrico? I mean, let's see what we're going to have on stage number 2, because there's going to be so many cool things, so many important topics. I want to start with biddings and tenders, ethics. We're gonna discuss that. That's gonna be a very cool discussion. That's a hot topic on games, so bringing that to the table is gonna be really cool. Right after it, we're going to talk about playing for the planet. Of course, taking care of the planet. People forget about it, but it's so important. Yeah, I think people also, you have that thing that games are only about entertainment, but of course, you also have a lot of important issues going on in the world, and it's about responsibility. We cannot be away from that. Of course, we have a cultural role that is gigantic, and afterwards, we're going to have create, scale it up, monetize at Roblox. I don't even know if I can call it a game anymore. Yeah, it's a platform of its own. It's a community in its own right. It's its own ecosystem, and it's so cool to play Roblox. I mean, and just to repeat that Roblox is, you know, has some known games. You can play Rainbow Six. You can play so many games at Roblox. Yeah, that's the platform. You can do basically everything. Yeah, Roblox is definitely revolutionizing the industry for sure. After that, we have Brazil, public policies to strengthen the gaming ecosystem. Yeah, basically it's what we were discussing, right? I mean, public services have to be on point. Yeah, we want to see some new investment. We want to see some additional structure in this universe. Right after that, let's play. Main video game trends for 2024. I heard some folks saying that 2024 is the year for games. is the year for games. Yeah, that's what I heard. I heard that statement here. I'm just passing it along. It's funny because it's a real promising year. If you look at everything that happened in 2024 so far, it's so diverse. I mean, usually the year is dominated by a style of game, and you have like a machine gun of launches happening. But today we have roguelike, we have RPG, we have fighting games. I mean, there's so much diversity here. It's so good to see all the launches coming out. For sure. And in closing, not in closing, no, scratch that. We're not closing yet. It's pitching traction, generating evidence for success, and also education and inclusion, transforming the gaming universe, careers under control, how to start and revolutionize on games, tutorial, Web3, and now in closing, behind the streams, the business behind lives. That's right. So we're going to have a great agenda, very diverse schedule for all tastes at Journey 2, so stick around, hang around with us. There's so many different things you can choose, whatever focus you want to give, and of course we're going to be tagging along with you for the entire journey. We're going to be chatting along, and Higiene Brazil is always going to be with you on this one. And if you want to get some gifts, folks, y'all want some gifts? Don't forget that we're here too, and there's going to be some games for you to get as well. For sure, you're going to have to test your knowledge though. You're going to have to deliver. Yeah, it's not that difficult. Nah, come on. It is. There's some gems. There's some difficult things in a way. I was taking that questionnaire and I said, my God, if I didn't do my homework, I wouldn't know that. There's some specific stuff in there. But anyway, we have a great schedule for you all throughout the weekend. We're going to be here on Friday, Saturday, on Sunday. We're going to be everywhere. This is the place to be, and we're together. Yeah, by the way, Higiene Brazil is going to be providing some social media content as well. Do show up. Stick around. We have a lot of content to record all throughout the trade show. And so, yeah, come up here with us. And on the stage, we're going to be present as well. Now, let's pass the bat for the next session of the stage. I actually noticed that the lady is doing sign language translation. Oh my God, this is fancy. I'm sorry for firing it away so fast, but thank you so much for being here. Yeah, she wants to kick us out, that's for sure. Yeah, come on, remove us from the stage. No worries. Thank you so much, folks. Thanks a lot. Check out Higiene Brazil. We'll be here with you. Yeah, it's great because we can get a sense of who is listening. You see that? Right. Come back. Don't be a stranger. Yeah. Folks that liked it, we're going to be seeing more of the IGN Brazil guys here on stage number 2. Thank you so much, those that are watching in person, as well as the one that are checking out the stream. So we're going to move on with our schedule. We're going to have something really cool happening here. The demo day at SP Cine. Our guest is going to talk about the results of the incubator, telling about the process all the way from choosing the topics to developing those projects. This is going to be an English panel. So, just as a reminder, if you're listening to Journey 2 on channel number 3 is always going to be Portuguese, channel 4 will always be in English. So, Pedro Zambon, please take the stage. Come up here, man. Let's hear it for Pedro Zambon. Yeah, let's get some energy. Yeah, it's morning time. We got to get that energy up. Pedro, take it away. You have the stage, and we can chat later. All right? Good. I'll start in Portuguese to address my Brazilian friends, but afterwards I'll switch into English. I'm going to present in English because this presentation right here is going to be broadcast to our colleagues, publishers, and investors all over the world, and also colleagues from incubators that are hanging around, so they see a little bit of the results of the SP Cine Game Incubator. So I'm going to press the English button.
I'm Pedro, and I'm here really happy one more time being the stage of Gamescom Latam, now Gamescom here in São Paulo. This presentation, as I said now in English, it will be the results of the Game Incubation Program of São Paulo, funded by SP Cine. SP Cine is an agency from the municipality of São Paulo to fund and support the audiovisual sector. And this program here, it's part of the strategy to develop the games industry in São Paulo. Let's start with a video that will show a little bit about the SP Cine game as a strategy, and then let's go to the presentation. Okay, so that's a little bit of the SP Cine Game Incubator. The name SP Game Start. This project was based in conversations with several friends from all over the world that already had implemented these kind of programs that meant to help and support game creators. Some of friends are here, like Suvi from Helsinki, and we have several ones watching us. And this kind of program, the idea is provide knowledge, not only money, to make you have your successful games out of the market. The philosophy around it, it's uniting, of course, money. You need funding to make your games, prototypes, vertical slices, and etc. But only providing you money in a public fund not always gives you everything that you need to achieve your successful goals. Because sometimes you have this amount of money in your pocket, you have your game idea, but you have no idea how to make it go to market, how to make it profitable. Then, with this philosophy, the Game Incubation Program unites money, access to the stakeholders, the contacts, the investors, the mentors, the platforms, and also, of course, the knowledge needed for achieving this success. Another thing that it's really, really important, it's the concept of supporting the development of intellectual property. Intellectual property is original game ideas that came out of game studios in Brazil, in São Paulo, in the case of this incubator. And we need these new game ideas, and since it's publicly funded, it creates an opportunity for you without risks to experiment new ideas, new projects, new concepts, without problem of needing to getting your own funds to develop this project. And into this development cycle of a game project, you know, we start our game as a prototype, then we go to the vertical slice, where you have a little bit more of your game to present into publishers. Then you go to the production of the game itself to have the launch version, and of course, finally, the publishing of the game. And we know how hard it is for you to make your game in, well, a normal indie cool game production costs around $200,000 or 1 million reais, so to say. You do not have all this money to produce your games. But you can gather these funds through publishers, investors, and partners. But only with the idea of your game, can be a really good idea, but with the idea itself, it's really, really hard to convince anyone to put money in your pocket. So sometimes you will need something to help you to develop the prototype of your game. You have a really cool idea, you have a really cool concept, but you lack on money to make the prototype. But as I said, sometimes it's not a matter only of money. Sometimes it's a matter of money and knowing how to, since the development of the prototype, knowing how to achieve your successful path through the launching of your game. In this sense, we implemented the SP Game Start incubation program, not only to help to fund this prototypation, but also to create this infrastructure needed to make you find this successful path. So altogether with SP Game Start, we also have the SP Game Lab. It's a public-funded playtesting lab that provides free playtesting for your indie game studios. Not only the game studios from the incubator, but also other game studios here in Brazil, who I know you do not have money to hire a UX QA company to make your playtesting, but we have been training people to play testing your games for free and improve the quality of your projects. Nice. So let's go to the more human part of this. We had 2 cycles of this incubation program in the last years. There, we have the demo day of the first cycle. Here, we have the team of the second cycle. And one incredible thing that I want to share with you is that, of course, that we have a lot of formal things in the incubation program. We have mentoring, knowledge transfer, we have a lot of stages and deliverables and things that we need to do. But the most important thing about an incubator program, it's the community around it. It's not only an institution in a top-down manner giving knowledge for the game developers. No, I don't. The mentors doesn't know everything. Sometimes you know more about your project than any mentor, but creating a community of collaboration, sharing your knowledge, support, emotional support sometimes. Most of our roundtables of conversation was more about open our hearts and talking about how difficult it is to make a successful game. And this is really, really important because we know that developing a game, an indie game, sometimes is quite lonely and you never know exactly what is the path of success. So having this community, helping each other, supporting each other, and caring with each other, sometimes it's more powerful than any kind of mentoring that we can give to you. But going forward, let's go to the things that the incubator gives to the people. We have, translated to dollars, but of course in reais I will tell you too, 80,000 reais or $16,000 for the prototypation of the game. I know that it's not a huge amount of money, but it's enough to give you a little bit, are you listening? Okay. I know that you have a little bit of freedom to develop your game when you have these funds, sometimes for allowing you to do not having this outsourced project that you pressure you to do not put your efforts in your own intellectual property. So it's not a lot, but it's enough for relieving you a little bit on this process. Then we have a 32 hours of collective mentoring. How this collective mentoring works. As I said, it's roundtables when everyone unite, share their problems, their challenges and everything that would be happening with them, and we can collectively help each other. But also, we made several live stream sessions with guests, some of them international guests, some people from all over Brazil, to show a little bit of a specific topic for the companies that was shared in YouTube. And of course, we made it available 24 hours of one-to-one mentoring from several fields of knowledge for helping them to develop their projects. Nice. Free playtest of the games, already told about this. Funding costs for the mission for Gamescom in Cologne. So the first thing that they made, a little bit a month and a half after they started the incubation program, we send them and fund them to go to Gamescom in Cologne. We pay all the expenses, the flights, the accommodations, everything. For one representative of each one of the 5 game studios on the incubator, going there and see how big is the games industry. Talking with investors, publishers, and see that the game idea sometimes needed some kind of improvements. So go there, see the industry, talk with people, and then come back to the incubator and we'll help you with the mentoring. After going to the Gamescom, we also provided a lot of free participation in booth in events. Here in Gamescom Latam, they have a booth in the São Paulo B2B area. Some of them, they are exposing their games in the Brazil booth. They are showcasing the games through the collaboration with the incubator. In the last big festival, they also had a booth to showcase their games. And in several other events, we made the same thing. We give them opportunity to show and get most feedback as possible to improve their projects. And finally, we have here this moment to conclude the cycle. All of them are there in B2B talking with investors and publishers to get the money or the partnerships, because some of them doesn't want the money, they want the partnerships because they already self-funded the production. To have the partners they need to have these games out of the market. And a little bit about the counterpart. So what they are giving back to Espacini from this fund, they have a split of 70% of the income of the game, of the revenue share for the studios and 30% for Espacini. But there's a trick here. If you get additional funds, private funds, for your game, these 30% of Espacini can go lower until 5%, depending how much you raise on your own funds. So it stimulates everyone to raise more funds. More funds that you raise, less money Espacini will get out of your revenue share. Also, if you want to recover the net, the 100% net income of your game, you can pay back to Espacini 40K USD, and then 100% of the net income will be yours. Why we are doing this? Because Espacini wanted to stimulate everyone to raise private funds. And sometimes the schemes of this funding could block the opportunities for you. Sometimes some kind of publisher or investor, they doesn't want to invest in a project that already have some revenue share taken. In this case, we give the opportunity for you to recover back the 100% revenue share. And also, of course, a 5% success rate to have the recoup of the investment depending on the investment that you take, with a maximum of 10,000 USD. What this means? If one of the game studios on the incubator, and some of them already are close to make some deals, if they raise some fund to recoup the investment, they will give back 5% of this investment to Espacini, up to 10,000 USD. It's not a lot, but it's enough to keep the will to make Espacini investing in more and more games. Of course, that they need to state their support from Espacini, and finally, they will need to share some of the learnings they had to the next cycle in terms of workshops or lectures or something like this. Nice. And how do we selected these companies? We selected through some things that we asked them. We asked them the game design document, a video presentation about the project, a development plan. What is the development plan? Information about the roadmap of game production, the cost of the production, the expectations on when they wanted to deliver the game. We asked the market research, so the competitors comparison, seeing the other games they are being inspired on, and why they think this game project can have a successful commerce. A curriculum and team portfolio. Of course, we wanted to know who is the team that is behind this game idea. And finally, a letter of intent to participate into the incubator. This last one it was important because we doesn't wanted only people that was looking around out of the money. The money is important, but we wanted people looking around the program, how incubation would help them in their process, in their game studio. Out of these documents, 3 criteria was used by the jury to select these games. The potential of the game, looking the quality of the game itself, the potential of the team, looking how the team, how talented is the team, but not in terms of seniority, because we doesn't want it to imbalance and take like high-level senior people to go to the incubator. No, we wanted to see the teams with higher potential of growth. If they had anything to learn out of the incubator, why go into the incubator? So we wanted to analyze who has a lot of talent but needed support to growth. And of course, the potential, the commercial potential, and the viability of the game. If you are proposing Brazilian GTA with 14K USD for prototype, it's impossible to make it. So we wanted to fund games that it's actually possible to exist and actually possible to have their profits out of the development. And also another thing that was important, it's because these 3 criteria, it's kind of subjective. And the jury, sometimes they doesn't know exactly what means each kind of score they can give out of this evaluation. That's why we decided also to develop an evaluation guide for them to understand what exactly means a score below 5, around 5, 7, and 10, for making them to have a little bit of understanding what we are expecting into these scores. And another thing that is really, really important for us in the incubator, and of course for SPCine as a whole, as a policymakers, it's the inclusion, the affirmative policies. 50% of the projects in the game incubation program, the 2 cycles, they needed to have a Black, indigenous, trans person, woman, or person with disabilities leading the development direction, the art direction, the creative direction, the game design, and or the executive production and business development of the game. Because we wanted to open more opportunities for diverse demographics in the games industry. We can tell, looking around, how the diversity is an issue in our industry. We lack more diversity in our industry, and we need to address that with policymaking. But one really interesting thing that I wanted to tell about this, the best scores and what kind of affirmative policy they made, looking the last cycle and this actual cycle, I don't know why, I can't tell, but the average quality of the project of those with most diverse teams were higher than those with less diverse teams. For some reason, before these affirmative policies being applied, the best projects was already diverse teams projects. Maybe diverse teams can make better games. I don't know, but that's the data that we take out of these 2 cycles of the incubator. The best submissions was made by diverse teams. And the incubation team, who we need for making this game incubation running and helping these teams. We did the coordination. Hello, Pedro. So I coordinated the program, and the coordination means the methodology, the leading, and also the institutional relations with publishers, with partners, and helping them to achieve these opportunities. But then, I can't do myself the follow-up with all of the teams, with all these 24 hours of mentoring each of the teams. That's why we invited someone to make the mentoring direction. And I don't know if Alberto is around, but Alberto Miranda helped us into this managing of the mentoring with the help of Monique, that also was our communication and community management person. Because one of the things that it's really, really important for incubation programs, in my take, it's publicize the things that we have been doing. We need to generate awareness about the games. And also, we need to have a good flow with the communication with the teams, and we need someone to mediate this. So Monique here was an awesome person that made this possible for us. And finally, the production. We have several events. We have a lot of bureaucracy to do. We need sometimes contracts and all these kind of things behind the scenes, invisible work that was managed by an amazing person around here somewhere, Muri. Where's Muri? Murilo? I don't know. Well, he saved us in all the production things that we needed to make viable this incubation process. Nice. Who we were looking for? What kind of game developer we were looking for? So, into this scale, from the commercial intent to the creative vision, we wanted to find the creative entrepreneurs. What that means? That means that if you are only looking for money, but you do not care about what kind of game you are doing, okay, you can make money, but it's not our take. But if you are only looking for making your vision, your dream game, but you doesn't care about make it profitable, we can help you because we are trying to help someone to launch commercial viable games. So, doesn't care for us. And if you are a hobbyist that doesn't care about the money or either the creative vision, whatever, I don't know why you are looking for an incubator. So we are looking for those who has the intention to make something artistic and original, but want to make money out of it. And in the methodology of the mentoring, of course, we had two layers of the mentoring. The technical mentoring that goes through programming, art, and design. So we had a team of mentors. We created a network of more than 50 experts in all of the fields for them to pick out of this list of mentors. And sometimes if they lack some things, the mentoring direction, myself, Monique, we try to find someone else to help them. In the technical implementation, the artistic implementation, and of course, the creation of concept, the rules of the game. But making the game itself, it's part of the problem. We have, of course, the game company, the business mentoring that involve the production, the IP concepts, and the business around it. Raising funds, managing the production, and creating something that goes beyond the game. Games cannot exceed the budget. Intellectual property must go beyond a single game. And finally, the company needs to be sustainable. You need to know how to raise your funds. And we needed to go from this perspective of the idea, making a game, launching, and hoping for a success, and most of you go into failure, to this perspective, having an idea, making a good market analysis, develop your game, building your community, making your PR, launch your game, and maybe you are less failing your launching. So that's the complexity of making a game. It's not like, oh, I have a genius idea. I make a game. I put it into Steam. And hopefully, someone will buy it. No. The process is a little bit more complex. And that's why what the incubation program are doing for you. And through the mentoring, they had the freedom to choose what kind of mentoring they wanted. And in this cycle of the incubator, they have more overall general mentoring about production, future structure of the project and everything. They have a little bit of game design and narrative design mentoring, a little bit of administration and production, a lot of art, because some of the teams wanted support of improving the art quality of the game. And of course, business and marketing was kind of an issue for them. They wanted support and mentoring. 120 hours in total, 25 mentors in the project. We made a lot of online content with guests for all subjects. We had some about creative direction, production planning, and also we had a lot of talks with the incubees for them to share their processes, talk about their games, and their learnings out of the process. And as I said, the events. We had a lot of events, Perifacon, Big Festival, Fórum Especini, Gamescom. We have a meetup of incubators, Semana Geek, and several others where we exposed the games of the teams and make them connect with more and more and more possible partners and stakeholders. But let's talk about the teams. That's the 5 heroes who participated in this last cycle of the game incubation program. We had Memi, Infinite Green, White Wolfie, Lusky, and Fogo Games. And each one of them, they had something unique, some unique values that made them a really talented ones. 2 of them, for example, Memi and White Wolfie, it was the first time they were launching a commercial game because they had background experience, Memi in comic books development and animation, and White Wolfie a lot of experience in film production. But for some reason, they also wanted to start to making games. Infinite Green is a really talented game company who was trying to launch their first big project. They already made it a first game, and they had a vision to make a larger and more complex project. Fogo Games also already launched a game, but they are really artistically talented, and they wanted to launch a more interesting and complex game that I will show in the future. And finally, Lusky, really good team with a project they have been developing in several years. It's a team that came out of the university and they got mature. They're now a really pretty structured company. They're exposing the game there and there during the days. Foods, it's an amazing game that you should look on. But going deep into these games, Detetive Gatuma, it's the game of Memi. Detetive Gatuma, it's a comic cartoon, story-rich, interactive interactive novel that it's about this detective, a cat detective. Well, everyone likes cats. Detectives also nice. And you can tell by the arts of this game, they came out of the animation and comics. They are really, really good on art, and they are putting their abilities of making good art and making good stories to creating a nice interactive comic game. They are not looking for funding because they already have all the funds they need, but they're looking for partners to help to launch this project. So look about them into the B2B. We will give a QR code and by the end of this presentation with the portfolio of each one of the studios. Go to the website of the Memi, and you will take a look about this amazing project. Don't forget about it. The next one, Infinite Green. Infinite Green, they have been focusing in horror games. During this process, they already developed 4 horror games. One of them already launched, Everloop. It's already on Steam, and the others in early access. And they specialize in horror games first because they know that the Brazilian culture has a lot of really interesting things to be explored in horror games. And we are not being exploring this. And folklore, it's exactly this kind of catchy. Folklore, use the Brazilian folklore as an inspiration for a horror game, but most than a generic walking horror game with puzzles, they actually developed in Infinite Green a technology that, depending on your behavior in the game, they will create more stress for you, and the jump scares of the game will never be in the same place. So you can play it and say, okay, I'm safe, I already know where there's jump scares. No, you are not. So play the game, you will see. It's a really good game for streamers and social media. They already had some videos in TikTok with more than 500K visualizations. Take a look in Folklore, take a look in Infinite Green, and they also want to self-publish because they know they can reach the audience by themselves. They already created their own community, but they want partners to spread more and more about this game, and also to help the studio to develop this technology, to develop more horror games, and make this brand of Infinite Green as one of the top game developers in this genre. Let's go to Foods. Foods, it's a cooperative, really fun game to play. You need to play it, guys, really. It's a cooking puzzle strategy game that has a mixture with a lot of things that we love in this kind of games. Space, it's a really fast-paced. It's that kind of game that you need to communicate a lot with your friends and it creates stress, but also it's a really rewarding situation. So it's a really well-polished game in terms of game design because they worked a lot to improving and improving and improving this craftsmanship of the game design of this game. And you can look for the art. The art is really, really great. Simple, well-polished. The color palette and the animations are being well developed. And as I said, they do not have a lot of funds to make it. And you will play this game and you'll see like, wow, it's a really indie game. It's a really well developed. So take a look at Foods. Look for them in B2B. And they do not need funds for ending development of Foods. They want partnerships to help to spread more this game, especially some influencers and streamers that wanted to play this game. So look on them. And also if you have some publisher that wants to make a partnership to spread this game out of the world, helping with porting and everything, they are looking out of it. And finally, this project touched my heart because, well, Brazilians and football, you know, there is something vibing around. And this game, it's a game about, not about the football that we know, but it's about the football in Campinas, small sites to playing football in the peripheries of Brazil with a lot of cultural references, with extremely well-polished art. This art here, it's like the work in progress, but you need to take a look in their website and in their social media because they will be launching a trailer with a lot of their work and effort into art to make this game look awesome. And, well, it's a good football game made from people that knows a lot about football, but more than that, knows a lot about this another kind of football, that it's not the professional one. It's the real one, the connection with the passion about playing football in the peripheries of Brazil. Take a look on this game. They also, in this case, it's a kind of complex game because they need to expand the community. They want to make it available also in mobile and everything. So they are actually looking for funding. Look for them in B2B. They are looking for the right partner. They already have some proposals, but they doesn't want to close with anyone. They want to find the right partner to launch this concept because this game, I can guarantee, will be a lot of success. And finally, going back to the narrative, as I told you, White Wolfie, made by a studio with a lot of experience in film production, they are really good on narratives. They are really good on telling stories. And they use these abilities and a really unique art, watercolor inspired art to create a visual novel with exploration, puzzle, story-rich, based in São Paulo. So you will see a lot of places in São Paulo, like if you look in that place, you will see Liberdade. And you will look at a lot of sceneries, and it's a love story that will pass through the scenarios, and it's the Sunday afternoon. So if you want to feel a cozy warm in your heart in São Paulo with a really nice, well-crafted love story, go to Sunday afternoon. It's not a big game. They doesn't need a lot of funds, but they need partnerships to make this game connected with the right audience, right? That's it. I will not pass this video because we are running out of time, so sorry, but it was a small documentary with some with some of the incubees talking about their experiences, what they achieve out of these experiences. So in the QR code in the next slide, you will be able to see this a small documentary that we made out of these experiences. You see from the eyes of the incubees how they learn out of this process. But I wanted to have a couple of minutes, and we have actually 4, to finish with some learnings. Because, well, it's 2 cycles of incubators. We had a lot of learnings out of the process. From the 2 cycles, we tried to make things differently. And I wanted to put some reflections here about this model. First, one of the things that I can conclude out of the feedback of the incubees, game incubations are really, really successful in helping them to achieve and connect with good opportunities. But implementing this kind of projects with public funds, with some bureaucracies, it's kind of hard. And sometimes we needed to adapt things here and there. We have a lot of things that we need to make possible for them to go to some events. And sometimes we lack on time and anticipation for them to prepare for some stuff. For example, we send them for gamescom after 1 month of incubation. We wanted in the cycle for making them to see the industry before starting the mentorings. But what can happen with that, it's making that they feel oppressed by the huge industry that we had and feel they are not ready for making their games. And we don't want it. So before sending them to a big event, maybe in the next cycles, we will need a little bit more of preparation and anticipation and make them more confident to go to these events and show their ideas, because they sometimes can keep a little bit pushing down by the incredible games they are seeing while they are in the phase of the concept. But now, when they see their own games, they know that these games are really great. They know that these games already had all the things that they need. And finally, I have a reflection about money. Because in this incubation, we attached funding for prototypes and the incubation program. If you get the funding from the prototype from Sony, you automatically will be part of the incubation program. This concept was around like, well, we are public funding things. Sometimes they doesn't know how to make these games or expend the money more wisely, or planning the project more wisely. So let's make an incubation program for them to know how to expend better this small funds they had. But we know that sometimes some people that doesn't exactly need it or wanted the money, they wanted the support of the incubator. And the opposite. Sometimes there's people that kind of knows what they want, they just need the funds, and they doesn't want the incubator. So maybe attaching the 2 things together, it's something that I'm been wondering around, because we have some incubators that completely about mentoring and support without funding, and we have others, accelerators and etc., that it's connected to funding, and I'm not sure which one of these models are the best. And also, one of the things that we could improve, it's of course cooperation. And I think the lesson here is trying to find these right partners around the globe with other incubators to make these projects shine more and more, and make people from other ecosystems, from Finland, as I said here, or from Portugal, from Spain, for North America, etc., to play Brazilian games and etc., for us to help each other in this international games industry. Here's a QR code for you to see a little bit of the methodology, the portfolio, and everything. I'll give you space to point in the QR code. There is some of the material, that documentary that I said. And finally, I'm running out of time. Thank you all. It was an incredible experience. I been really happy to help to implement this incubation program. It was the first of its kind here in Brazil, and now we have more and more awareness, more and more incubation programs being born. So I hope all of the places in Brazil we have this kind of program around, and stay here, because after this panel, we have a really interesting discussion about AI in public funding. So one of the things that happens is we had, with the AI thing going on, more projects using AI, applying for these public funds, and the public funds doesn't know if they should ban or no these technologies out of these projects. So stay here, a lot of good discussions. Thank you again, and let's wait for the guests of the next panel. I will stay here because I'll be moderating this panel too. And this panel will be in Portuguese, so change the channel. Welcome to Caio Chagas from Elex Games. We also have Luis Sacuda from Homoludens. And finally, Reinaldo Ramos from T4 Interactive. I will sit in the middle because I'll be the moderator, and let's give some microphones for you all. You can take this one. Okay. Well, here. Cool. Português agora. What? Channel 3 for Português. Bem, gente. Agora tem que ser em português porque é muito polêmico.
Now in Portuguese, it's too controversial to speak Portuguese. Well, folks, first of all, I wanted to say thanks. Thanks, Reinaldo, Caio, Luis. Thanks so much for coming up. We know that this meteor of AI has fallen in the gaming industry in the last 2 years or so, but in the last year, everything was all about AI. Every conversation was about that. But AI in the industry is no news, right? As a matter of fact, artificial intelligence is something that is really basic. Doom had AI. Yeah. We've been bumping heads with AI for a long time. We've been dealing with that and fighting against it for a long time. Yeah, and fighting literally in the game. But first of all, I just wanted to introduce that debate by saying that this discussion, this panel, this is actually a fundamental part of the third forum at SPCine, which is also happening at Cinemateca. So what is the SPCine Forum? Well, SPCine, which also financed the gaming incubator. I don't know if my audio has some problems with it. Yeah, we're getting some static here on stage. Can you raise your hand, folks, if you're getting static? Yeah. So if we talk like that, does it get better? Maybe we can adjust the microphone. Yeah, we're getting some static here. Yeah, it sounds like there's some music in the background too. I don't know. Anyway. Yeah, let's try to continue here. So like I was saying, folks at Cinemateca, well, yeah, we're trying to adjust the audio. Yeah, I think, yeah, it's better now. Yeah, folks actually are watching it on... are watching that live. That debate is being broadcast because that debate goes beyond the gaming industry. But this is going to happen in the gaming industry first. But every sector, really, every cultural production sector is going to have to, deal with that AI thing. Everyone is already seeing that. But there's no sector better than the gaming industry that has dealt with artificial intelligence on many ways to go more in depth on that discussion. And how come we wanted to debate that here on the SPCine Forum, which is precisely this space to discuss the public policies for the AV field, for games, and for the cultural sector as a whole. because artificial intelligence, and just to be more specific, generative technologies of AI are going to be more and more present. This is going to happen when we submit projects for public funding, as well as when we produce these products. I was actually working with Gustavo and Paulo that spoke. Yeah, the Paulo Gustavo projects, I was working with them. So the thing is, me as a juror, and for some of you that were jurors on tenders as well, there's no rule book. It's kind of a personal thing. You don't have a corpus of information and a body of knowledge to make sure that the institution funding the thing can give information to the jurors so that those jurors know what to do with regards to that type of situation. And the conversation here, again, the idea is not to reach a conclusion because we only have 30 minutes, we don't have 30 hours. And number two, because we're not here to say that AI is horrible, it's like a rider of the apocalypse coming to the industry, nor do we want to say that it's going to solve all problems of capitalism and save the world. What we are trying to do is make this debate a little less superficial, because right now everyone wants to talk about AI, but we have actual researchers here, people that are looking into this topic for years in the gaming industry. And this is why I wanted to bring Reynaldo, Caio, and Luis and hear your take, hear your point of view on that topic. I spoke too much. I want to hand it over to our guests. And by the way, starting with Caio. Caio, can you tell us a little bit about it? I mean, tell us who you are first, so people get more acquainted with who you are and your point of view. And then talk about your point of view. What do you think is going to be the implication from coming from that technology, which is unavoidably being adopted by the gaming industry?
Of course. Well, I'm a game designer. I graduated in engineering. And out of the people who are here, I don't have a PhD. I have a master's degree. I have a master's degree in technology. So I am a game dev, but I also do research. And since I'm not working for a business located in the city of São Paulo, I'm also working on public policies. I evaluate bids, I offer mentorship for SBSIN. It's been interesting to be in touch with people starting to draft their projects or to get their projects evaluated. People who actually want to work on cultural production. We're not only talking about development here. It's not only about the economy, it's about fostering culture. Of course, as we foster culture, we have economic consequences, but we actually convey this culture outwards. And this is something I would like to discuss when it comes to AI, not in producing games or producing cultural content through RPFs, but AI in our submissions. And I wouldn't talk about banning it or prohibiting it, but I would talk about advising people and giving them guidelines with these projects. Sometimes we get certain projects and we have to assess them. And right now, we can clearly see when people used AI. Now for the written text, it gets a bit trickier, but it's not that hard. However, with images, it's really easy to see the difference. We know whether they did the work with AI or if they edited it with AI. It's clear to see. So when I get a project with AI art in their portfolio, number one, I know it's a really recent project. And I'm not going to say that I'm going to get suspicious about whoever wrote the project. But the way I'll be evaluating this project and their portfolio, well, I'll be a bit more strict. Because we know that right now we're able to come up with things out of the blue, and in the recent past, these things would actually be used as a tool to evaluate someone's skills. And in the context of cultural fostering, sometimes cultural identity loses its space when we use trained AI. How can we actually come up that looks like the city of São Paulo with an AI that was trained elsewhere with other types of content? It is a kind of passive use of AI. Before I hand it over to Reynaldo, let me say something. Folks, we're gonna say lots of wrong things here. We're gonna get this wrong for sure. Because if anyone tells you that they are 100% sure, they are definitely 100% wrong. We can't be sure of anything right now, both in our judgment and our predictions for the future. So we're gonna get it wrong for sure, often. Maybe you're going to recall this session and you're going to say, haha, that's funny, look at what they said. Or you're going to remember it and you're going to say, they talked about this. But discussing the very topic of the use of AI is something that we have to do as researchers. And as we say the wrong things, we actually start figuring out how to ask the right questions. And I think this is where we're at right now. We need to understand what the right questions are, and I don't think everybody is asking them. I think this is a great point. And we're gonna have to think about the technology of AI with Reynaldo. Reynaldo has been working with AI since before it was cool, since before this hype. And we need to move on from very common ground questions, very popular questions, to go deeper into a very complex and sensitive topic. Reynaldo, can you please introduce yourself and share some words? Of course, first and foremost, thank you for having me. It's an honor to be at Gamescom. I believe this is one of the most important events in the Southern Hemisphere for gaming. AI is controversial, and I disagree with Kyle in a few things. For example, recognizing the use of AI. I think it's really hard to understand when AI is used in a text. Well, you say that because you're not a linguist. Yeah, but I think it's gonna be hard to do it. Even in the future, in art, it's hard to understand it. You can Photoshop it. You can have half of something that is true and half of it that is AI. So I think it's going to be hard to actually find it. Now, what I think matters here is that we could have the good use of AI and the bad use of AI. It depends on who is using it. If you want to use that image to convey something that it is not, or if you want to say that this is your portfolio and you don't want to come out and say that it's AI, that's a bad use of AI. However, I think that AI is very good support for many things. I'm actually unable to code without the support of AI. AI is helping me, and I'm actually 50% faster compared to what I was able to do before. So it's really good as a support tool when it comes to productivity for devs. And we're talking about generative AI or generative AI. Generative AI is a bit tricky. Most people don't know how it works at its core and how the content gets there. And this gives us pause. You know, it is only natural. Generative AI came to us with a new rule book and we didn't know anything about it. In OpenAI talks, they actually talk about it and it's confusing to the audience. I think Bill Gates delivered a session recently and he said that he didn't expect AI to be this efficient this soon. This is unexpected. So we're basically everyone at the same level, which is good for us because Brazil has always been behind when it comes to technology. People were coding and making games in the 80s and we actually had problems with our imports. So right now we're basically actually at a leveled playing field. Of course, some businesses are able to dominate technology for generative AI. We have OpenAI and NVIDIA, and they own these technologies. However, the way we use this tool is new for everyone. And here's the good news. When you use the support of AI to write, this is good, and we may actually create better quality work. AI helps us take the quality of our work to the next level. This happens in academia. Professors have been receiving essays with AI for over a year, and when we get these essays, we look at it and we know who used AI well and who didn't. Some people just copy it and paste it, and that's the bad passive use of AI. But the actual good use of AI happens when people use AI to add to ideas or to write in a better way or to be able to use prompts in a more active, more aware way. And this takes us to the next level. When we use AI properly, it's a win-win. Of course, not using it properly could be a problem, but overall, I believe that we are heading towards a brilliant future. I think that AI is able to actually polish work when we use it efficiently. And what is also cool is that it's free of charge, so it's accessible even to people who wouldn't otherwise have access to this kind of technology. For instance, you can go to a platform with AI experiments and you have a free of charge AI engine that you can run on your laptop. You can run it locally, you can have fun with it, and I think many interesting things are going to pop up. I'm very pro AI. I think it raises the bar. Everyone will need to be trained on assessing when we have bad use of AI or when we have good use of AI leading to very good benefits. So we need to learn how to do that, learn how to see the difference. Excellent. You see, we have very deep speakers here, but they have different points of view, which is great. In conclusion, let me ask you something else. You've been a part of the adoption of AI in academia. Ronaldo is also a professor at a university. And as he was saying, increasingly the use of these technologies happens earlier. Based on what you've seen, could you please talk about the pros and cons of using AI? How can we improve this conversation? Because this is going to entail the public government too. Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for having me, Pedro. Thank you to Aspacina as well. I think this is a very interesting conversation. As Kyle was saying, we're gonna say lots of things and we're gonna get some of them right and some of them wrong because we don't know what's to happen. But when we think about public policies, which is what we're discussing here, whenever there's something new, whenever something looks disruptive, whether or not it is, it actually opens up different risks and opportunities for the stakeholders. In our case, we're not a brand new industry, but we are an industry with a certain level of productivity and maturity. We've come a long way since 2014. We've made progress in the past decade. But we still see windows of opportunity. In public policies, we often talk about leapfrogging, which means skipping some steps. Let me give you an example. You may have some countries or some regions where we've had different generations of cell phone antennas. And then they install their fourth antenna. When they get more money, they're going to install their fifth antenna. But then they're able to get to the state-of-the-art technology all of a sudden. We may be able to enjoy this kind of opportunity. As Kyle and Reynaldo were saying, we have an opportunity to see lots of good stuff and lots of bad stuff happening. So to answer Pedro's question, where is this currently happening? In the essays that we grade. And in those essays, we see proper and improper use of AI. And you know what? This also happens because we haven't taught people how to use it. Recently, we saw an article by Palavra Aberta, and they were talking about how we've been discussing regulations, but we haven't been discussing how to teach people how to use it. Kyle was talking about offering guidelines to everyone, and that's great. But both to grade and to submit proposals, we should have training. I think we need to invest in that. When we think about the government, there's this controversial issue of intellectual property and copyrights. So for the public authorities, whenever we foster a field, there are a number of tools that need to be used. If you think about startups, investors have limited responsibilities and limited risks. If worse comes to worse, they're going to lose the money that they invested, but they are not going to pay for labor rights because somebody messed it up. So from a public administration standpoint, we may invest in something and things may not go as planned. But we are starting a new stage. We're getting started. So with public authorities, with workers, with all stakeholders, we need to think about how to protect everyone who's in it. Otherwise, people are going to be scared of doing new things. And fear is the enemy of innovation. So we need legal protections in place. And we need to think about innovation. We can't get defensive in our legal framework. Well, as I said, we don't have 3 hours for this conversation, so we're having a mixed introduction conclusion. In summary, regardless of whether you're optimistic, pessimistic, or realistic, there's a guiding wire that we can see here. As we were saying, you could use AI properly or you could use it not properly. However, when we talk about public funding or requests for proposals, a bidding process is a game design document. It is as if you had a game with rules to see who is going to get funding. And for these rules, we need criteria to choose people. Now, choosing people entails knowing how to use AI properly when creating it, knowing how to assess the good and bad uses of AI as graders, and being able to document it regarding a technology that is under development. Can graders use AI to grade their documents? Well, this is another conversation we could have. As a grader, I would love to use AI to skim through a 50-page document with lots of fluff. But my main point here is, in your opinion, and I'd love to go back to Kyle, and we only have 10 minutes. What do we need? And which questions do we need to ask to see the difference between good use and bad use of AI? Well, when we think about technology and the use of AI, this really pops out. And AI is not complementary. It is something that multiplies what we already have. It doesn't add to what we have, it multiplies what we have. So when it comes to public policies and contradictions and difficulties and problems, we're going to increase that. So the questions that we need to ask have to do with that. From now on, should we say that our SPCN policies would be 10 times as important as they are now? We need to figure out what to fix to reduce the cons and boost the pros. So this is what we should be asking ourselves about. But if we were looking for a proposition here, I would propose that we thought about databases, public databases for the use of AI in cultural production. Let me tell you why. Because this is key to ensure that we have accessible, democratic use of this tool. You see, major companies from major and powerful countries do not need AI by stealing copyrights. They can use their own IP to train their AIs. We need to have access to trained AI that looks like us, that looks like our region, because we're trying to foster our culture. We want to thrive. We don't want to survive. So specifically when it comes to SPCN, we need people in São Paulo with funding to train AI that looks like São Paulo. We want to ensure not only accessibility but also representation. Because when we get AI from the top down, we won't have the proper representation. This is what the passive use of AI is about, as Reynaldo was saying. We need active use of AI. We need to feed what we want to do into AI. Great. What do you think, Reynaldo? How can we draw the line? I love what he said. And I actually kind of started working on this. I'm teaching people how to make good use of AI. In school, at universities, at every level really. If you tell kids to write an essay, they are most likely going to use AI. They're going to use Google. And actually, when you search something on Google right now, the first answer that comes up is from AI. So we need to tell people how to use it properly. Lots of folks are using or are actually learning about prompt engineering. When you're writing a prompt, you're actually coding, but instead of learning the language used by a machine is actually learning the language used by you. It's about logic. So I asked for an assignment from my students and I saw very similar answers. They looked like Chat GPT. So for our next class, I taught them how to use AI efficiently. This is what we should be doing. No copy and paste, no passive use, but yes, to verifying information. And as Kyle was saying, maybe we could actually feed them data. Maybe we could feed AI data, ask it to process it, and based on that data, they should come up, or it should come up with an answer. Answers will be way richer and with reliable data, not the data that is on the cloud and you have no idea where it came from. This leads to a better answer compared to what you would have with copy and paste. So knowing how to use AI is key. AI is here. There's no way out of it. It is going to be more prevalent on our daily lives. And we've been using it for a long time and we haven't really realized it. Most people who are here got on a plane and the plane was actually on autopilot. Is that another kind of AI? Yes, it is, but it is AI. Excellent. I actually failed to introduce myself at the beginning. But at my company, we've been doing lots of research with Pedro. We are up to date on public policies for gaming, both for execution and deployment. And more broadly speaking, we need to remember that we have other AI public policies. And some AI public policies are actually focusing on the introduction of AI with more content in Portuguese. Because we know that no one is going to create specific content for us. We're the ones who have to do it. And we're the ones who benefit the most from it, so we have to make it happen. You need to think about this in a cross-sectional way when it comes to AI in public policies. And yes, I think we are at a turning point. We could use AI to achieve many a thing and to do things that we weren't able to do before. And we're no longer at the end of the queue. Maybe we are at the middle of the queue and we have some people behind us. We face regional challenges too, including in the city of São Paulo. We can definitely think about how to better include underrepresented groups in this industry. AI could be helpful for that. And as we were discussing, We can raise the bar or we can reach the same level, but we can also go further. And these aren't necessarily the same thing. We may need specific initiatives towards both different goals. Great. We now have 2 minutes and we could share a summary or maybe next steps. This is a broad conversation and it needs to become even broader. At the end of the day, there's lots of noise. As I was saying in my introduction, we have people who think this is the apocalypse and that either AI is going to save us or AI is going to destroy us. We also have mass layoffs in the gaming industry. We saw 20,000 jobs that were lost in the past few years in this industry. This puts more pressure on the idea that AI is here to replace human beings. However, what we can see in our discussions in this industry is that AI is not going to replace us. It's very hard to replace human agency in creative processes. What will happen is that AI will become a mediator in the production process. And as a mediation tool, it could lead to a worse process, or it could actually lead to something better. But the thing is, this is such a complex conversation that we can no longer have this shallow dialogue, this shallow discussion on knowing it all about AI. Yes, but clickbait is good. Yes, of course, we chose a clickbaity title to get people here, to get folks here to talk about it, but there's no simple solution to complex issues. People have been here dealing with AI for years on end. And we need a deep conversation about it. This is what we need to do in this industry and with the government. We need to create space for these conversations. And this won't be brought about by the government. No public manager is going to make decisions on this. We need a conversation between our industry and our governments and the academia to get into a deeper conversation on the future that we want to create. Of course, because the world is gonna end. The world that we enjoy today is not the same world we lived in 10 years ago. The world's gonna end and another one is gonna be reborn. Exactly. In 2001, with the internet, people talked about the information society where everyone would have access to knowledge, and we had folks saying that the world was going to end. And we kind of got both ends of the deal. I think this is what is going to happen with AI, but we need to foster this kind of conversation. Our time is over, and we would like to thank SBCine for giving us this opportunity. Thank you, Kyle, Reynaldo, Luis, and I think this is our time to leave the stage. Thank you. Thank you so much, and I love the applause. It's so great, so much energy. You can take this backstage, please. We have microphones here, we have radio receivers, and we're doing a really great job. Whenever Pedro's here, he always has something interesting to share. He was here yesterday for our spoiler night, our VIP day, and today he's here with us with this in-depth conversation during these panels. So now we have our next panel. We have lots of content for you. Up next, we have a panel that will discuss how games can be a powerful tool for each one of us to help when it comes to climate change. Should you have any questions, please send them our way. Our panelist will be answering questions by the end of her session. So please scan the QR code that we're going to show on the screen, and there it is. So should you have any questions, please send them our way. We're going to have a Q&A by the end of this session. So we're going to talk about how everyone can play for the planet, how we can play and take care of the planet. So please welcome our next speaker, Miss Lisa Pack.
Lisa, take it away.
Hello, everyone. Hello, my name is Lisa Pack. I am the head of operations at Playing for the Planet, an initiative facilitated by the United Nations Environment Programme. On top of that, I'm actually also learning how to farm and grow my own food. But today, I'm not here to talk to you about my farming journey. I'm here to talk to you about how we can all do our part when it comes to climate change while working in the games industry. Today, what I will cover is my journey in the games industry. Climate action is not something that I've always focused on, and it's more something of the recent years. I'll share with you what we do at Playing for the Planet and who is behind Playing for the Planet. I'll talk about why we in the games industry are especially suitable to talk about this agenda. And I'll end today with some key takeaway sessions that hopefully leave you inspired to start your own climate action journey. So I started off in this industry in 2014, about 10 years ago, at the ad network, which was back then called Fiber. Here I focused on on user acquisition, ad monetization, and growth. 2 years after that, I moved to Wooga, a mobile games developer based in Berlin, where I stayed about 6 years and focused on ad monetization, strategic partnerships, growth, and user acquisition again. Within my job there, I always tried to find a way to support the app Share the Meal, because it's one of my favorite apps out there to do good. Wooga's games back then did not have anything related to games, related to food, so it was really complicated to find a connection between this app and our games. So what I ended up doing was telling people in my network to support this app by donating meals through the app itself. Then COVID came. Many studios teamed up with the World Health Organization to think about ways to help preventing the spread of COVID-19. And Wooga was one of these organizations. Through the hashtag #PlayApartTogether, companies started conversations with their players in their games and through their social media channels. And as it was difficult to find a collaboration with the app Share the Meal, at some point people were having COVID fatigue and didn't feel like talking about this anymore. And that's the moment where I started thinking, how would people react to a climate-related activation in the game? How would the company react to this, but also how would the players react? And this is where my journey to take climate action in our industry started. In 2021, I signed Wooga up to join the Green Game Jam. The two most famous game characters, June and Pearl, teamed up to plant trees. The initial goal for this campaign was reached within 5 hours of launch, which showed that there was a great appetite from players to do more. So later that year, I left Wooga and I joined Playing for the Planet to get more studios to use their games as a force for good. And who knows what I'll be doing after this. I did not expect to land here, but I think there's still plenty of things we can do for the environment within the games industry. So what exactly is Playing for the Planet? It was founded in 2019 at the UN headquarters in New York. We are facilitated by the United Nations Environment Programme, which means that we work with high standards and we have access to relevant resources. Within everything that we do, we make sure that we focus on bold, innovative, and system-changing approaches to tackle the climate crisis. We are an alliance that consists of gaming studios, but also trade organizations like Abra Games here in Brazil, as well as other organizations in the industry such as Unity and Google. We work in a spirit of collaboration rather than competition, and we are here to help our members as well as the broader industry to take their environmental work to the next level. Within everything we do, we focus on 3 pillars. The first are green activations, the second is decarbonization, and the third are special projects. So let's dive into green activations. Some of you may have heard of the Green Game Jam. This is our initiative where we challenge developers to implement green activations into their games. And a green activation can be anything that is ranging from a time-limited event to a new level or a new world or a marketing campaign, all with the aim to inspire as many players as possible to do something good for our environment. So this kicked off in 2020 where we tested the concept and 11 games joined us. The year after we had 27 games followed by 42, and last year we had 40 different games participating while we focused on wildlife. And these studios together have managed to collectively raise $700,000 to protect 3 endangered species. These were the harlequin toad, the snow leopard, and the manta ray. And let's look at a quick example of actually my favorite game, Love and Pies, which is developed by Trailmix Games in the UK, how they managed to integrate the harlequin toad into their game. So for those of you who do not know Love and Pies, it is a merge game where as you progress you get to rebuild a cafe and you unlock story content. As part of the Green Game Jam, they challenged their players to collectively merge 850 million toads, and if this goal was reached, people would receive a special in-game decoration item. And throughout the game, they showed several pop-ups where players could link to more information about the harlequin toad as well as the 2 other endangered species. And then through the story component in their game, they encourage players to look out for the Rainforest Alliance logo, specifically when buying their coffee. And it is examples like these where it's really nice to see how studios make use of mechanics and features that are already in their games and repurpose them and connect them to an environmental theme. So when studios work on this, we always recommend them to think about 2 things. The first is think about your unique way to make an impact. For every game there is an environmental theme that connects very well to your game, but also for every type of player there's an environmental theme that resonates with them. And where, back at my example from Wooga, I wanted to connect share the meal to our games, but there was nothing food related, this didn't make any sense. When we then had the game characters team up to plant trees, this made a lot of sense because players have always loved the in-game tree decorations. And this is another example from Pokemon Go, where they got their most engaged players to go out into their communities on Earth Day in April and ask them to clean up the environment. And again, this made a lot of sense because players are already outside when they play the game. So think about your unique way to make an impact. And second is work with what you have. There's no need to reinvent new features from scratch, but you can repurpose what you already have and put them in an environmental jacket, so to say. And with that, I would love to continue to our second pillar, decarbonization. So within our mission, where we are looking to accelerate the speed at which the games industry is decarbonizing, we help with tools, guidance, and consistency so that gaming studios can measure, reduce, and offset their carbon emissions. A great example is this report that came out in November last year, Untangling the Carbon Complexities of the Video Gaming Industry, which is a collaboration between Playing for the Planet, our members, and the Carbon Trust. And it has a lot of learnings and experiences from the industry. And whenever thinking about your carbon accounting, it's always good to keep 4 things in mind. Compare apples to apples and make sure that you are consistent in using reporting and accounting methodologies. Go as granular as possible because that will give you insights and way more opportunity to really focus on reducing your emissions. And then also be transparent. Make sure that you share which methodologies for calculating your emissions you are using. And in case you are excluding certain categories, provide the rationale for this so that you are complete in the whole picture. Another piece of guidance is the 10 principles for investing in carbon credits. This document came to life upon request from some of our members who were not sure how to approach investing in carbon credits. This is a collaboration between UNEP, and it summarizes the guidance of the Integrity Council for the Voluntary Carbon Market. And hopefully with this document, everybody who is looking into investing in carbon credits will have a basic understanding of what questions to ask yourself when selecting these projects. And then last but not least, there's a carbon calculator that we have just finished. This calculator again was a collaboration with the Carbon Trust and our members, as members have tested it multiple rounds and given feedback. And we really want to make sure that this calculator is accessible for anyone, whether you are the sustainability lead or you are someone in the HR team that is tackling this as a side project. And hopefully with this tool available, we will lower the barrier for companies to start looking into their carbon emissions. The tool is currently available for members only, but we're looking to make this available for the broader industry later this year or early next year. And the reason why we haven't opened it up to everyone immediately is because there's an overhead cost that comes with using the calculator, and that's something that we need to tackle within the Alliance. Then our last pillar, the special projects, which is basically everything else that we're doing, so I'll quickly browse through a couple more things. Everything I just mentioned on decarbonization happens within a decarbonization working group, where people combine their efforts, they share progress, talk about challenges, and focus on consolidating guidance. We have a packaging working group where studios team up to reduce plastic as well as waste across the supply chain when creating boxes for their games. And it's difficult as a single gaming studio to make a difference here. So within this group, Bandai Namco, Sega, Ubisoft, Xbox, but also PlayStation are teaming up to make a difference. So this really is an industry-wide collaboration. Sustainable events. We all love going to events in our industry. There are so many to attend. Many different studios within the Alliance have some sort of guidance that they use. Currently, we're looking into consolidating all the guidance there is, writing one guide that will then be accessible for the entire industry so that you have some tips and tricks when you want to organize your events more sustainable. Storytelling, something we do in many, many games. We're currently figuring out how can we strengthen the way we talk about environmental themes and climate change into games. And this is a very new group, so there's not a whole lot to share yet at this point. And then sustainable marketing. Marketing is such a big bucket where so many players are active. Some of the mobile studios have started reaching out to their biggest marketing partners to understand what the emissions are from those businesses separately. So hopefully within this group we will come up with some sort of survey where we can audit media platforms to understand basic sustainability practices. And ideally in the future we come together with all the marketing partners in one room to discuss how they can together work on providing gaming studios the right data to do their carbon accounting in a more granular way. And none of this would have been possible without our members. Playing for the Planet currently has 47 members, and this number is growing. And each of the companies that are within Playing for the Planet, as well as people that are active within the Alliance, they have actively chosen to be here, and none of us were told to come do this work. There's a few more things I'd love to share that we're also working on. One of them is research. We are teaming up with the University of Edinburgh to understand if games can if games can inspire real-world and offline action. And if so, if that will continue over time when games don't nudge players anymore to do certain things for the environment. Then we will work on some awards as well. There's a lot that is already happening in the games industry, and even though we always talk about what more can we do, we really believe it's important to celebrate all the good work that's being done. We've had awards as part of the Green Game Jam in the past, but we're now looking to open this up to a broader audience, because outside the Green Game Jam there are so many games that are also focusing on environmental activations. I think the criteria for that should be available on our website by the end of July, so I would encourage everyone to have a look at that and apply. Then lastly, we're looking to grow the alliance, ideally by 25% this year. The studios that we are currently working with are very much based in North America and Europe, and I would love to get some Brazilian studios within the alliance, because I think there's a lot that we can learn from studios here and vice versa. So if there's anyone here that's interested to learn more, I'll be around after this talk later today as well as tomorrow, and I'm happy to share more about how you can get involved with your studio. So why are we in the games industry so special, besides all the individuals and companies that are already doing so much work, and why is the United Nations engaging this industry? So some of you might know that in 2022, the games industry was worth almost $185 billion, which is 3.5 times more than film and music combined, which makes it the largest entertainment medium, and it wins the attention economy. With 3.3 billion gamers on the planet globally, the reach is unbeatable, and every generation can be found in games. So this is why the UN is engaging this industry. And on top of the size and its reach, there's the opportunity for engagement and connection. They are limitless. There is so much creativity in this industry, and the example here, this is the Lost Forest from Monument Valley 2, a game by Us2 Games, and this is a new level that came to life in an earlier Green Game Jam, and it was inspired by a book, The Hidden Life of Trees, written by Peter Wolleben. And the last thing, in games we learn by doing. Games are complex systems, and they teach their players what to do. And once players have mastered one system, the game will make sure to teach them how the next system works. And with that, I would love to circle it back again to the Green Game Jam, because that is the place where we repurpose systems that are already there to do something for the environment. So last year, where we focused on the 3 endangered species, this year we're focusing on the 3 strategic focus areas for UNEP. And our theme this year is small actions, big impacts. And with the 70 games that are participating this year, we hope to get 1 million players to take an action that benefits the environment. And this is me in a farm in Berlin where I live. And my experience here is one of the reasons for going with this theme for the Green Game Jam this year. Because I saw in myself that when I learned how to grow foods, I started changing what I eat, and I'm now eating a mostly vegetarian diet. But I also reduced my waste from food significantly. And on the other hand side, there's an amazing piece of research from Chris de Meyer, who is a neuroscientist and director of the Climate Action Unit at the University College in London, who suggests that action is the place to start. And as I mentioned, there are these 3 focus areas from the UN: climate, pollution, and nature, that we are focusing on this year to get 1 million players to take an action for the environment. And these are very big themes and kind of intangible. So what we've done is we've tried to make them a little bit more concrete. So within climate, we will be focusing on food. Within pollution, we will be focusing on waste. And within nature, we will be focusing on restoration. So thinking of any type of cooking game, can those games collect plant-based ingredients to combine for a recipe? But then can they also inspire their players in the real world to cook a vegetarian meal to try it out? Thinking of other games where you grow food like Heyday or Farmville, or you grow trees or plants, can these type of games inspire people to grow something themselves in their garden or on their balcony so that they get closer to nature? But then also the example that I shared about Pokemon Go, where players went out into their communities to clean up their surroundings, are there other games that can inspire something similar? And now you might wonder, why do we think that these things can be inspired by games? And with that, I'd love to circle back to the research from Chris de Meyer, because what he has figured out is that our knowledge when it comes to climate impact has increased a lot in the last years, but our willingness to act has remained the same. So he has come up with 3 key things that lead to a big impact. The first of that is learn by doing, which I already mentioned earlier, something that we do already within the games industry. So this made a lot of sense, as it's an easy connection. The second one is one action can lead to more. And I think this goes twofold, because if I look at my previous employer, Wooga, they are joining the Green Game Jam for the 4th year in a row. And the same goes for their players taking action for the environment. But then again, looking at myself, it also had a ripple effect when I started growing my own food. And then on top of that, people do more when they do things together. And in the games industry, we have built such close and tight communities. So how about using these communities to inspire people to take action for the environment? And these 3 pieces are also exactly what we are doing within the Playing for the Planet Alliance with all the studios that we collaborate with. Because as we go, we learn by doing. But also, once we have finished doing something, we all feel good and we want to do more. And then again, we are a group of studios and some of the biggest companies out there that work together. And we really see that we can do so much more when we do things together. So with that, how can you in the audience here start your own climate action journey? Because I think change starts with ourselves, and we can all start doing something. And it's not about being perfect, but it's important that we start somewhere and we are pragmatic about it. So how would I go about this? I think everyone has a superpower and a unique impact potential. And if I look at myself, I think I'm quite good at talking to people and connecting with them, no matter where they're from, what their background is, how old they are, and to activate them to do something that they may not have thought about doing before. So think about what you're good at, what you like to do, and how you can apply that through the games that you are working on today to make a difference. And then secondly, talk to your colleagues and your peers, because if this is something that you are interested in, it's guaranteed that you are not the only one that cares about this. So try to find a group of peers, because change happens when different people come together. And on a daily basis, we work with marketing managers, with engineers, with artists, with executives, and each of these people have a completely different input and insight into things. And without all of them, we at Playing for the Planet would not be where we are today. And then last but not least, look into your carbon accounting as well. And this means measuring, reducing, and offsetting your carbon emissions. And this is something that is not only good for the environment, but reducing your emissions often is connected to cost savings as well. Not only for you at the studio, but also for your players. Thinking about the Xbox Sustainability Toolkit that is out there, that gives a lot of insights and guidance on how to develop your game to be more energy efficient while making sure that there's nothing less in the player experience, and the quality of gameplay stays the same. So this is something really important to look at as well. And with that, there's always reasons not to do things, but I think the world is changing at a rapid pace, and we need all hands on deck. So it's important that we all get started. We are a team of 4. These here are my colleagues, and we are all here to help studios, anyone active in the games industry, or just anyone who's looking to talk and bounce ideas back and forth to think about how you can start making a difference. We're happy to help, happy to have a conversation. Thank you all for attending this talk today, and if you have any questions, feel free to reach out. Thank you.
Obrigada. Lisa, I think we don't have questions, do we? I don't think we do. So you're fine.
Thank you.
Thank you. Palmas para ela?
A round of applause, please. That was Lisa. So this is the journey to stage. We're having great conversations that really matter to our industry. We're also sharing lots of great content. And we're focusing on what matters to our industry overall. This is something we already did at the big festival. As a reminder, Gamescom Latam is a merger between Gamescom and the big festival. So yes, we do have content for this industry, but we also have lots of fun and entertainment all around the trade show. You can test things out, you can play games, and over the weekend, we're gonna change these stages. Right now we have 3 stages over here. We're gonna have only 1 over the weekend. We have 2 stages at the Quest Arena, and we're gonna have only 1 stage over there over the weekend. We're gonna have more entertainment focused content. So we're gonna cater to the public, not necessarily to industry experts. By the way, tomorrow here at the Journey stage, we're going to have the Big Festival 2024 awards. We're also going to see awards on Sunday for different categories. So tomorrow we have technical categories, and on Sunday we're going to have popular categories open to popular vote. When you're walking around the trade show, please look for QR codes to cast your votes in. I can see the big festival booth from here. You can visit them, you can get to play these games, and you can cast your votes in. So after these PSAs, we're going to talk to the VP of Product for Roblox. He's going to talk about challenges and solutions in creation, and he's going to give us tips on monetization to expand our business with this platform. As a reminder, this will be in English. On the Journey to stage, you have Portuguese on channel 3 and English on channel 4. So let's welcome Tien Lim. A round of applause, please.
Thank you. I'm Tien. I run product for the creator and engine groups at Roblox. And I'm here to talk a little bit about Roblox. But first, I want to get a sense of, hands up, any of you who have played Roblox recently? That's almost all of you, isn't it? How about those that have actually downloaded and used Roblox Studio, our free development tool? Okay, a little fewer. So I'm going to talk a little bit about Roblox and introduce it to the world today. So what is Roblox? Well, first, the way I would describe it is, it's not a game. As someone who has been in the games industry for 26 years, Roblox is not a game. We think of it as the platform, future platform for communication and connection. And of course, games are a great way to communicate and connect people. In fact, I met my wife in a game, so I know this very well. We believe in a world where we can connect 1 billion users with optimism and civility. And the way that we believe we can make that happen is by enabling anyone to create anything, anywhere. Because it's by enabling everyone to create content that brings together their communities and their social graphs. That's how we're going to bring the world together with optimism and civility. And that's why at Roblox, we care so deeply about trying to make creation as simple as possible. We want to get out of the way so that all of you can make great content. Content like this.
Got so much swagger, I'm dripping in sauce. I feel like a star, and they love to talk, but you can come with if you're down for the cause. Cause I keep it real, yeah, I keep it fresh. Baby, I'm it, yeah, and I be what's next. Cause I'm breaking news, shake it, been exclusive. I'm making moves when I talk to the press. Give them a show, there ain't no stopping when I'm on a roll. Yeah, didn't you know, I'm taking control. I'm making an appearance and I gotta go. Cause I get them dancing with their hands up. Yeah, I walk in and they go bananas. I'm a bad, yeah, I'm a jammer. And they're cheering my name like an anthem.
Now, for those of you watching on YouTube, because everyone here is already quite familiar with Roblox, almost everything you saw in that video was made by the community for the community. Everything from the avatars that the players were playing as, to the hair they were wearing, the clothes they were wearing, the experiences themselves, all of that was built by the community for the community. And I want to open with this number. It tells you how big the opportunity and how big the business is on Roblox. In the last 12 months ending March 31st, we paid out $761 million to our community. It's a big business. To give you a sense of where this money is distributed, if you take a look at our top 1,000 creators, on average, they earned $720,000 over the past year. And that is up 6x over the past 4 years. If you look at the top 100 creators, they took home, on average, $5 million in the past year, and that is up 5x in the last 4 years. And finally, if you look at our top 10, they earned $29 million on average, and that's up 4.8x over the past 4 years. Now, of course, not everyone can be this successful. But it shows you that our creators are building real, sustainable businesses on Roblox. And more importantly, the growth is actually fastest outside of the top 10. Now, how is this all possible? So Roblox provides a virtual platform. Games and experiences that you build can be instantly deployed via our infrastructure across desktop, mobile, tablet, console, and VR. It's literally write once, ship almost everywhere. You immediately get access to 77.7 million daily active users on Roblox. I'm going to say this a few more times, but game development changes radically when you can iterate this fast with your community. That 77.7 million is growing, most recently up 17% in the last year. And over 58% of those daily active users are over the age of 13. And in fact, 13 plus is our fastest growing cohort. These users are highly engaged, spending on average 2.4 hours each. To put that into Can you guys hear me? There's more time spent per user than people spend on Netflix and TikTok combined, according to third-party data. Okay, you get access to a global network of 77.7 million daily active users, and out of the box, you have a multiplayer social co-experience engine that simulates real-world physics as well. And this takes a lot of development energy out. You no longer have to worry about managing global servers around the world, managing netcode, and so on. So a quick example is Livetopia here from Century Games. You can see that most of the gameplay is social and emergent, based off of the props that have been placed in the universe. And this is just leveraging the core functionality and primitives of Roblox. I said that real-world simulation can help creation as well, and it makes creation just a little more intuitive. So here I'm showing some advancements we made in aerodynamics. I think most of us know that kids these days could probably figure out and understand how a paper airplane might fly in the real world. And so the more we can make the real-world physics simulation feel like the real world, the more intuitive building, modeling, and simulation can be. So these two items by themselves already change game development dramatically. You're iterating faster, and you now have dramatically smaller teams. Some of our top experiences on Roblox are made with teams of 2 to 3 full-time engineers, but you can also grow up as high as 20 to 50 engineers as well. We actually apply these benefits also to the act of creation. So our tools, Roblox Studio, are collaborative as well by design. So this is Roblox Studio, and everyone watching on YouTube right now, all of you could probably download Studio right now, go through a tutorial, and within 30 minutes, probably be able to publish a simple multiplayer experience to the world and play with friends across consoles, phones, desktop, immediately. No need to wait for App Store approvals or console certifications or go through the publishing flows of those platforms. The tool is collaborative by design as well. So here you see a group of creators creating together, both in 3D and then jumping to co-edit the script. It's kind of like Google Docs, except for entire games. To make creation even easier, Roblox is invested in being on the cutting edge of conversational and generative AI. So as an ex-engineer myself, I'm now extremely bad at coding. However, the Roblox coding assistant is exceedingly helpful. I can highlight a piece of code and ask the assistant to explain it to me. I can ask the assistant, help me debug it. Why isn't this thing animating the way I expect it to? We're taking it to the next level. I'm going to show you a demo here that's a little more sped up. What we're going to do is we're going to ask the assistant to generate scripts that can begin to be the basis of a core gameplay loop. First, I'm going to show that you can ask it to generate a script that changes the color of these trees every second. And it's going to attach it into the data model, and you'll see that happen very quickly. Then we're going to ask it to create a leaderboard functionality, something to keep track of points. Then we're going to ask it to actually increment points whenever the player runs into a tree. Oh, and destroy the tree while you're at it, kind of like chopping it down and earning points. So let's walk through that. So first, we ask the assistant to generate a script that will make the tree change color every second. It generates the script, inserts it into the data model, and then we play test it very quickly. Now we ask it to generate a leaderboard that can keep track of points. And you'll see it highlight very quickly, but you'll see it again later in the next part of the demo. Now we say, increment my points whenever I run into a tree and delete the tree. And you'll see the very quick play test as the player runs right into the tree, deletes it, and gets a point. So right there, you have a very basic core gameplay loop without writing a single line of code. We also help you build the 3D world as well. So on the left is our material generator, which we've had in production for a while. And this can help you tune the look of your experience. And that has really helped many creators up the visual fidelity of their experiences. On the right, you see our recently launched texture generator. Here, we're taking an arbitrary 3D mesh and giving it a text prompt. So in this case, it's a mesh that the studio has no idea about, and the prompt is designer backpack, weathered red leather. And you can see that our model is smart enough to kind of figure out, the buckles should probably go here, and that sort of thing. So it's a pretty amazing accelerant for production. At GDC, we also launched Avatar Auto Setup. So creating and animating characters is one of the most painful things to do in general. So on the right here, we have a bare bones mesh that we are importing and setting up. Our setup algorithms rig the mesh to a skeleton, skin it, and cage it. So we're running the setup here, and then we're going to start adding accessories and clothing to make sure that it was rigged and caged properly. We're going to run through some animations also to see if there are any skinning artifacts. But basically, this workflow that ordinarily would have taken weeks or days can now be done in minutes. And we've heard from some of our creators that this has been a massive time saver. These avatars can be used as NPCs in your world, or can be uploaded to the Avatar Marketplace to be sold. Now, once you've built a great experience, we want to help you run the business. And so we provide a super robust set of analytics tools right off the bat. You can see and track your KPIs and real-time issues such as error logs right here in one dashboard. And again, we apply AI here as well. We might see that your D1 or D7 retention is lagging behind your peer set. And we might then propose some ideas on what to do about it. For example, improve your onboarding or add some tutorials. And soon we'll be launching an SDK that will allow you to instrument more aspects of your experience so that we can help you optimize your in-game economy. Another unique aspect of Roblox is that it is a real social network. Virality is a real thing on Roblox. And coupled with our search and discovery and paid acquisition channels, this allows creators to quickly iterate and find their market. So this is how it manifests to the users. At the top are all my friends and what they're playing. Again, virality is real because, as you can imagine, people want to play with their friends. This network effect helps the creators. The social graph is super strong and growing. Every day, we see almost 19 million new friendships being formed. Below that, you see some of the other tiles. Our discovery algorithm uses your past behavior and the KPIs of these experiences to help promote them. But you also have paid options. So for example, you can pay to improve the number of impressions you might be getting in these sorts. We also have a unique user acquisition product called In-Experience Portals, which you can see here on the right. And basically, these are portals that can be placed out in other experiences and drive traffic to your experience. On the left, you can see some of the targeting categories that we have available, and we're constantly adding more to this. So the experience that hosts the portal gets a revenue share of the advertising revenue when traffic is driven. So I've already started hinting about monetization, but let me go deeper into it, because I think there's some misconceptions about monetization on Roblox. We do have some very familiar forms of monetization, but also some more unique ones. So things you should be familiar with. Now, most experiences on Roblox are free, but there is paid access. So in the upper left, this example where the user has to pay 400 Robux in order to jump into Deep Woken. On the upper right, something very familiar to everybody, in-game or in-experience purchases. In this case, I'm showing the emote packs that you can buy for Deep Woken. In the bottom left, I show an example of subscriptions. So if a user subscribes, they can get ongoing benefits from the creator, and the creator gets a more predictable and sustainable revenue stream. In this case, I'm showing an example from Blade Ball. And in the bottom right, still very early days for us, but extremely exciting, is in-game immersive advertising. So these are video ads that can play in your 3D world, and you can get paid for each full view. Now, a little less familiar to everyone might be UGC monetization. So UGC stands for user-generated content, and these items are, just to reiterate, almost anything you see on people's avatars. It could be the avatar itself, it could be the hair they wear, the clothes they wear, and so forth. Roblox avatars are really important. The vast majority of experiences allow you to bring your platform avatar in, so they really form your identity. It's how you can identify the influencers when they're playing alongside you. And what we've seen is that our UGC creators have discovered that our users just want a lot more diversity and options in the things that they can equip. So Learn here is an example of an original marketplace UGC creator, and she found an unmet need for authentic black hairstyles. And she has sold millions of items and has even gotten a chance to do some deep collaborations with high fashion brands like Gucci. On the bottom left here, you see Adidas, and they partnered with community UGC creators to bring their logo into hundreds of exclusive items on the platform. Now, when UGC items are sold or resold, the original creator gets a cut. But there's another way to make money, and that's to actually be the experience that helps sell UGC items elsewhere. So on the far right here, I'm showing a screenshot from Catalog Avatar Creator. It's an experience that allows you to see really cool outfits that other people have put together. In this case, since I like giant robots, I saw this amazing outfit, and I thought I should go buy it. You can see that it's composed of lots of different items, but I don't own a single one of them. So if I click to buy here, both the experience, Catalog Avatar Creator, and every creator of the UGC items will get a cut of the revenue. And this can be a real business, as you'll see. So what does this all get you? You get a platform that allows you to quickly build and iterate games. You can build other experiences like concerts, brand activations, educational experiences, shopping experiences, and of course, a very rich UGC marketplace. Let's take a look at what that looks like here. In Brazil, two of the most popular experiences are Murder Mystery 2 and Blox Fruits. Murder Mystery 2 is more than 10 years old at this point. It's been built and run by a very small team of about 2 to 3 full-time developers, all this time. And they've kept it alive through constant updates and events and live ops. On the right, Blox Fruits needs no introduction, I think, but it too started off small with just a couple of core developers. Today, they employ about 20 full-time developers, and in addition to a bunch of contractors. I talked about the importance of community, and just to put this out there, Blox Fruits has the largest gaming community on Discord. That's just incredible. Now, new hits are coming out constantly though. So last year, Blade Ball came out and has been a mainstay in the top charts for quite some time. And today, Blade Ball is run by Brazilian developers, right there. On the right, A Dusty Trip came out just in March and has been a fixture in the top charts as well, doing incredibly well. High fashion brands like Givenchy have also found Roblox to be a great way to reach new audiences. More locally, on the upper right here, DPA, Blue Building Detectives, has a pretty fun hobby. And in the bottom is Adidas again, and I promise, I actually bought these shoes with my own money. I'm not sponsored. But they did something pretty interesting. So this thing that looks like a stadium down there is actually a pop-up store, 3D pop-up store. And they planted this in a number of different experiences across Roblox. So you could be visiting your favorite experiences, turning around, turning a corner, and all of a sudden seeing an Adidas store right there for you to shop in. Pretty cool. I want to talk a bit about and introduce a local Brazilian top UGC creator. Caio has an amazing story. Is he here today? He's being shy. It's all right. You'll meet Caio tomorrow on our panel, but he has an absolutely inspiring story. So he's been interested in 3D creation for quite some time, and he learned it while working as a bank receptionist. He won a local Brazilian UGC challenge and became one of the first Brazilian UGC creators to be able to sell on the marketplace. Back then, we didn't allow everyone to sell. Now we do, if they meet certain criteria. Since then, Caio has sold over 18 million items and was even chosen to create items for Elton John's concert, which is just an amazing opportunity. And this has changed his life, and I want to thank him for allowing us to tell his story. With his earnings, he was able to help his parents retire, bought them a house, moved them out of an unsafe neighborhood in Rio, I think bought a house for himself and funded the education for his nephew, all from Roblox. So an absolutely inspirational story. Thank you so much. Another local example is Ramon. And he's a 34-year-old UGC creator with a degree in civil engineering and architecture. And just last year, he won the Best Limited at the Roblox Innovation Awards. I've talked a bit about avatars, and we recently opened up the ability to create and sell avatars on the platform. And this is just a small sample of the amazing diversity and creativity of our community. Now, I want to take a step back and come back to why we are here in Brazil today. And I want to do that by putting into context the United States and Canada. So in the United States, we last reported 16.2 million daily active users. And this is a growth of 13% year on year ending March 31st. Now, this is what we reported on our earnings call. We also said on our earnings call that these numbers are all above 20% from mid-April to the first week of May. But this is what we reported. 13% daily active user growth, 12% growth in engagement hours, 17% growth in bookings. Let's look at Brazil. Daily active users up 25%. Hours of engagement up 20%, and bookings up a whopping 60%. And I just want to reiterate, it's a top 5 country by users for Roblox. It's the 4th largest country for active creators. There is massive opportunity, both local and globally. Because any experience you build here in Brazil, even if it's only localized to Portuguese initially, can be automatically translated by our system to 16 other languages and create an export market for yourself. So, some opportunities. Sports. Brazil loves football. And this is currently the top football game in Brazil. But I want to put it out there that there is actually a huge unmet demand for football globally. I think there's no better set of creators than the ones right here in Brazil to satisfy that need. First-person shooters are super popular in Brazil as well. And on the left here is Gunfight Arena. Now, Gunfight is actually run by the same devs that are behind Dusty Trip, and it's a small team of about 6 full-time engineers. Gunfight didn't start out as a huge success. They used all the tools that I've talked about here. Our analytics, our rapid iteration with the community, getting feedback constantly. They've iterated and iterated to become the top first-person shooter on the platform. On the right is a completely different example. It's Dress to Impress. And this recently came out from a group of rising creators and has quickly become the #1 social fashion competition game on Roblox. We're super proud of what they've accomplished. I have to take a moment to acknowledge the amazing impact of the influencer community in Latin America. They are some of the highest profile and most vocal users of the platform, and they generate so much content. In the last 30 days, Brazilian Roblox creators generated 700 million views of Roblox content across YouTube and TikTok, which is a lot of content. So, if you're building a new experience, the more stream-friendly it is, the more meme-friendly it is, the funnier it can be, allows you to tap into this amazing user acquisition channel. I'm coming up to the end of my content, and I wanted to end with a special story. I think it's something that brings together almost everything we've talked about. The influencers, the strong community, social co-experience, and ease of development. So, Copa Roblox is the brainchild of Brazilian Roblox influencer Santos Messina, who's, I think I saw him out here. There he is. Now, Santos, also known as Luis, is also a Roblox creator. And he created the environments for some of these tournaments to occur. Now, Copa Roblox, it took me a while to understand what's going on here, but it's a group of football role-playing fans. It's also an esports competition. It's also a group of people who know how to produce a high-quality sports product. So, for example, the players have to try out to participate in the teams in this competition. Luis himself is kind of the director of these shows. We have other players manning the cameras, shooting the camera angles. And for a while, Luis was the one commentating as well. But now we have professional football commentator Heitor to commentate for him. Is Heitor here today? Or even if he's not here, he's going to be at our booth commentating on a game on Saturday. So definitely come check that out. They produced such a great experience that they were broadcast live on TV. And we were just so happy and proud that we were able to be a part of that. Thank you. So, to wrap it up, Roblox is not a game. It's a platform for communication and connection. It's an opportunity, a giant opportunity for people who want to make games experiences in a different way, and for people who want to participate in our UGC marketplace for avatar items. It's a different kind of development. Teams are smaller, they're faster, they're more agile, and they can find global success extremely quickly. I hope you'll join us tomorrow at our panel so you can meet some of these creators and get a first-person's perspective on what it means to develop on Roblox. Thank you so much for your attention. Have a great rest of your day.
Obrigada. Agora sim, agora.
Thank you, thank you. So cool, right? So cool to see everyone here. So cool to be at this Journey to stage. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you are enjoying this first day of games in LATAM 2024. This is the first edition, by the way, in Brazil. The largest game trade show in the planet is making its debut here in Latin America. By the way, we started in 2009 in Germany, as you know. Afterwards, they moved on to Asia in 2019, if I'm not mistaken, around 2020. And we're still at it. So yes, there you go, another region scratched off the map. We have games to keep at it. We can see it. We can acquire knowledge with it. We can see a lot of ads, trailers, gameplay. We can tell our friends, get them engaged. There's so much for us to do in an event like this. As a matter of fact, I'm taking a look at the Journey 2 stage, and from here I can see the Area Big Festival, which has games that are finalists on the Big Festival. So you can go there, get to know it, and you can vote on that. This edition will be separated in two. So on Friday, i.e. tomorrow, we're going to have an award ceremony for the very special categories, for the technical categories that are judged by a jury. And then on Sunday, the popular categories will be revealed with the finalists and winners for you that is going to be here and watching from home. So get to see the games, make your votes. You have a QR code for you to vote in the trade show and get together, get involved with us. We see Epic Brazil, we see the Quest stage as well, a lot of stuff happening. Quest is split up in two, Journey is split up in three, and then on Saturday and Sunday, all those stages are going to be mixed together and they are going to transform into two big stages with tons of entertainment. We're going to have lectures and we're going to have content more focused on that. So there will be that division, and it's going to be really cool around those days, because as a matter of fact, Gamescom Latam is a combination between the big festival and the Gamescom family. So we always had that focus. The idea was to be a very important space for the growth of our Brazilian industry, of our Brazilian gaming. We're talking about indie games and everything else like that. So we have to continue to bring this to the forefront because it's so important and it's so cool to see Brazilian developers, and it's so cool to learn about the different games, and that has been growing steadily. As a matter of fact, we had a Brazilian game as a finalist in one of the largest award ceremonies in the world. It was a fighting game, really cool. So we can see that Brazil is being really making some noise around here. A lot of times we also listen to panels, and I was even joking with the folks, and I was talking about a pitch. Even if you're a service provider, and if you need to learn something, what is this, what is that, how you can do different things, I actually wrote a text about it. I'm going to share it in my socials, so if you want to check it out, Anna XD all together, you can, I'm just doing a personal plug here. Do follow me. Anyway, for you guys that are watching via streaming, you can feel very free, guys. Feel like right at home. So we have that division on the stage. At this moment, you're watching stage number 2. I have number 1 and 3 beside me. The stage next to me, by the way, is looking really good. If you want to check it out, it's worthwhile. Oh, and by the way, I think we're going to send it over to them. Yes, that's why I'm paying that compliment, because you're going to see that on your screen right now. So for those that are watching, let's see the Journey 3 content right about now. Josidio is looking really tight. Do make a comment about it. And here on Journey 2, the conversation that is going to happen is about how the national government strengthens the game ecosystem in our country, which continues to grow and sharply. So, to have that discussion, the panel is called Brazil, Public Policies to Strengthen the Gaming Ecosystem. Let's see. Andre Queiroz.
Again, this is going to be in English, so if you have your radios with you, you can set it to Portuguese if you want to listen to the translation, or if you want to listen to the original audio, you can listen to channel 6. Let's wait for them. They're coming. They're coming. You see that I'm talking because I'm waiting for them to come. And it's fine. Oh, there they are. Welcome.
Hey everyone, good to be here. I wanted to start this conversation. We're going to talk about Epic Games Brazil, formerly known as Aquiles, as you all know. The studio's journey from the foundation all the way in 2007, as part and now as Epic Games, and helping drive the future of one of the most popular games out there, Fortnite, as you know. So Alan, thank you. Mauricio, thank you for being here. Why don't we start this off by you all introducing yourselves, what do you do, your names, your roles, please.
Go Mauricio.
Of course, Mauricio.
Yes. I'm Mauricio. I was one of the co-founders of Aquiles, the studio that was acquired by Epic last year. And I'm now the senior director running the Epic Brazil studio.
Hello, I'm Alain Tascan, and I'm in charge of all the first-party development at Epic Games. I'm a big fan of Brazil.
Thank you both. Mauricio, why don't you start by telling us the history of Aquiles?
Sure. Well, Aquiles was founded in 2007, so that's, 16 years ago right now? When we started doing games, the game development market in Brazil was very, very small, very young, and we did all kinds of things in the last 16 years. I remember when we started, we were actually in one of my partner's apartment, Hamilton, and we actually started in his apartment, developing very small games and small experiences. And through the first few years of the company, we developed over 30 games for advertisement. So we did a lot of work-for-hire advertising games, which was one way of start developing games in Brazil. As I said, the market was very small, and there wasn't a lot of opportunities. But it was a way we found to develop games in a sustainable and profitable way and grow a business around it. We started with just 2 people. Me, Hamilton, and then Israel, our third partner, joined. And then later, Sandro, Baldi, Kelly, some of our other partners as well. And the team grew all the way from 2 people to almost 200 people when we were acquired by Epic last year. And after that first phase of doing a lot of small work-for-hire games, we did games for Cartoon Network. We worked with Epic before the acquisition. We worked with other big partners in the game industry. But yeah, it was a very long and interesting journey, helping push forward the game development market in Brazil.
That's awesome. Now a question for both of you. Why did it make sense for Aquiles to join Epic Games?
What I can tell you is what we discover with Aquiles, as Mauricio said, we invested in the company a little bit while ago. We were publishing their game. We saw incredible talent, and we are interested to always have the best talent possible to make games. And we were very excited to have them on board because we feel that Brazil and South America in particular is a great place to continue growing and developing games, and we feel that we found the best partner that now become Epic Game Brazil, the foundation of it.
Awesome. Yeah, and from our side, from Aquiles, it was the natural next step for the studio. Aquiles was already one of the most recognized studios in the country. We've been working with partners for a long time, and Epic inclusive. And there was so much alignment in how we see the market, how we hold our quality standards really high in terms of development, how we see the products, the philosophy behind the products. And since we were working together already, it made a lot of sense to join forces and be one company. And for the Brazil game market, I think it's a really strong next step. It's going to really help us grow the industry as a whole, because now with Epic Brazil here, we really are establishing AAA game development. In fact, you can play things in Fortnite today developed by our Brazil team already. So it's a very important next step for the industry as a whole, and it makes a lot of sense to do it with the alignment we had.
Awesome. Alan, so you run the entire team at Epic Games that focuses on the first-party products and first-party games. What can you tell us about the vision for the future of Fortnite, especially as it's been evolving so much recently?
Yes. So Fortnite, started with Battle Royale. Actually, it started with another game called Save the World, but it started really with Battle Royale. And also we put, in 2019, the possibility for people to create games with Fortnite Creative. Last GDC, a Game Developer Conference, we also offered the possibility of a new set of tools called UEFN, and we had thousands, we had 80,000 islands now created by 20,000 creators in all different type of style of gaming. At the end of last year, we launched the Big Bang. We introduced new experiences. We introduced Lego, Fortnite, we introduced Rocket Racing, we introduced Festival. And we saw an incredible amount of success. We had more than 100 million people coming and playing the game. And we feel that now we have created a whole ecosystem by our first-party games, but also by the community creating multiple experiences that people can enjoy. And we feel that this is how our future is going to be. First-party games will always have a place into our ecosystem, but we really feel that the creativity of people powered by the tool that we have and what we're proposing as an ecosystem is going to be really into the future of Fortnite.
That's great. Okay. And Mauricio, what can you tell us about the role that Epic Games Brazil is playing into that future? What is the team working on Fortnite now these days?
Yeah, so as I mentioned before, when we joined the Epic family, we rebranded from Akiris to Epic Brazil, exactly because we wanted to be part of the Epic global development team and act as one big team working on this new ecosystem that Fortnite is becoming, and is actually already is. And the role of Epic Brazil today, we are extremely well integrated into the global development team at Epic. We have teams participating on Fortnite season developments, on other first-party products that we have under development. So as I said before, in fact, you can play content in Fortnite today that were created by the Epic Brazil team here, very close to all of us. And that's the Epic Brazil is one part of the global development team at Epic.
That's great. And I know Epic just launched the new game mode called Fortnite Reload this past weekend. I'd love for you to tell us more about it, but before we do, I wanted to show the gameplay trailer so everyone here knows what that is all about. Let's see if this is going to work. Maurinho, você me escuta? Boa. You can imagine this with sound, as you saw. The very last second is even cooler, but that was awesome. Look, can you tell us a little bit more about what players can expect from this?
Of course. So we launched last week. If you like fast action-packed, sequences with your friends, this is the mode for you. We launched last week. It was Quake-based. Today we're launching in duo mode. So it's 40 people. You have the old weapons of VR, the smaller map with some spirit of the original map that we have. We so tilted maybe in the map, so we We really have an incredible reaction from the audience, and we're going to continue building up on this reload mode. So we're very excited to have it launched last week and in a squad mode and duo mode. So please try it out because it's really, really exciting.
Get your friends together and start playing, right? And Reload wasn't the only thing that was launched last weekend as well. Players were able to experience Metallica's music in a completely different way in Metallica Fuel Fire Fury, and that was the culmination of this ecosystem-wide moment. Before we talk about this, I also want to show it, hopefully with sound, which is even cooler. Very important for Metallica. But let's see the cinematic. Noting you. So, Alain, music has always been obviously a massive part of Fortnite for a long time. We even had Brazilian artists like Emicida inside of Fortnite in the past. But this Metallica experience was even more impressive because it was integrated into all the first-party games plus UEFN. So how are you thinking about building these music experiences and even other experiences going forward?
So music is very, very important to Fortnite. You know, we had an incredible concert in the past with Travis Scott, Ariana Grande, Eminem, but we feel that we're going to continue offering more and more concerts for all type of taste. And Metallica, obviously, I know it's big also in Brazil. But here's the difference now. When we're offering a concert like Metallica, we also launch at the same time new gameplay with Battle Stage in Festival, where you're able now to compete with different songs, you know, like a mini battle royale into music. And this was a very unique also activation because it was all over the ecosystem. So you can, if you play Rocket Racing and you start to be good, you can also earn the Metallica car. If you go into BR, you can have the Metallica skins and cosmetics. So we feel that people engage with music in different ways. Artists are really wanting to partner with us. We want to partner with them and offer something for all different styles, and we'll continue doing this all over the end of the year and the next year.
This is incredible. Okay, so to close us out, Mauricio, what advice would you give to Brazilian-based devs who want to join a studio like Epic Games?
Okay, since I'm going to talk about directly to Brazilian devs, I'll switch to Portuguese.
Yes, please do.
Então, provavelmente eu estou confundindo.
So I'm probably confusing our translators by now, but I'm confused now because they're translating what I'm saying into my ear now. So can you guys hear me in Portuguese? Great. So guys, we're really committed to the Brazilian market. Epic acquired Aquarius last year, and Aquarius was already one of the best known and well-regarded studios in Brazil, and what we want is to stay here and invest in our local market. And we see this next stage not as the end of a story after Aquarius has been acquired, but as the start of a new journey. as really a next stage in our market at large. And we see a huge potential for growth here, both on the player side and on the development side. I had the opportunity as owner of Aquiris to visit many studios around the world over these past few years, and I know that the talent that we have here is incredible, as good as what we had overseas. What we need to do now is to continue to go on this journey developing AAA games, and Epic has come in bringing this motto. So we're now working things we would never have imagined just a few years ago, one of the biggest projects in the world. So if you would like to join our team, if you want to hear a bit more about what we're doing, we have a booth here. Our recruiting team is here. We have several developers that have come for the event. They're here, they're wearing the Epic t-shirt. So take a look and talk to our people, you know, talk to our recruiting and development teams. We're here for the long run and to develop this industry alongside you. So come join Epic. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks again, Alan. Thanks, Mauricio. And thanks, everyone out there.
Thank you.
Picture.
A picture. Up.
For Epic.
I love music and I love games. I love live concerts, whatever format they come, and in whatever form of entertainment they come. And when you get to combine those two things in a cool way, it really gives you the chills. Now, our next talk is not going to be a talk, actually. It's rather a dynamic exercise, which is cool for us to warm up and process a little bit of what we heard in these last few talks. And while they're on their way, I'd like to talk to you a little bit more. As long as you're with me. I mean, how many of you are with me? Now, raise your hand if you're with me. Raise your hand if you're with me. Are you going to let me hanging? Am I going to be kept hanging? Thank you, thank you. I did think I was going to be left hanging, so good, I'm not alone. All right, we've had a number of very interesting panels today, and I'd like to talk to you. Can I talk to you very quickly? All right, so let me come to you. Talk to my friend down here. What's your name? Victor. Cool, Victor. Have you been here from the beginning? Have you heard all the talks? No, I've been here since the last panel with the AAA games with Epic Games. I'm here for just a little bit. Now, what are your thoughts? Let me start with this and then we expand. What are your thoughts on the panel? Was it what you were expecting? I loved it, especially for a Brazilian company being acquired by Epic. So to see them growing, they're already joined the Fortnite team. So it's very good. The Brazilian market is great. And is this specific talk what you came to the event for, or are there other things that you're here to see? Tell me how you created your schedule for Gamescom Latam. Well, my team and I are building a game, so we'll be participating in the pitch. I'd like to invite everyone tomorrow 3. We have the Soli. We'll show you the trailer. We developed an exclusive trailer for Gamescom, and we'll be showing everyone tomorrow. All right, so tell us again where everyone can follow you guys and when can they hear you again. All right, so our Instagram is Eusoli. Let me spell it out. EUSONYY. That's our handle. there you'll be able to see our latest trailer and keep up with what we're doing. And tomorrow at 3 p.m. we'll be pitching to everyone from Sony and IA and show a little bit of what our project looks like and what we're thinking and all the information that we have so far. All right, so let me, now that we're here, we have so many people here, I'm going to bring this to a more micro level. Tomorrow you have this big event and you prepared for it. Now, what's it like to be in this space, the AAA games guy talking about where they came from and where they are? How does it touch you and the people that you're working with? Man, it's awesome. I mean, we didn't think that we would come to such a level and be called to pitch our game, and it's great to see that everyone started from below. You know, I even talked about other indie games developers. They all started from the bottom and started working on their games and developing network. And the Brazilian community is amazing. You can hear from the Achilles guys. They are now with Epic Games, so the market is growing, which is great to see. Awesome. I'm very happy to see that. Now, to conclude our conversation, they called me up to the stage already. So just to conclude, a very, very quick advice. I'm starting out. I want things to move forward. What would you tell me? Well, I think the most important thing is to be persistent. We may have an idea and think, oh, this will never go forward, but you should believe and persist in your idea because it may be good. So talk to people, network. That really strengthens what you're doing. My team talked to Huglio, the CEO, and we started talking to other people. He introduced us to some people, and now the project is growing, and we're getting to a level we never thought we would. We started a really small project, and we're now being called to pitch at gamescom. Very good. So let me get back to the stage.
I've got my IGN buddies with me. Are you ready? Bring them onto the stage. We're looking forward to seeing you. Great to have you again. The stage is yours. Enjoy. Let's have two teams. Hello, hello. We're back with more activations. We have new members. Please introduce yourselves. Do you have a microphone? Do you have a mic? Okay. So your name? What do you do for a living? I'm Mateo Santos. And I don't have a job. This is a school excursion. All right. How about you? I'm Arthur, and we're also from the same school. Julio, I work as a game developer. UFN, Surprise, 3C Games. I'm Gabriel. I'm also on a school excursion with them. What are we going to be doing now? Well, a little trivia, a quiz. Some questions are a bit more complicated, but most of them, I believe, are going to be basic gaming knowledge. Do you want to give your teams a name? Mateus and Arthur. Matthews and Arthur. Mateus and Artur. Sparks. How about you? Kenzo. Kenzo and Sparks. To pay tribute to a friend of ours. All right, so you're going to have some time to talk through and think about your answer. But Mateus and Arthur, which one of the following options does not have a name of a Grand Theft Auto main player? Franker, Tommy, Nico, B, Michael, Cole, and Claude. Option C, Trevor, Tommy, Juan Lee. And D, Trevor, Nick, and Victor. The last one is the wrong one. Say that again. Which one is Trevor, Nico, and Vito? Vito, is Vito wrong? Oh, right. That's a good way to start. All right, you already scored your first point. Sparks, well done. Kenzo, an easier one for you. Who won Best Game of the Year award in 2012? Assassin's Creed, The Walking Dead, Mass Effect 3, and Journey. Or Journey, rather. Assassin's Creed, The Walking Dead, Telltale, Mass Effect 3, or Journey. Which game won the Best Game of the Year award? I'm gonna guess The Walking Dead. I wish I could guess this correctly. Well done. The other ones were launched after that. Oh, that's why he knew it. He knew the launch dates. All right, so they tied. Sparks, how are you feeling? Mateos, are you feeling confident? Well, they got the first one right, so. When did the original Xbox console come out in Brazil? 2006, 7, 5, or 4? 7, 6, 4, or 5. I think you hadn't been born yet, had you? You were 16. Oh my God, they were born in 2007. Well, this is a bit hard, but maybe if you guess, you can guess it correctly. 2004, you reckon? 2006 is when 360 came out, Xbox 360. So it's either 2004 or 2005. Isn't it? It isn't. You got it wrong. It was 2006, a year before you were born. Well, Kenzo team knew it. They could have had a chance to get it right. Okay, next question. Metal Gear fans will get this one. What character was never the main player? Solid Snake, Solidus Snake, Big Boss, and Raiden. You can think out loud, you can think on the microphone. I'm gonna say B because he said B, but I think it's A. So discuss it, you can talk about it. So, Solid Snake, Solidus Snake, Big Boss, and Raiden. Which one was not a main player? B? You should listen to your friends more because he got it right. It is letter B. Solid Snake is the main character. All right, so 2-1. Let me get a good question. Hang on. Just bear with me a second. Do you like Nintendo? You can speak on the mic already because then everyone can hear you for the translation at home. Which Mario game is not a 2D game? Super Mario Sunshine, Super Mario Wonder, Paper Mario, or New Super Mario Bros. Which one is not 2D? Sunshine. Sunshine is 3D. Do you not want to think about it? No, I'm sure. You got it right. Well, they're Nintendo experts. I love how confident they are. I don't want to talk to anyone, I don't want to think about it, I know it. All right, so you're taking your Sparks side and I'm taking the Fizz side. Are you Sony fans? Are you Sony fans? Which of these games was never exclusive to PlayStation? Crash, Jack and Dexter, Spiral, Beyond Good and Evil, which was never exclusive to PlayStation. Crash Bandicoot, Jack and Dexter, Spyro, and Beyond Good and Evil. They know it, the Sparks team knows it. I am not sure whether B or D, but I'm gonna go for B. Jack and Dexter. And D is Beyond Good and Evil. You think Jack and Dexter were never exclusive? You got it wrong. Jack and Dexter used to be exclusive. So Sparks, see if you can get it. Crash, Bandicoot, Jack and Dexter, Spyro, and Beyond Good and Evil. The last one. Jeez. 3-1, 3-2 rather, to Sparks. Well, I'm not gonna do Nintendo again because it's gonna get too easy. Do you like Devil May Cry? Sort of, okay. What is Dante's sword called? Rebellion, Yamato, Ebony, Cavalier. You only know if you're a real fan. This is hard. What name befits a sword? Rebellion, Yamato, Ebony, or Cavalier? You can think out loud. Use the mic, so we want to hear what you're saying. There you've reached an impasse. Rebellion? Are you sure? Oh my god, they're really good at guessing. 4-2. It is called Rebellion. Okay, I'll try and help you out. There's a good one about Pokemon. Do you know Pokemon? He sounded like he was confident. You may give him the mic already. He's gonna get that right. Which one of these Pokemon games does not run on DS? Diamond, Red, Sword, or Soul Silver? Can you say them again? So Diamond, Red, Sword, Soul Silver. C, right? All right, 4-3. Well, there's a chance still. Sword. And now we have the chance to get the last one right. And then I'm not sure what's going to happen. If you get that one right, if I say From Software, do you know what I'm talking about? Not much, not much. Okay, so let's see if this not much may be enough to answer the question, because the question is, what's the first game From Software developed? Demon Souls, Dark Souls, King's Field, Armored Core. Look up, maybe you'll see something that'll help you find an answer. Do you guys know? Well, you've been guessing so well, maybe you can guess it and you're gonna write it right. Demon Souls. Option A. Why do you believe that is the answer? Tell me what your rationale behind that decision was. I think that's one of the first ones that came out. Are you in agreement, Mateos? Do you acquiesce? Yes. Well, you got that right again. Oh my God. 5-3. Incredible. Unbelievable. Okay, an easier question now for you to try and catch up. Elder Scrolls, how many games are there? 5. Skyrim, right? Elder Scrolls is the Skyrim franchise. So 5, 6, 7, 8. Launched games, because Elder Scrolls has another game to be launched soon. We're not going to include that one, only the ones that are about to be launched. I'm going to say 5, we don't know. I think Skyrim is 5 and the most recent. Oh my God, you got it right too. I wish I could guess blindly at exams at school, you know? It would have saved me some second tests I needed to, some second tests I had to take. Some remedial classes I needed to take. All right. How many games Call of Duty launched? 37, 20, 6, or 14? Call of Duty. There are many Call of Duties. Do you think there's 37? The new one isn't launched. No, the new Black Ops is not counting. The one that is going to be launched this year does not count. Wow, can you think of all of them? There's so many Call of Duty. We're going to say 14. 14 then. Oh, you got it wrong. It's not 14 games. So I'm going to give you the options. 37, 20, 6, 20. Is it 20? It is 20. Oh my God. It's a tie. It's a tie. But, you know, everybody knew it was not 6. But now, you get the next question. This is for the Fallout fans. How many volts are there? 111, 101, 122, or 121? Well, there are so many volts, right? I'm going to say 101. Do you agree? Nope, that is wrong. No 101 volts. Well, you can maybe try and guess, and maybe you get it right, maybe you get it wrong. How many volts are there? 111, 101, we know it isn't. 111, 122, or 121? I love the way I love how unsure they look. Well, I don't know. 121. Well, we don't know, but we're guessing. 121. That is also wrong. So you have got 50% chance. 111 or 122? Well, it's certainly more than 100, right? But we've known that from the beginning because all of the options were above 100. I'm going to say 111. You got it wrong. So, they have only one option, so I don't think we should give them this point. Because they're not actually getting it right. So let's just eliminate this question and go on to the next one. And it's 5-0, so 5-5, so make sure. Is this the last question? No, I think we have time for a couple more questions. Now, this is a recent game. In Baldur's Gate, what is the main character called? Mike? Kev? V? Or Max? If you've played Baldur's Gate, you know that one. Have you never played it?
A gente vai pelo V por ser mais diferente.
We're gonna choose V just because it's more different than the others. Wrong answer. It's up to you now. What is the default name of the Baldur's Gate protagonist? Mike, Tev, or Max? Well, my colleague here says it's option B, so I'm gonna guess B because of him, because I never played Baldur's Gate. Right answer. Wow, 6-5, and this is the one that can make or break you. Well, you might end in a tie. How many Assassin's Creed games are there in the main series in the franchise? How many Assassin's Creed titles exist in the main series title? 13, 14, 15, or 18? The Assassin's Creed franchise. All right, this is the last one. Either you tie or you lose. 13, 14, 15, or 18? 5, 4, 3, 2, 14. 14. Option B, 14. Oh my God, I don't believe it. You got it right. You are tied on a total guess. Look at that. Look at him laugh. Wow, you are a great guesser. We asked you 12 questions, and they just guessed. They just guessed it right. Well, you're lucky. So kudos. You're all going to get some swag. Come back tomorrow and play again. Please take some of these gifts. Take one and pass it on. Thanks, everyone, for coming out. Thanks for all that info. And we'll see each other real soon. All right, let's get moving because we have a next speaker coming up. We are moving into our next talk. As always, lots of info, lots of great content, because we've got 3 special guests who are going to talk to us about the municipal games policy. We're going to have with us Michel Cerqueira from SP Negócios, Renan Vergueira from Adesampa, and Mr. Oliveira from SP Cine. Welcome. Be very welcome. Just come on up. There they are, almost here. Almost here. Hello, hello. Please make yourselves at home. The stage is yours. We just need the slide deck to be put up, please. Yes, we need the slide deck up on screen. Hello? Well, let's introduce ourselves in the meantime. And then when the slide deck comes up, we can get started. All right, have a great afternoon, everyone. I know we're just one of the stages, but the other ones might seem interesting. But thank you for being so patient with us, for being available to listen to us. We are going to talk about the public policies of the city of Sao Paulo in the games industry. And looking at this whole topic as a whole, how we can support the game sector in the city of Sao Paulo. And we've been doing lots of work in the past 4 years in Mr. Ricardo Nunes, the mayor's administration. I'm Michel Siqueira. I'm Director of Investment and New Business at Sao Paulo Business, which is the city's department for attracting investment and supporting investment. We have Viara, who is president of SPCine, which is the agency that handles development and support of the AV and creative industries. Of course, she will speak about it much more clearly than I. And we've got Rena, who is from SP Sampa, which is our sister agency. They support entrepreneurs, small business, small entrepreneurs, and both of them have some very, very neat projects to support the games sector. All right, do you want to say a few words before I start monologuing? Well, let me see if I can figure out this technical issue. Yara, please introduce yourself. Well, we do everything, right? When it's live, we gotta figure it out. It's really important to show our slides because that'll allow you to see all the information. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Liara Oliveira. I'm president of SPCine, which is an autarky here in the city of Sao Paulo that handles development of the audiovisual sector, every aspect of AV. And we have always, for a long time, we've understood AV very broadly, which includes film, TV, games, and new media. So next year, SPCine will be celebrating its 10th anniversary. We work by carrying out all the development that the city of Sao Paulo carries out and invests in for all of these sectors. So it's very important for us to expand our actions into the game sector. And we've been doing that with RFBs since 2016. But starting in 2021, that's when we really started expanding our actions. So we continue to publish the RFBs for development. So that includes production, developing playtests. We've got RFBs for publishing, for games. In addition to these initiatives with the RFBs, we have also published some other programs. Should I continue? All right, I'll continue because I don't think the slide deck is going to work. Yeah, we've got some technical issues. Unfortunately, they can't put it up on screen, so we're going to have to speak without a PowerPoint. All right, no problem. Because we're pretty comfortable, I'm pretty comfortable talking about this because we've been building this for a long time now. So I want to convey that the city of Sao Paulo really is concerned with developing the game sector for a long time now. So as I was mentioning, since 2016, we've had those initiatives, the RFBs, the development, with specific solutions for the game sector. Starting in 2021, we expanded our initiatives, and the first step we took in that regard was to create the GameStart Game Incubator, which is the first public incubator in Brazil that is 100% focused on games. So when we started, we had the first cycle, which was a little bit longer because of the pandemic. But we have already completed our second cycle, and we will very shortly be publishing invitations for our third cycle. So how does the incubator work? First, we have SPCine with funds from City Hall that will inject funds into a small business or a startup to encourage that company to develop its own game, and really a bespoke, custom-made, independent game. And we understand that it's critical for us to support and develop both sides. We need solid support for companies, for development, for the financial health and sustainability of companies. But also, as SPCine, we are tied to the Department of Culture. So for us, it's also important to support development of games, projects, programs. And one of our focuses is on supporting really craft games, because it's all about creativity, creative processes. It's the Brazilian style of making games. So in that sense, the incubator has a number of different options for developing companies to give them the financial resources, the entrepreneurial advisors, artistic and technical advisors, so that they can improve their games. The incubation process lasts approximately a year, and there are many different stages all up until publishing a game, and that comprises the vertical slice of a game that we follow. So that process is very enriching for SPCine itself, because as an autarky, we need to understand really the process of developing a game, what the challenges are, where we need to invest more development, pay more attention, where the sector is already well established, well developed. And after that, we started developing a new wave of other initiatives. I don't have a lot of time, but I would like to invite you to follow all of our initiatives on the SPCine website. Today, in addition to the incubator and the RFBs for games, we also have a playtest lab where we get youth, especially underprivileged youth from the outskirts of São Paulo, and we put them in touch with their first employment experiences in the game industry. We've also recently published an RFB for games concepts, and we are very shortly going to publish a mobile hub for game development. It's a module that is going to tour around many different locations, underprivileged locations around the city of São Paulo, which will include entertainment as well as development. So game battles and other efforts to encourage youth, to get them to see that it is possible for them to build a career in the game sector. So that's really our goal. We want to show them that there is an option, there is a way for them to move forward in the game sector professionally, to really be game professionals. That's basically what I want to share with you. I can mention some other points later on, but that's the gist of it. I want to reaffirm and invite everyone to follow our initiatives. We are going to publish new RFBs very soon. Well, all right. I think that was good, a good way for us to really get a good overview of SPCine. We've been in the sector for a while. SPCine has been in the sector for a while. It didn't start yesterday, right? And it's really been improving and really doubling down on its bets, and as has the city of São Paulo. So I think when we, actually 23 or 22, I always get the state wrong. It's the 10th time I get it wrong today. In 2022, Adesampa also started looking at this vertical, really believes in the potential, and published some programs that Renan is going to explain in just a moment. And I'll be right back, because I'm not just a moderator here, I'm going to speak too. All right, Michelle, thank you. Something else that is very important. You may be asking, wow, what a confusing scenario. There are 3 different agencies in the same city working in the same topic. Although, if you're in the sector, you may already know how this works. But in the public sector, the government machine works a little bit differently. And there's no such thing as a department of games. So games needs to be embraced by the different dockets. And that includes economy and culture, among others. Because games also come from the audiovisual chain. And for all these reasons, it's a chain that really stimulates the creative economy. And, you know, the creative economy, the name says it all. It's all about a mix. It's a mix of initiatives, a mix of different fields working to promote the games industry. So I really like to say, speaking on behalf of the city and our policy, São Paulo really wants to foster games right from the beginning. So, oh, you don't have a game yet, but you want to start drafting or storyboarding a game and start figuring out what could later on down the road become a game project. Well, the city of São Paulo does have RFBs for you. It has RFBs that are tailored to that audience. Next, we have another RFB that is called Sampa Games, which is also a business acceleration policy in the games sector. And on behalf of AD Sampa and SP Negócios, SP Business, and the Department of Economic Development, we really have an eye for business. So we have a team that is really focused on analyzing projects and helping bring about final delivery of the projects. We want to make these businesses sustainable, these companies sustainable. We want them to come to the city of São Paulo or to be created in São Paulo and to generate income, to grow and help the city collect more taxes ultimately. So they're really complementary views. I think that's a great way of looking at it. It's also very new, so over time, each of us started finding different ways to occupy our different niches so that we can all combine our strengths instead of subtract from one another. So AD Sampa has a shorter term for this acceleration. It's a 6-month-long project with mentorship. We follow projects that already have the prototype phase created, the concept and design are already created, and each project receives a 45,000 BRL investment. So we had a pilot RFB that was published with 65 companies. In the second edition, 24 companies, and now for the third edition, signups are open and we're going to develop 25 companies. This is important because companies that leave this RFB for acceleration that AD Sampa creates can also sign up for other RFBs, as Eliana mentioned, which is the incubation RFB. This is for projects that are already slightly more mature and that actually receive more funds, right? 100,000 BRL. Yeah, we have fewer projects, so you start with more projects than we do, but depending on the cycle, we'll have at least 5 or 8 at the most projects that we welcome. Each of those projects receives 100,000 BRL to expand development of their game. Right, so in that scope, City Hall has been working to foster startups. Then we start moving into, the projects start moving into different projects of ours. The city is working to create a fund where we will be able to bring funds with lower interest rates. So companies that want a specific loan can talk to AD Sampa, and we will have low-cost loans for this sector. We want to support the careers of anyone who wants to create a business or a project in the city of São Paulo. And on the topic of what Eliara said, she mentioned the development truck, the mobile hub that is going to tour around the greater São Paulo area. And we're thinking of creating a fixed hub as well, which is a very good idea because in the fixed hub, we want to create a school of business and training that it will include programming, graphic design, audio editing, audio visual as a whole. And the mobile hub, as it visits the different communities in Greater Sao Paulo, it's also going to be a way to advertise the fixed hub that is going to be located in the Vale do Anhangabaú region, right in downtown Sao Paulo. It's a great spot. There is a terrace with a glass window. Unfortunately, we don't have the photos here to show you because it looks great. Yeah, it really would look better if we had pictures. Well, that's okay though. I just wanted to highlight that all of this comes down to the fact that the city of São Paulo is concerned with providing spaces for promoting business and employment, and that's not just games. There's other initiatives too for sustainability. Sampa currently manages 19 public co-working spaces. On Monday, we're going to launch the 20th. We've got 2 other co-working spaces that are currently under construction, and our target is 24. This year, we are going to deliver our 24th public co-working space. We've also got Sampa Cast, which is a public podcast studio. So there's a whole scope of different opportunities and spaces available for anyone who wants to develop their solutions. So that's basically a small glimpse at all the different RFBs and the different spaces we have available. Would you like to add anything? Yeah, absolutely. What we want to convey to you is that we may not have strictly speaking, a public policy. If you look at the administration's specific plan, if you look in the budget, in the nitty-gritty, you won't find a specific line entry for a public policy for games. But we do have many different initiatives that complement one another and that work together to support everyone who wants to work in the game ecosystem. And we give entrepreneurs and professionals and people who want to be professionals all the different levels of support that are needed. And that includes all the work we've been doing all the way back since 2021. And it's entrepreneurship. That's in the genes of the different agencies, SP Sampa and AD Negócios. AD Sampa and SP Negócios. They're going to explain a little bit better, but let me just add one thing. What is the role of São Paulo Negócios? Because AD Sampa looks at one thing, SP Cine wants something else. And so São Paulo Negócios, São Paulo Business, looks at companies that already are mature enough to walk on their own 2 feet, but we don't want to leave them to their fate, because the public power is not an enemy. People often think that it is, but we're not. We're partners. So the city of São Paulo looks at the ecosystem as a whole, and that's where São Paulo Negócios comes in. Our role is to understand the trends, the hurdles, and how the business environment can be made more attractive. And we want to help entrepreneurs who are already at a bigger scale, who are already moving along. For example, we found that one of the ways we could help, that in some way we can make São Paulo's companies more competitive, was by improving the tax burden. So back in 2022, we implemented a miniature tax reform for the ISS, which is the tax that is under the purview of the city of São Paulo, service tax. And we reduced the ISS tax to 2%, which is the lowest we can legally go. We wish we could have gone lower, but we're not legally allowed to. But it's the lowest in the sector, and it helps companies be more competitive, and it helps them prosper more quickly. So in addition to the existing programs, we can also help the sector even more. And that's how we started supporting major events. Actually, when we started supporting them, they weren't that big at all.
When we started participating in this event, it was a very small one. But look at where we are right now. We are in the first edition of gamescom latam, participating in the production of the event. Yes, I'm very proud to see how much this event has grown. Last year, we went to Germany to participate at Gamescom, and Brazil was a country that they paid tribute to at that event. And we were there to show that the city of São Paulo was taking the matter seriously. We wanted to celebrate this event because it has a great support from the city and the state. And if it weren't for that, this event wouldn't happen. We're here to really show that we have interest in participating in this and bringing this event to the city of São Paulo. And that's where we come to play. We look at the entire cycle across the board, and we want to know how to help you be present in events like this in the city of São Paulo, but also in other countries. We brought a huge delegation with us to Cologne in Germany, and that's the role that we want to play. One advantage of our programs is that you're not only receiving the funds and mentorship for that specific action, but you are also networking, you are part of our community. We have 2 booths in this event, and the people that we help in our programs, they are here as well. They are receiving funds and incentives, but they are also showcasing their games, they're doing business, they are growing in the market. And we help them be here participating in this event. Our program helps them do exactly that. We provide them with allowances to go to other cities. We allow them to be here and participate in forums, discussions. So this is a broader policy because we do believe in this market, in this sector. I think that I've talked a lot. So now I'll turn it over to you to talk about the creation of jobs in the sector. Well, but everything that you said is very important. From everything that we said, what we wanted to convey is that this is a broad, complex ecosystem. It's not just about creating one isolated action. The public sector, if it is to promote the whole sector, it has to implement a number of actions. It's not just providing funds. So what we want to convey to you is this message. This is a very complex sector, and therefore we are promoting complex initiatives so that we can address the entire ecosystem, the entire game ecosystem. We have incentive actions focusing on the creative side of the business, another initiative focusing on the business side. We have initiatives for those who are just starting out, other initiatives for big, well-established companies. There are different levels in which we work. And I think Michelle said it very well. When we think about the role of the public sector, sometimes it's easy to forget of taxes, for example. The tax rates and how can you benefit this sector or another. So this is what we are conveying here. We are here to present the actions taken by the city of São Paulo. And this is a great opportunity to present these actions to you. The administration has been thinking about this for a long time, and it has been expanding its actions. And the fact that we are here is a celebration of these actions, showing that they are making a difference. But we want to do more. We want even more. Specifically about professional development, SPCine is working very hard on developing professionals, providing training, and also presenting different options, making it easier for them to access different resources. We are also creating affirmative actions and policies. All of our activities include affirmative policies. Our affirmative actions include women, Black people, indigenous people, trans people, and people with disabilities. We expanded the variety of affirmative actions recently, and we're doing that because we want to further develop professionals and support them so that they can develop artistically, technically, and also so that they can be entrepreneurs. Well, we have a similar perspective at Edisampa. In our RFPs, we provide higher scores to those who live in underprivileged regions of the city. So if you have the same project developed by one person in a region that is wealthier, for example, and we also analyze all of those aspects. we want to provide underprivileged people with more opportunities. We analyze whether or not the entrepreneurs had access to higher education, and that's what seed capital is about. We don't want to work with mature projects that are already well established. We want to take risks. And in our incubation initiatives, we know that the process is very long, and we also work with acceleration. So we want to transfer funds, but also we want to transfer knowledge, and we want to make those decisions based on our knowledge. And for 2024, Specini has some actions, we know that, and we are going to start our own as well. And one of the things that we noticed is that it is very expensive to have access to content and to have high quality machines for editing, for example, and coding classes or graphic design courses. Those courses are expensive, and there's not a lot of public options. So in our portal, we have a part that is dedicated to online courses, online content. But of course, people need to have good connectivity to access that content. They need to have the appropriate machines, computers, and that's usually not the case in underprivileged regions. So we want to create that environment, for example, at schools, so that students can exchange experiences. That is very important for us. And that content includes video editing, graphic design, audio editing, but also business development. Our organization always has that concern. We also want to create hackathons that we develop together with SP Negócios and Specini. We also promote game jams to foster initiatives. In events like those, 3 or 4 people get together and they create businesses. And I think that we play that role as well, the role of promoting such environments. These are short events that are extremely powerful. So these are some of my experiences when it comes to professional development actions by the city of São Paulo. Now, Michelle, over to you. Well, looking at the big picture, we have policies, development policies, and also fundraising policies, and many other efforts aiming at bringing those policies where we can make the most impact. And the best way to promote inclusion and take people out of vulnerability is to generate income and create jobs. And that's exactly what we want to do. And the private sector also plays a critical role in this situation. When you look at an event like this, such a big festival, you might wonder, what if it's a smaller event? Does it make sense to create smaller events in the city of São Paulo? And the answer is yes. The more opportunities to connect that we have, the more business opportunities we will have. Those are opportunities that can trigger other actions. For example, I'm very proud of a small event that we brought to the city of São Paulo. It's the Jam Plus event, Game Jam Plus. It is a private event for indie games. We brought it to São Paulo, and it's been held here in São Paulo for 2 years now at the Victor Civita Square. And we are extremely proud of that. It used to be a very small event for indie games without a lot of public support, and we told them that we were interested in it because it would help us develop communities. And it's not just that. If you look around us, you can see that we have policies for small, medium, and large-sized entrepreneurs. And it's not just about providing funds, as I said. We also want to go international and provide support in the market. And we do that for free of charge for entrepreneurs. So we don't just want to make money, we want to give back in concrete actions. This event is a great example, but we also have some figures. For example, we estimate that we are going to move 1 billion reals throughout this event. And of course, the hospitality businesses profit from events like this, and dining, for example, transportation, taxi and ride apps, tourism, leisure, because the visitors usually set aside one day to get around and see the city. And we are actually bringing together Colmas and Big and Omelette. We want to bring all of those together because it creates jobs, direct and indirect jobs, because all of these booths were put together by a huge team of infrastructure. So many people benefit from an event like this. Yes, the event itself is a catalyst for job creation and income creation. An event this big mobilizes hospitality, dining, culture, music, mobility, and service providers. So it is a huge ecosystem that generates a business on and in itself. And you might think that these figures are exaggerated, but these figures are actually from the Brazilian business associations. We had 1,296 events in the city of São Paulo with over 700 people. So it's an average of 7 events in business days. And if we were to consider 365 days, that means that we have 3 events per day in the city of São Paulo. So it is one of our vocations that we want to support. We want to support events like this. And we don't see it as a cost, but rather as an investment. Now our closing remarks, Liara. We're running out of time, so ladies first. Well, I just like to thank you very much for being here with us. Thank you for this opportunity. And I would like to thank the whole event for a great partnership. SPCine is a partner of Big Festival. We have been a partner of Big for a long time. We're very happy to be here. We had been participating since 2022 and more effectively in 2023. We also went to Germany, to Cologne. And we participated actively to bring the event to São Paulo, creating that connection, building that bridge. We helped Big Festival develop the idea of having gamescom latam. So to see you here today with us is very rewarding. We can see that our hard work is yielding wonderful results. Since the city of São Paulo has this vocation of fostering events and businesses and encompassing all types of businesses. So thank you so much for this opportunity. It was a great pleasure to be joined by my colleagues here, and I wish you a great event. Before they kick me out of stage, please go take a look at our actions in our booths and play the games that we have incubated and accelerated. Thank you. A warm round of applause, and you can leave the mics on your seats, please. Thank you. Thank you. See you next time. Now I'm back so that we continue with our sessions at Journey 3. I would like to thank you very much for your presence here in person, and those who are watching us on YouTube. Thank you so much. And now I would like to turn you to Journey 2, and we'll see.
Which basically says that 80% of the playtime is accounting for only 66 video games. So in 2023, there was only 80% of the people who've been playing video games. The playtimes of video game was shared between only 66 video games. So that might be also a reason why we see a loss of the talent because of course there's a little bit less money. Do you want to chime in on this a little bit, Josh, or something else?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of call them forever games. There's nothing wrong with them. There's, Call of Duty Warzone, Apex Legends. They're great games, but they're also games that demand a lot of time. And, time is not, everywhere. When you're fighting for a gamer's attention, the amount of time you can expect someone to put into that game while playing every other game that came out, that's a whole lot, and that's going to impact, appeal and sales. But also on that point, right, we can't ignore the impact of the pandemic. During the pandemic, games were doing amazingly, and, shareholders saw growth. They wanted to keep that growth, and as long as companies have shareholders to make happy, they're going to want to see growth, and that growth isn't there when people are playing 66 games out of the thousands launched.
Yeah, anything else?
This is something that you see a lot of developers start saying as well. Like, I think people at Larian have been very vocal on this. Larian made Baldur's Gate 3, massive success from last year. And they're saying that constant growth shouldn't be the metric that we're measuring success by. It should be about delivering good products and good things, cultural exports in games and things like that. We shouldn't have to be constantly chasing the bottom line and making that go up. Number go up basically is not very ethical in terms of employment and keeping people in jobs. And I think the video game industry at large could learn some good lessons from that and realize that smaller products with better scope is probably a more sustainable future.
Great. So in short, I think our kind of the way we look at layoffs, or the reasons for layoffs being maybe over financing, some of the merger and acquisitions not necessarily going the right way, maybe an aftermath from the pandemic, and then a new way of how players are consuming and playing games, right? There might be another reason that could explain the layoffs within the media industry itself, but also at the developers and publisher stage, it's the rise of AI, right? So which brings us to our next topic, which is also a huge trend in the video game industry, which is generative AI. I think this year we've been talking about AI a lot in all different types of verticals, but specifically in video game industry, it's been changing a lot of the way people are developing games, using new tools to create immersive storylines on the fly, breathing life into characters and creative narrative that are interactive and just facilitating the creation of new environments. So I'm just very curious to see, from your point of view, maybe, and looking more of from a journalism standpoint, what is the impact of AI in your day-to-day job and maybe with your peers and the teams and whoever wants to start with that.
Yeah, I'm happy to chime in. I think, as Josh mentioned, I think the pandemic, we did see a lot of growth, and because of that, even from a journalism point of view, I'm in Australia and we have seen a lot of growth, but now we have the boogeyman that is AI, and so I think at least being in a part of the industry that's a bit smaller, I think there's always that worry of AI coming in and taking over those jobs. Even in terms of content, I think, as a writer, obviously, there's certain requirements, but I do think it's an art form, and I think there's something very human about that storytelling as well as, the games that are told and the stories. So I think it's a worry, but I am very hopeful, and when I speak to people in the industry, in the gaming industry, we all want to make sure it's humans reporting on games, humans telling games, but it is absolutely a concern, I think, and a very quickly emerging one for sure.
And that's the thing, I think in the journalism side especially, a lot of video game criticism and journalism is based on human reaction, human responses, emotional reaction, emotional responses that AI cannot generate, or at least cannot generate yet. So when you train an AI language model, it can only learn from things that already exist. Say we're writing a guide on how to be a boss in Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree. AI cannot do that, because AI cannot play the game and report on that. So all AI is doing is stealing other people's content, illegally, and then repurposing it for itself. And that is usually garbled, it usually gets cross wires, the language learning models aren't yet advanced enough to fully understand how to do that. And so I think AI-generated journalism content is usually not worth it. You can pay a human better to get better work quicker, I think, generally speaking.
And from, on my side, like when it comes to AI, there's two things that I will always harp on. That is authenticity and that is respect, right? It is human nature that we know when someone is not being authentic, when they are faking it, when they are full of shit, if we're just being honest, right? And you can see that in any sort of AI-generated content. It doesn't feel authentic. And more so than that, he's talking about using AI to try to write a guide. It's stealing content. But more than that, in my opinion, it is disrespecting the original content. Again, I bleed and live games. These things mean everything to me. And if you're going to use AI to try to create content around a video game, you're disrespecting that game. That is not your opinion. That is not an accurate reflection of the game. 9 times out of 10, 100 times out of 10, it is disrespectful to use a robot to say, hey, this beautiful piece of art that you love, blah, 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 whatever it wants to say in an article. So it's not authentic, it's not respectful.
Good, well, thank you for all your feedback here. So in essence, we see AI-generated content as not being very innovative or original. It's just the layers of content that already exists. So it doesn't bring the level of creativity that we could expect from a human person, which definitely makes its legitimacy a little lower. And do you feel, so you talk about the way it's being used into gaming, could it be also something that could be useful in certain areas where in terms of the video game production, people are on sprint, they need to deliver their builds, they have deadlines, and their composers is not available, so they need to put together a quick soundtrack. In those instances, do you think it could be something useful?
I just want to chime in with that one. I think what you mentioned about deadlines, I think that's a whole other issue. We've seen in gaming a lot of developers and companies talk about crunch times as a problem, and so I think for me personally, I would like to see just that conversation change. It more be about how can we make sure that these people can keep their jobs, make sure that they can have a living wage, it's not consuming their whole lives. And so I think that's my concerns with AI in terms of just basically saying, why would we hire a human being or a team of people when we can have a computer produce everything we need on the fly and not really have to pay for it, I think.
So I think in game development as well, AI has been used for decades at this point, right? Game engines, AI is built into the pipeline, so to speak, and how games work and how games are made. We've just now started calling it AI, and so a lot of people, there's a kind of like an educational issue around calling it AI and generative AI. So I think what you're saying is using it as a tool, being able to, if you are in a period of crunch, for example, and using it to kind of expedite some code, that's fair enough, I think. But using it to fully replace, there's a trend at the moment of trying to get fully robotized AI-fueled NPCs in games. So say in Watch Dogs, you go and talk to someone, and that person, no human has ever written a line of their dialogue. I've played with a few of these, and they're not very good. There's no danger of those replacing NPCs soon. And I think if they do, and that does become a trend, gamers are going to notice. And I don't think people are going to particularly like that. I think there is a case to be made for it in the future, but currently it's just cribbing off all other NPC barks and sayings and choices, and it just feels a bit rote.
Well, thank you, Dom. For the sake of time, I'd like to move on to the next topic, unless there's something you'd like to share. Is it good? So moving on to the next topic of the trends for 2024 is gaming on demand. I think this is a really hot topic. We've seen a couple of attempts in the past, like Google Stadia, trying to innovate and offer a streaming gaming service to the masses, which unfortunately failed, to say it bluntly. But we are now seeing kind of a resurgence of it. Netflix is doing kind of like on-demand, like downloadable games through their platform. Amazon is also doing streaming through their Stadia platform. So it feels that we're getting closer to, we were also seeing like the Game Passes on Xbox and PlayStation. So it feels that this is getting more and more momentum. And so that's a topic that I would love to, to discuss with you guys. And so, simply put, what do you think is the future for gaming on demand?
It's actually a really good time to be talking about this, because just before we came on stage earlier today, Xbox announced that they are putting Game Pass on Amazon Fire TV. So anyone that's got an Amazon device at home, they can now play games from their Game Pass account on them. You buy it on your Xbox, you can play it on your Amazon TV. That is a ripple in the water of, I think, what's going to become the norm. I think Xbox have constantly said, we want to be on every screen. We want to be on your Nintendo Switch, we want to be on your TV, we want to be on your mobile phone. I think that's just going to proliferate more and more. And I think also that's a good thing for consumers. We buy a product once and we have access to it everywhere. It keeps costs down. It means that if we pay for one subscription on Xbox Game Pass Ultimate, for example, we can access those games on multiple devices. It makes games more accessible. It lowers the barriers to entry so that places that are sort of like lower socioeconomic status can enjoy games as much as those richer nations.
Yeah, certainly so, yeah. I know, Josh, you have a pretty interesting fact on, if we ask ourselves, so what's going to break or make this technology? Can we make it available to the masses like they're trying to do? And I think Josh has a really good opinion on that.
So I am from rural Alabama. You will not find where I live on a map. The closest airport is a 2-hour drive. The closest city is a 40-minute drive. Yeah, I'm in the middle of absolute nowhere. And the thing with Stadia, where Stadia kind of dropped the ball, at least for rural areas, is that it made this promise of, hey, you're going to be able to use us. And no, I absolutely could not. Because even with speed set aside, consistency is a major issue in rural areas. And internet is coming to more and more rural areas, but it is not consistent internet. So when we're talking like streaming technology for video games, especially when your target audience for that is essentially people who do not have immediate access to a big old game library, you kind of have to live up to that promise. And at least with like Game Pass and PS Plus, I can download that stuff. It takes a week. Call of Duty Warzone takes me a week to download. So, thank you for that, Call of Duty.
Yeah, so exactly. So what Josh's saying essentially is that, for, gaming, streaming games to become more mainstream, the broadband is going to need to, follow and align itself to be able to offer that speed, to people who want to, play games in a streaming manner. So we've seen that kind of trend, in the past with other industries, like the movie industry. Everybody now is still, is streaming on Netflix or on Amazon. So I'd love to compare, those two industries, specifically on the streaming side. And in the movie industry, we see people are still going to the movies because they can enjoy a different experience when they go to the movies than, streaming, a Netflix, series on their laptop or whatever. So what do you guys feel about that? Is like as a future of streaming, are we going to see more game streaming, despite the fact that there's a problem with the broadband? And how is it going to play or coexist with the actual model, or is it going to change the business model entirely?
I think you hit the nail on the head, Damien, in that I think the two can coexist. And we, to compare it to the film industry, we've seen that. Obviously, we've got content all over the place. We can watch anything we want in our bedrooms on streaming platforms. But, big Marvel films, for example, Dune 2 is a great example of people still want that very authentic experience of going to a theater, in the same way that I think gamers still love the idea of a big console launch or a big game launch. For example, there's a small indie title coming out next year. I don't know if you've heard of it, Grand Theft Auto 6. And for a game like that, I think that's, something that as gamers we want to be able to celebrate together. And so I think having those mainstays of making sure that, we still have the ability to go into a store and pick up a game is really important. But in saying that, I think, you know, streaming is a great way for actual indie development to have more access and to get more reach. Something like Xbox Game Pass is a great example of a lot of indie developers, even from Australia, being able to, you know, have more eyes on the product. So I think that's the thing that I've taken away, is that the two can coexist. They can complement each other, and if, you know, if all goes well, I think it can just help boost the industry.
Absolutely, I agree very much. Like you said, they can coexist. One thing does not have to mean the end of the other. During COVID, cinema was hit, but it's back and with a big boom. In the same way that home streaming is there, both things are finding a place in the industry. People have just about enough money to make both things live. And I think, as you say about GTA 6, those big launches are always going to exist. But then for gamers, especially people that work on games full time, we've got to play Shadow of the Erdtree for Elden Ring. We're going to want to go and chew on something a little bit smaller. And so being able to stream without downloading it, to be able to stream something directly from Game Pass to your console, just as a bit of a palate cleanser, those games are getting more and more popular. We're seeing it on like our side, anecdotally on my website. I'm seeing games like Balatro and like Vampire Survivors and these little games from indie developers, sometimes one-person teams, really fill in that gap where the big AAAs are. And as AAA industry continues to contract and layoffs continue to like happen, and there are going to be more, right, frankly, the little games able to be delivered to us right into our hands are fantastic. It is a fantastic opportunity to have that.
Well, thank you. So I think that kind of, you know, wraps it up for our gaming on demand topic here. So we'll move on to the esports and pro gaming. So everybody knows about esports and pro gaming. For some people, it's a little bit of a mystery. I believe it's kind of started in about 10, 15, maybe 15 years ago with League of Legends, and now we see like a huge boom of esports, which is its entire, you know, standalone thing. That's very similar to what we see in just traditional sport, you know, with like sponsors and equipment and merchandising. So we're seeing here we're like at a peak of the esports industry, and so we're wondering where is this industry going, and how it's going to be evolving. Do you guys have any thoughts on that?
I think something that's really interesting about the esports industry is, I guess, you know, the theme of this panel really is just change. So we are seeing a lot of change, but for context, just this past weekend in Las Vegas, there was the Evolution Championship Series, which is an esports event that largely focuses on like fighting games like Tekken and Street Fighter. And that event actually broke records. It was the most participants in an esport event. It had over 10,000 people, and as exciting as that is, something that I found fantastic as well is that of those 10,000 people, they came from 63 different countries. So I think, you know, in terms of globalizing esports, I think that's a really exciting prospect to know that it's, you know, not just the United States that are, you know, getting all these big players, that it's coming from everywhere. So I think that's a really exciting thing to look forward to from esports.
Yeah, thank you. So, one of the things we also looked as an evolution is when we were discussing it earlier, is we're seeing now, pro players kind of evolving into being influencers, right? So where in the past they may just kind of represent one brand or one game and being part of one team, some of them kind of like, branched out and starting kind of, being their own brand, right? Do you guys want to talk a little bit about that, or maybe give some examples of it?
Well, I know that, I have 3 children, right? And when I was growing up, it was still the age of, hey, I want to be a firefighter. Oh, I want to be this, or I want to be that, like very standard jobs for kids. But where like esports, streaming, and all of that is connecting now is with younger audiences. It is much more common, I will wager everything I have, that young kids are going to say that I want to be a pro gamer, that I want to be a content creator, that I want to be a streamer. And there's nothing inherently wrong with that, right? Because those people are going to grow up and invest in this industry, and it's only going to grow as long as you have a young audience who cares.
Yeah, thank you, Seng. So, another question I had is, how does it impact? So, let's say you're a fan, you're a player, you love games, and you see all those successful like pro gamers. So, they probably wonder like, how do I become a pro gamer? You know. So is there a path to become a programmer? Are there any schools, coaches? What are the how do you become a pro gamer? Is it just pure luck? Was it skills? And so what is the real impact of esports on the general players audience?
I think it comes down. I would give the same advice to someone that wants to be a pro esports athlete as I give to someone that wants to be a pro traditional sports athlete, and that is practice, dedication, and know your community. I've got a very amateur fighting game background, very amateur fighting game background, but I played quite a lot of fighting games in my youth. And the people that make it successful, we were talking yesterday about a Street Fighter player that came out of absolutely nowhere and absolutely decimated all the top 10 players in the world and made it through to the finals. It's not unprecedented. That happens quite often. And that's why I think gaming is beautiful, because this kid played at home a lot. He knew the game. And there were not a lot of barriers to entry. He needed the console, he needed the game, and he needed time. That's the real currency that's quite rare, I suppose. But anyone that wants to make it pro can if they're dedicated, if they are skilled. Naturally, there's some element of that. And put enough time in and play enough of the game, you can make it. And I think a lot of kids see that. A lot of kids spend a lot of time playing Call of Duty or Apex Legends, and some of them quite young make it to professional level, 14, 15-year-old kids making it to earning silly amounts of money. There was a kid called Jukis that played Call of Duty that he was I think 18 by the time he had thousands and thousands and thousands of pounds. And that is quite an admirable thing for kids to see, I think.
Cool. Nice. So thank you for your perspective here on esports and pro gaming. I'm sure we have some questions afterwards, or not. We'll see. But so now this is a theme that's actually very close to my heart, because I am an old school gamer, and I love retro games. So it feels like recently there's been a resurgence of retro games and remakes. And so, I think I just wanted to have kind of conversation with you guys on why is that, and how successful it is, and if it is actually a trend that is going to continue. I personally recently been playing a lot of Resident Evil 2 and the remake, which is excellent because it brings new, it kind of enhances the controls that were kind of flooded in the first one. You get better visuals, and sometimes in some of those remakes additional content, right? So which is really good for the fans. So maybe before we start, I just mentioned Resident Evil 2. Can you guys mention some of your favorite retro games, recent ones or recent remakes that you've played or that you get your eyes on?
It's not technically like a remake or necessarily a retro game, but Sea of Stars is fantastic. And I think one thing we're seeing in this space, right, is a more modern game adapting retro stuff, because nostalgia is one hell of a drug, right? And if you like Sea of Stars, there's this game in development by a single developer. It's called One Phoenix Down, F-E-N-I-X. Listen, that game will be awesome.
Yeah, I think for me, I'm a big Zelda fan, always have been, and so I think when they remade the N64 games, Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, on the DS, I love that. Don't get me wrong, I love the Nintendo 64, fantastic console. The controller, I mean, anyone who's played it knows. So I think, when remakes are done like that, where it makes maybe even just playing the game more accessible, that's always exciting. But definitely the Zelda remakes for me.
So I'm here I'm in this industry because of Final Fantasy, pretty much. And so they did a Pixel remaster where they put Final Fantasy 1 through 6 on modern consoles. And a lot of people were pirating that because they couldn't get it. And so I think the upside of remakes and re-releases is that it's good for game preservation, and it means that people can actually give money to the developers and publishers they want to support by being able to do it rather than pirating something that they can't legally obtain anymore.
Cool. Yeah, and so yet again, my personal, take on comparing, the movie industry and the video game industry. We've seen a lot of franchises from Hollywood, because we see a lot of, content, video, movies, live action that's sometimes not that good, and then we see big productions going back to the franchises and number one, number two, Fast and Furious 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and it goes on and on and on. And so where's the creativity in all that? And so is this where the video game industry is going with all those remakes, where they're gonna continue on milking those franchises and lacking creativity, or is this a totally different thing?
I think it goes back to what you said earlier, that both things can exist. I think people will buy, people vote with their wallets, right? You mentioned Resident Evil, those games sold really well. I'll buy any Final Fantasy they re-release because I love it. And that can exist while people like make Sea of Stars or Chained Echoes. People can still make these like retro games, and companies can re-release retreads of the same thing. We're on Final Fantasy 16 by now, and people aren't quite getting bored of it, right? There's still innovation and quality to be had in these like ideas, and I think a lot of it comes about reinterpreting ideas and like remixing them, and I think that's what we do that the film industry doesn't necessarily. They can just retread or rehash. We kind of reinvent a lot, I think, as an industry.
Cool.
If I may, I'm going to be a bit cheeky here and just say, I'm not calling you guys old, I am just saying I am quite young, and so I think something I have loved about this emergence of retro consoles, retro games being revamped is it's also meant myself and even younger people have access to these old games. I think, you know, that's been something really exciting, and obviously the industry is changing a lot and it has grown, but I think it's really beautiful to have those games and to really respect the fact that we wouldn't be where we are now without, you know, classics like The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. So I think in that way, you know, as Dom said, it doesn't mean that we're not getting new content, but I think there's no harm in being able to rehash some old classics, and nostalgia is a powerful drug. So yeah, very exciting.
I think just to, quickly round off on that as well, there's a developer called Night Dive Studios that remake a lot of old games. They did System Shock, I think it's on the show floor here actually, and they just announced a version of The Thing. And they're going back to that game because they don't think the original version of it actually achieved its potential. So in re-releasing it, they are retreading this ground and actually being able to bring the quality up. And I think that they've got the budget, they've got the time, they've got the audience interest for that is something that's beneficial for the developers, for the consumers, for journalists to write about, all of us.
Good. Thank you, guys. So we got another 7 minutes, before we wrap it up. So we're gonna start with our last topic, and then we'll open up to some questions if there are any. So portable PCs and consoles. So it's just amazing to always see new platforms, new consoles that we can play on. Traditionally, I think. Nintendo has always been like the go-to, handheld for, playing, some of the best games. And then more recently, we've seen, a resurgence of like mobile phones becoming, platform for gaming. And then now, we see PC games being played, on portable devices like the Steam Deck and other iterations of those, PC portable consoles. So it seems like this is something that's kind of changing a little bit of the market, in terms of distribution, in terms of content. So let's talk about that a little bit. My first question would be, how can PC, portable PC gaming compete with, the big behemoth of like Nintendo Switch, or even other retro consoles and mobile gaming solutions?
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting question, and I think particularly looking at like portable consoles, I think it's safe to say Nintendo have kind of had a monopoly for a long time, and so in terms of competing with them, I think absolutely you've got things like the Steam Deck that bring about accessibility, but a whole different roster of games. I think it's interesting. I think with Steam Deck and other emerging PC platforms, there's this worry that Nintendo, what's going to happen? Nothing will happen. I mean, as I said, I'm a Zelda fan, I'm a Mario fan. Those IPs are something that is so home to that company. But in saying that, I think, a bit of challenge and competition is always good. It's good for consumers, it's good for the industry. So I think the emergence of more PC consoles is fantastic. And as a fan of the DS, I've got so many and it's my go-to. It's exciting to see how that particular hardware evolves, I think.
I think Nintendo have always said that there is no point in making a successor to a console. They're very hard.
No, we're back on. Sorry, guys.
Okay. We all know the Switch 2 is coming. They've not announced it formally yet, but it's definitely there. They've kind of nodded to it. It's in their reports and everything. And I think whatever that ends up being is going to be nothing like a Steam Deck. because Nintendo know that they don't just need to make a machine that you can just play a game on. It's going to have, like, you know, the Wii was unique, the Switch was unique, the 3DS was unique. They're going to do something like that, and so I don't think they're really in competition with each other. Really.
Yeah. So there's two more elements. There's something that you mentioned about the hardware. So being, you know, talking about pros and cons. We believe the hardware might not be to its full potential now. So there's a lot of growth for an evolution for the PC portable consoles to become really competitive.
Right, yeah, I mean, you know, as they've said, there's a lot of like pros when it comes to any sort of handheld gaming. And I love handheld gaming. I have my backpack back there. It has a 3DS in it, and it has a Switch in it. And, you know, the big thing about like modern handheld gaming, and it's no surprise, there are battery issues. I think, Dom, you told me yesterday you could play Elden Ring 3 hours on your Steam Deck on the plane. Well, I played my DS on the plane. I got here. I played it yesterday. I've played it probably 7-8 hours since I left my house. It is still going. That battery outlasts the Switch. It outlasts the Steam Deck. Like, give me a good battery, and Steam Deck you can have on my money.
Good, good. And then something about indie games also, and the depth of catalog. You know, your own catalog that potentially is a very advantageous when you have one of those, you know, portable PC console, Steam Deck. And I think you called it like an indie machine. Is that what you were saying?
I very much refer to my Nintendo Switch as my indie games machine. I don't want to play, like, you can get games on there like the Resident Evil remakes, but they stream them from the cloud. The quality is a bit choppy. You can't rely on the internet connection. Play a little pixel game, play Sea of Stars or something like that, and that's what I love my Switch for. And it just gives those developers access to you away from your home setup.
Good. So I think at this point on, I think we're done with the panel here. So if anybody has any questions, we'd be happy to answer. So I think did you put the questions on through the app or no? I'm not sure. Somebody's supposed to give us the questions. So no, nobody. So I think, okay, people are coming with the questions. Sorry, thank you for your patience.
Actually, we didn't have any questions, but if you want to add one last question there, comment.
Thank you for, you know, attending the panel here. And if there are no questions, well, thank you again for your presence. We'll be around in the show floor, so please feel free to talk to us individually. We'll be happy to, you know, have a conversation with you guys. But I guess we can answer questions later. Okay, perfect. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Bom, gente, agora.
Well, folks, we're moving forward with our streaming and our events directly from Journey to Gamescom Latam. I want to call on stage. Thank you. I want to call IGN Brazil. They're bringing a fabulous activity with several cosplayers. So I want to call on stage Enrico, straight from IGN Brazil. Over to you. All right, big family, we're back once again. Yeah, we're right in the middle, holding folks, yeah. Yeah, Ant-Man's head's gonna be right here next to me. Yeah, that's gonna make sense soon enough. And our participants didn't come on stage along with us. Yeah, I think they're exchanging mics, but there's gonna be an activation here, kind of an icebreaker in between discussions. It's gonna be just having fun, folks. There's nothing serious with us, never. Yeah, right on. Now, our participants, please join us. Yeah, two. One team on this side, another one on the next side. Yeah, that's gonna be a better balance. Yeah. Welcome. All right. Gonna ask one more microphone. Production, please. If we don't, we'll share. But you're most welcome to the Gamescom Journey 2 stage. I'd like for you to introduce yourselves before we begin our activation, for you to introduce yourselves, both who are watching us locally and at home. Yeah, can you guys hear us? Wait. Yeah, we're just moving from English to Portuguese. Just 1 second, please. but you can start introducing yourselves. Yeah, you can hear me now. The cosplayer team can hear me. Here we go. Please introduce yourselves. Hello, I'm Killer. I take games at FATEC, and we came with the college to take a trip, and what are you cosplaying? It's my own character. The cosplayer is my own character. What about yourself? Who are you? My name is Andre. I'm from FATEC Ourinhos. I'm cosplaying Zhongli from Genshin Impact. Genshin Impact. Yeah, right on. Now they're listening to Portuguese. You can hear me. Okay, now you can hear me. Please introduce yourselves as well, please. I'm Jackson, FATEC Ourinhos. We are taking digital gaming program. This is my wife, actually. Yeah, and that was it, man. That's my wife, and please introduce yourself. Yeah, no, you're not gonna get away with it. No, during the game you're gonna be speaking, so yeah. Like he said, I'm his wife. My name is Ricari. The four of us ended up on stage, and we're from FATEC Ourinhos. Yeah, we ended up on stage. Come on, that's phenomenal, you know. Yeah, but we started an activation earlier, which is guess the ranking. Guess the ranking. Relatively easier of the best-selling consoles in history. The whole idea is to guess which consoles are actually on the top 10 sales. It's going to be a top 10. This side, going to define the name of your team. Fistopia. Fistopia and what's the other team? Cosplay team. Fistopia and cosplay. So Fistopia against cosplay. What consoles are among the top 10 sold consoles? If you want to also guess the position that they are, you get an extra bonus. So if you get the name right, you get 1 point. If you get the console, 1 point. If you get their position, top 10, 2 points. So you guys start. First guess. Better selling consoles in history. In history. Wow. I think Nintendo. Yeah, but there are some. They're like, which one? Come on, you got a lot of consoles. 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2. Nintendo 64. It's not on the list. Good guess. Not on the list. Top 10. PS2. What position? What position? Third. Right but wrong. It's the best-selling console in history. First place. Over 155 million units sold. So you got it right. Next guess is yours as well. Nintendo Switch in second place. Oh, one position. Nintendo Switch is in second place. 141 million units approximately sold. 2 points. But yeah, let's give them Fistopia 2-0. 2-0. Yeah. You got to catch up. Cosplayer team, we're afraid. 2-0. There's Nintendo, there's PlayStation, Xbox. A lot of consoles, man. We think it's Xbox Series. Maybe. Xbox Series. Unfortunately, it's not top 10. Not top 10. Cosplay team, yeah, it's in 15th. Xbox 360. What position? 4th place. It's not the 4th place, but it's on the list in 9th. 3-0. Fistopia, come on, come on, man. Lots of, come on, PS4. What position? Remember, you can get 2 points. You can catch up. Any position. 5th place. Wow, bullseye. Unbelievable. PlayStation 4. 117 million units sold. 4-2. Cosplay team, if you please. Yeah, I got my bro in the audience. I look at his eye, you know, he's getting everything right, you know. He's just got a little smirk on his face. Yeah, top 10 consoles. Yeah, and folks from the audience say that's obvious, you know. You got PS2, Nintendo Switch, PS4, and Xbox 360. I'm gonna guess a real old one, Atari. No, that's too far back, you know. It's Fistopia. From now on, it's Machine Gun, 5, 4, PS5. PS5 is not on the top 10, not yet. Coming close. Cosplay team. 3DS. 3DS. Not. We don't have it. Dystopia. PS3. What position? 8th place. Right on the bullseye. Wow. You have to untie it. Cosplay team, they're catching up, man. They're catching up. PS2, Switch, PS4, PS3 have already been mentioned. And Xbox One now. Not on the list, bro. There's an Xbox, but it's not Xbox One. Or maybe. Yeah, 360, they've mentioned. Nintendo again. Which one? Nintendo DS. What position? What do you think? 5th. 5, 4, 10th. No, it's not in 10th. It's the second most sold. So you got one, so 154 million units. Cosplay team has taken over. We need what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 4.
Yeah, there is a series of consoles made by Nintendo. 5, 4, 3, 2. Game Boy. What position? 6th. Nope. But yeah, it is the 4th actually. So we have a tie. 5-5. Fistopia. Nintendo Wii. What position? 7th. Man, no, it's not possible. That is not possible. You nailed it again. 101 million copies. 7th place on the rank, Nintendo Wii. 7-5, Fistopia. Okay, what are we missing? The 6th position, the 10th position. Only 2. 5, 4, 3, 2. PS3. PS3, you've guessed already. PS1. Okay, which one? 10th. 7-6 was the 6th position. So there is only one left, but if they get it wrong, it comes back to you. It is the 10th one, okay? 3, 2, 1. It's not the GameCube, but yeah, you nailed the developer. 2, 1, Game Boy Advance. Oh my god, that's unbelievable. You tied on the last one, 7-7. This is the second time that we have a tie on this stage. This is unreal, unbelievable. That's amazing. Game Boy Advance, 10th position. Congratulations, everyone. You were awesome. You even got the positions of the rank. That was amazing. And we will have activation every day till Sunday, okay? So thank you. Thank you guys for playing. Games Studio. Okay. Nice recommendation. Now, where is Barbara? They were amazing. They were truly amazing. But they study video games at uni. Oh well, that would be a dream. We would love to do that too. Thanks, guys. You were awesome. See you later. Okay. You can take all of your cosplay prototypes. They were wonderful, right? Okay. So now for our transmission, fellows, I would like to remind you that we will be back very promptly on Journey 2, but you can also follow Journey 3's closed content. And now we have a very special message from one of our sponsors.
Here we see what the strategic public policy is for the federal government. This is about civil society, and it's part of what President Lula said when he was campaigning. And I'd like to highlight strengthening the cultural institutions, the cultural focus points. This is a key element for us to dialogue with games at the Ministry of Culture and Audiovisual. Now, we've been talking to some specific political actors and agents, representatives of the Foreign Relations Ministry, Ministry of Culture as well. And we want to understand what the layout, the institutional layout looks like. So we've got an institutional triad that focuses on culture in Brazil, and in the case of AV, we've got MINC and Ancine, which handle part of this triad, and they hold dialogue with civil society. We have the higher council for film, and on the debate for Law 14852, we've got the AV Ministry handling film and Ancine also handling the management fund. Both of these entities define the guidelines for development. And so, in the scope of the SAV, we work on the we work on different screens for promoting civic involvement in terms of culture and also tackling structural inequality in the country, including access to cultural goods. And in that sense, we work with a mind to doing what we as a public power recognize that are different ways of consuming AV that go beyond the movie theaters because they involve games, they involve indigenous productions. It's really the emergence of narratives that are lived in other parts around Brazil. So games are part of innovation, they're also a cultural good, and they're also part of the market. So this triad of elements is structured by the Ministry of Culture. I'm going to go over this very quickly because I want to explain that as AV, we have governance. We have the AV law, we have another AV law, we have the film board that is legitimately established. And so this allows us to expand the debate within the scope of what the Ministry of Labor has been thinking of. Now, speaking specifically about the games agenda for the SAV, we have been able to identify some elements that are public problems with institutions in the sector. Abra Games is a key player that we dialogue with. We have the legal framework for games and the need for priority articles, because this is a law that involves not just the Ministry of Culture, but also the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Health as well, because they see games as an option for therapy. The growth of games as a competitive market, the development of production. We are one of the biggest global consumers, but we've also been ramping up production. The establishment of a complementary policy, which is work we've been doing with Ancine and the different ministries, technical training in direct employment with support from the Ministry of Labor, as well as the technological development of games. And of course, recognizing that we live in a world where there already is Brazilian game development. In the case of the Paulo Gustavo law, we have 15 different hubs for game development in Brazil. And we recognize the unique aspects of each region and also the specific challenges of each field. And to that end, we need to develop technical support for investors. And just to wrap, we are already working on establishing governance for the legal framework. This is a win in partnership with the different agencies such as Abra Games. They were really pivotal in helping us establish the legal framework. The technical training work, still this year, we're going to launch the first technical hubs. We also work to strengthen, for instance, different laws. For instance, the Rouanet law. Now we've included games in Article 18 of the Rouanet law. This also includes short films and TV productions. In Rio de Janeiro, another law was passed last week, and now we're working on creating promotion and development for different companies around Brazil. Now Jessica is going to talk about the CEFIC agency. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jessica. I'm going to stand up if you don't mind. I'm a public servant in the Ministry of Culture in the creative economy and cultural promotion. I'm going to talk about the economic scope and specifically economic development work and a policy that is very dear to me and my colleagues who are also represented here, which are specifically the creative markets. So the creative markets are an aspect of South America. This began in 2019. This was the first cultural industry market in Argentina. It was called MICA. After that, we had the cultural industry market of the South, MICSUL. In 2022, we had the first edition of MIC-BR, the Brazilian creative industry market. I'm just waiting for my slide deck to pop in. Sorry, I've got technical problems here. I apologize. Oh, thank you. The major difference in MIC-BR and the other public markets that are cultural public policies are the intersectorial nature that they have. So we'll see that the game sector starts just as the AV and animation sector, the design sector, and they all have interrelated dialogue with art and many other sectors, as well as buyers in the sector. And the major difference here is that these markets allow companies and entrepreneurs to be included when they would otherwise not have access to paid markets. So talking specifically about MIC-BR, how can you get involved, you may be wondering? And my presentation is actually an invitation. We've got a market intelligence group where we invite associations from the sector to get involved and to look at the different most important topics of each moment. We invite the major players. We invite them to take part in MIC-BR as buyers. We've got public RFBs for invitation that are meant to encourage creative professionals, and specifically in this forum, games entrepreneurs to support, to receive support as in the form of financial support from MIC-BR. We also have options available for people who want to pay their own way, And we've got training programs such as mentorship, panels, workshops, which are fully free of charge. There is no payment whatsoever, and the only limitation is the number of available seats. So we had the first creative market in South America, which was Mica in 2011. Then in 2014, we had the first Mixul, which was held in Mar del Plata in Argentina. Then in 2018, we had the third edition of Mixul, which occurred simultaneously with MICBR edition number 1 here in Sao Paulo. Here are a few examples of creative and cultural markets in South America. In 2018, which was the first edition of MICBR, we had some very striking impacts. For instance, in the game sector alone, we saw negotiations involving over $17 million in the months following the market. Recently, we had the third edition in the city of Belém, in the state of Pará, and we had some very relevant results. 70 million reals were traded and negotiated up until 2024. We had over 2,000 representatives from over 400 players from Brazil, Chile, and 17 other countries. And now I'm going to talk about the 2023 edition in the city of Belém. It occurred in November 23. We had 13 different sectors involved in business sessions. And games was involved in negotiations and discussions with all of these sectors. So this is a major competitive advantage for the market. In addition to the training activities, the mentorships, one-on-one mentorships that were crucial for entrepreneurs just starting out, whose companies had been established for less than 2 years. We also had one-to-many mentorships and panels. We had 5 different sessions focused specifically on the games sectors, and other sessions and panels for the other sectors as well. In addition, MICBR also showcases many other sectors. There's a fashion show, a show kitchen for the cuisine sector. We showcased music and theater, just to name a few examples. There was a lot of art programming. There were opening and closing ceremonies. This was all at the host city, Belém, in the state of Pará. We had training activities as well. A total of 74 training activities in 2023. And today, it's a major platform for the Brazilian creative economy, in the creative industry in Brazil as well. Last year, we had Argentina as our guest of honor. We introduced entrepreneurs from Argentina, and this was the presentation given by the group La Bomba de Tiempo. While I show you some pictures from the last edition, I'd like to leave the invitation to all of you to get involved in the next MICBR event, which will be held in 2025. When the location is officially announced, it will be broadly advertised on the Ministry of Culture and other websites. That includes the RFB and the other activities. Thank you, and please feel free to send me an email or message me on WhatsApp. Thank you. Thank you, Jessica. Thank you so much. Jessica, thank you, Rodrigo. Well, I'm so thrilled to be here at Gamescom. I'd like to greet not just my colleagues from the ministry, but also Rodrigo Terra, who is a great partner of ours at Abra Games. He's been working on the agenda to strengthen games as not just a cultural industry, but really an expression of our culture. In this administration at the ministry, we have not only established for the very first time a location for the discussion of public policies specific to games in the federal government as part of the Ministry of Culture, but we also promoted a whole set of discussions and moved past them because they no longer fit into the world we live in today in 2024. So President Lula really rises from the past, because 10 years ago, to give an example, we discussed whether the games agenda should be part of the culture agenda. For us at this administration, it is now utterly clear that it is part of culture, but it requires a structured public policy. It's an agenda for the future, and it really needs to be looked at with a lot of care and attention. This is what the president and our minister have promoted right from day one. Also, when we assumed the administration, we started working to advance cultural projects over the past couple of decades. We've been able to move forward in the art agenda up until the 2000s, and then with what we call the anthropological agenda for culture, we created a number of different community grassroots programs in the underprivileged regions, in small towns and upstate locations to train people. And we understand that this tripod involving symbolism, anthropology, civic involvement, and economy, we really, during this administration, we needed to really invest so that the creative economy could be addressed as a serious policy that really lives up to the major potential Brazil has. Today, we are building an agenda to resume economic growth, focusing on sustainability, and we've been discussing this in intergovernmental dialogue and foreign discussions as well. For instance, right now we've got the G20 occurring, and the development of Brazil's creative economy, which today represents over 3% of our GDP, is an agenda for the future. And it gives us the option to develop a clean, green economy that will create jobs and opportunities and explore our most valuable added value, which is our creativity based on Brazil's unique diversity and culture. And so within this scope, this agenda of our public policies, that we start building dialogue on the topic of our national policy for games. We've been working actively since last year to make this bill, the legal framework for games, really a reality. And we worked to make it approved and also worked to really correct it so that its wording would be effective and really actually promote the games sector. Because Brazil is not just a consumer for games. It has the ability to become a great producer of games, to tell our stories, so that we can occupy our seat at the world table. And through this platform, people will know more about Brazil. They will learn more about our stories, our creative abilities, through the development instruments, which are not just at CIFIC, SAV, and Ancine. And through them, we will bolster each one of these development agendas. We've included games into all of these agendas through the other languages and styles that are developed. So I was very happy when I got here. I looked around and I saw that the Paulo Gustavo law is really being felt here. It's an instrument that allowed this event to come to life. It's the first time Brazil has hosted an event of this scale, and with a public policy that was built in the past few years around the return of the Ministry of Culture. I've been working hard to make this law a reality, and really it's a way to restore years and years of reduced investment. And we have now resumed putting this back into the hands of the public, because we see that games are a structural part of our culture and they need to be developed with these funds, 3 billion reals approximately, that we put at the disposal of the community. We've got very heartening results. Over 15 states, over 16 state capitals. So we're creating hubs with a policy that is based around a national culture system. The president has sanctioned the creation of this new department in the Ministry of Culture, and this new law works to support the system and to support each of the regions so that each region can produce in the creative economy and develop. And we've seen that over half of Brazil's states are investing into these resources. They are resources from the federal government, and there will be a constant flow during at least the next 5 years. And we are confident we are going to renew this policy after 5 years because the results are very striking. We've also been able to make some changes, really make decisive changes as part of the Rouanet law, and we've been able to include into that law the world of games. This is a huge step forward because by including that into Article 26, I mean, we know we have a huge challenge to raise funds for projects because it's not 100% tax reduction. And now, with this new normative instruction, we do have a 100% tax break in that case. So we've got really powerful investment as part of that tax incentive and making the most of what Brazilian companies have to offer. We raised the cap for what these tax incentives can be valued at, almost 3 billion reals, and also bringing the government closer to our sponsors. So all in all, we're creating a very positive world for the games industry to strengthen our public policies, and lastly, to make us more international. Since the last year, we've been actively working to this. I've been in LA with Rodrigo. I just came back from Korea, South Korea, and Rodrigo and SAV have been involved with the international agenda, and Brazil has been increasingly involved in these exchange programs to support our creators so that we can have more and more internationalized Brazilian events. And not just as part of MakeBR, but also to support other platforms and ensure that Brazil is present in the major international platforms so that we can showcase, dialogue, and participate, not just in the major markets, but also in the major events, so that we can raise awareness of Brazil. Sorry, I ran over time. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Let's give our guests a warm round of applause.
Obrigada, muito obrigada.
Obrigado.
Obrigada, boa tarde.
Thank you.
Eu estava acompanhando, sabe?
For those of you who are just connecting to Journey 3, welcome. And for the next panel, we are going to talk about PGB Latam. They're bringing an overview of the consumption behavior in Latin America, the favorite platforms, the favorite games, and also the consumption journey of players here in Latin America. So I would like to invite Carlos Silva and Mauro Berimbau to the stage. Welcome. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for being here. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon, and thank you so much for joining us. We want to show you what we are doing at PGB and we are going to show you our mapping of consumer behavior in Latin America, which is challenging. When it comes to games, we have products, but also behaviors and the gaming experience, which extends beyond the games themselves. And we've been trying to mapping that out over the past few years. And this material has not been published yet anywhere. This is the first time anyone is seeing these numbers. My name is Carlos Silva. I am the CEO, head of gaming, and we work with gamification, gaming marketing, and also gaming data. And we work with data research, and I'm here with my friend Mauro. Hello, everybody. My name is Mauro Berimbau. You can see that this picture was taken a while ago. I am a professor and I conduct research in the gaming industry, and I work at Go Gamers with consultancy in gamification and games for education, but also in terms of analyzing the Brazilian market. We also publish reports. We have a whole team backing me up, and I work in the analysis of these materials, and I'm here with Carlos to help him reflect on methodology and tougher parts of our project. Just to give you an overview, this is how PGB works. This experience became so big that we decided to break it down in different parts. In February, we started mapping the behavior here in Brazil, including brands and sports. And now we have PGB Latam, which we are launching right now. And tomorrow, we are going to be here to talk about data about esports and PGB Brazil. And over the different years, we are going to talk about and publish materials about professions and also parents and children. So this is what we are going to do in 2024. But today we are going to talk specifically about LATAM. Our main challenge is about mapping the different countries. This year we included Chile, Argentina, but also Peru and other countries. And our intention is to expand to other strategic countries and understand the consumer behavior in those countries. This is the 11th year, the 11th edition of our report, and we want to expand to other countries and cover them at the national level. Now, Mauro, over to you. Okay, we conducted quantitative research with over 11,000 people in those countries. The questions are based on two main pillars. These are scientific studies in the area that look into gaming behavior, and those surveys inspired us to conduct this research here in Brazil. Many of them come from other countries such as Japan, and we decided to localize those reflections in Brazil and Latin America. And we are always trying to do new things for PGB clients. Our clients have specific demands. For example, they want to know more about a certain audience, and we try to factor that in our research. And we expanded our sample to over 11,000 people so that we can include more information in our mapping effort. We expanded our questionnaires so that we delve deeper in the consumer behavior. And it was important, therefore, to interview 11,000 people. And we wanted to do that to be able to segment data. The main role of this research is to try and think and see the Latin American market as a market so that we can understand how to better tap into this market and bring more and more games to Latin America. The survey was conducted from the 15th of April 2024 to April 26th. And we spent a whole period analyzing the data. We have not finished that yet, but we are going to show you the main points in this presentation. One of the main things that we pay attention to is to ask questions based on three main levels: out of game, about game, and in-game. In-game is everything that is related to the act of playing. What do people like in a game? Do they like the action? Do they like vampires, for example? Do they like to socialize or to play online? So this covers everything that's related to the behavior. Maybe this is important for publishers if they are to better position their games. Now, about game is exactly what the name suggests. It's about the game, how much money they spend on games and how much time they spend on games, their preferred platforms, and so on and so forth. And out of game is about seeing the player as a consumer. What do people like to do in their free time, and where do they do it? What are other pastimes, what brands they consume? So we try to map that out as well. And this is a structure that serves many other purposes, many other reports that we conduct at PGB. But this is really perfect for the Latin American gaming consumer behavior. And this is a basic question that we ask. Do you have the habit of playing digital games? And at this time, we don't have any criterion that limits platforms or by any other aspect. And 65% is very significant. We broke this number down by country. For example, Mexico, 71%. And it's very similar to Brazil. In Brazil, it's 73.9%. And you can see that the engagement in Brazil is huge. So there's a lot of potential that has to be tapped into. Some countries are more developed than others, but the average number is 65.8%. So there's still a lot of potential to expand that share. Now, breaking this down between men and women. Usually, historically, games have been geared towards boys, but we are trying to bust those stereotypes. The women players are extremely significant, although men are the biggest share, but the women audience is very significant as well. And you can see that Mexico, which has 56% of women who play games, that's very similar to Brazil. We have more women now that are consumers, and smartphones really drive that consumption and that growth. Yes, and this is usually controversial. It shouldn't be, but it's always controversial when we talk about this, because people think that women don't play that much. They think that women don't really belong in this universe, but according to our survey, and because of smartphones, we can see that there's an increasing penetration of the women audience, really busting that stereotype. And Peru, you can see that there's a very strong women audience. Now, age group. When we talk about games, we need to have products that engage people. And I told you about the stereotype according to which men play more than women and kids play more than grown-ups. But you can see that there's a lot of diversity in terms of age groups, and there are products for every age group, actually. And this is a reality right now in the industry, which is very important. It is important for the industry to have a big population in every age group so that you can really talk to everybody, every audience. The 50 or older group is very significant in Latin America. So the stereotype, according to which only young people play games, is not really true. So this age group is helping drive growth. And 30 to 34 years of age, this is very similar to the Brazilian figures, showing how diverse the products are for each age group. And here we have the numbers broken down by country. In Colombia, for example, you can see that they have a bigger concentration in younger audiences, but on average is 30 to 35 years of age. The numbers are very similar across all countries. So it shows how important it is to tap into different age groups and audiences. There are some age groups that are not that catered to, and we should explore those possibilities. Now, let's take a look at the things that have changed in comparison to last year. 42% of the people live with their children, with their kids, so their parents. And also there was a change about the number of people who live with their parents. Last year it was there was an increase of 11.5 percentage points. And we know that in Brazil, you have to leave your parents' house after a certain age. That's what it's like. And we see that behavior in Latin America. But there might be some cultural impacts that can have an influence on that. Yes, and parents who play digital games usually play them with their kids. We see that habit more and more. And we measure that actually. We have a whole session geared towards parents and kids, and parents who consider themselves gamers, they tend to have more children that also consider themselves gamers. So it is a good way for us to think about how that market can grow over time. And for those of you who are parents, you know how that works. And this is interesting too when it comes to entertainment. That includes games and concerts and a number of other things. And electronic and digital games are the main source of entertainment for a lot of people. We can see that games have been increasing their share in people's entertainment, and 73% of the people that we interviewed said that games are their main source of entertainment. This number changed a lot. And we believe that this number is going to continue to grow. In Brazil, it's 82%. It's not 78%. It's a little bit more than that. So Brazilians engage more, and almost 80% of the people that we interviewed considered games as their main source of entertainment. So games are a huge part of Latin American culture. This is a critical issue for something that we are going to mention further down in the presentation. Now, the gamer behavior. This is something we have been working on for a few years now. We believe that games motivate you because of something, for example, fun and sense of entertainment, but it is also a gateway for other possibilities of experience, for example, socialization and identity. So our intention in this part of the questionnaire is to understand what goes beyond gaming or entertainment, because people can develop skills through games and they can become a part of a community. The sense of community is very important. Socialization is very important. And those factors have increased in importance over the past few years. Why are people playing so much? Why are they spending so much time? It's not just about the fun of it. There's other things involved. And 52% of the people have been playing video games since they were kids. Digital games are part of the Latin American culture, and it has been so for a long time. In Brazil, it's 70%, but on average, Latin America has a lower number, 52.8%.
This is also critical because in a bit we'll show you what people's expectations are in terms of games. Because they expect some franchises to show up, some games that are part of their lives for a long time, such as GTA, Minecraft, Mortal Kombat. These are franchises, these are intellectual properties that have been part of their gaming lives for a long time. And people continue to expect and want to see those. So people really bring that into their repertoire. They become gamers based on their tastes. All right, well, this one's yours. Well, my doctorate is on this topic, so we have about 6 hours of me speaking now. We started looking at this question initially in the Brazilian game survey because we started seeing that intense consumption of digital games were not really linked to people who actually consider themselves gamers. We used to think it was the same thing. You saw, we asked, do you play any digital games? Yes or no? I said it was important, right? Are digital games some of your main forms of entertainment or fun? yes or no. But we don't use the word gamer. And then we asked, do you consider yourself a gamer? Here in Brazil, we see that it's about identity. People identify as gamers. So that means that often digital games may not be even listed among their primary forms of entertainment, but they may still consider themselves gamer because they used to be gamers, or maybe they have franchises they think fondly of, or they have a tattoo or a t-shirt, or they watch games. They have other consumer behaviors. Or, conversely, maybe for them, digital games are their main form of entertainment, but they don't identify as gamers. Maybe they are avid gamers, but they play on smartphones, or they play FIFA, which we later discover it's a very important game for Latin America as a whole, soccer games. People really like that game, but they don't consider themselves to be gamers because there's a whole other way of thinking about it. Here in Brazil, we think about it one way, and in Latin America as a whole, we would need to perform an in-depth study to understand the nuances of this meaning. So what we do know right now is that consumers who consider themselves to be gamers tend to spend more, desire more games, and buy more games. So someone who tends to be a heavy user of digital games. And this is a different value that people have. Yeah, in Brazil, 50% of the population do identify as gamers. And this is a critical point too, because this is a factor that is very influential when you start thinking about business strategies. The main filter we have that influences behavior is when you self-identify as a gamer, things change. In-game, about game, out of game, that's where this becomes important. Do you want to have a relationship with a brand that values games, that has specialized content for games? And in Latin America, we have this potential. It's not as salient as it is in Brazil, but the audience that are gamers are no less important because smartphones are very influential too for players who have a lot of potential to become gamers. Now as for platforms, this also changed a lot in the past few years. We've been tracking this since 2016. How did smartphones change the way people consume games in Brazil and LATAM? Well, smartphones have a business model, accessibility, free-to-play games, so there's a big difference, and it has an impact on people, and they become more engaged. But I highlight, this does not reduce the importance of consoles or PCs. And in the past few years, they remained significant. So yes, smartphones did democratize access to electronic games in LATAM, and the other platforms do stay strong. And we have that information broken down by countries. Smartphones are a platform that has a lot of volume of consumers, but depending on the country you're looking at, there are differences, such as in Mexico. They are a very console-heavy country, so that value is much higher. In Argentina, computers are even more important than other platforms. Now, smartphones are always the most important platform, but in each country, we see different nuances in consumer behavior. And if you work with marketing, depending on the product you're creating, your segmentation, the market you want to talk to, if your game, product, or merchandise is for a gamer or someone who likes electronic games but doesn't identify as a gamer, all of that, including platform, is critical. You may identify as a gamer, and you will find most of that audience in consoles, or in smartphones, people who like to play electronic games but do not identify as gamers. We also have some other breakdowns, but in terms of behavior, most of the audience is investing in smartphones. Now, on the topic of smartphones specifically, here's the profile. On average, they are mostly women. In the 30 to 39-year-old age group, they are the majority. And the major franchises that currently are found in consoles and PCs are starting to see the importance of smartphones. So they are moving into smartphones as a platform, and there is a significant volume of people who play. Yes, but also it means that approximately 25% of people consider themselves to be hardcore smartphone gamers, not casual gamers. Yes, hardcore smartphone gamers do exist, and they live that experience much more intensely. Now this one is great. The Game of Life. I really like this one. So here we have a huge mix. Everything from traditional smartphone games like Candy Crush, the Escapes, Plants vs. Zombies, Homescapes, and Free Fire, which is a phenomenon all around Latin America. And Free Fire isn't even that old, but Call of Duty as a brand is a traditional brand on consoles and PC. But Call of Duty Mobile is not very old, I think 2019 or 20. So look at how these brands manage to build influence, and they're significant because the Game of Life is significant, it's important. So the movement in these major franchises has an influence on behavior as well. And now looking at consoles, they're mostly women. They also are mostly casuals, but the other half are hardcore gamers, and they're more demanding. They require higher quality. They're not indie like PCs, but they are more demanding. And it's curious, when you look at the product, what they really want to play, we see EA FC, which is basically FIFA. I'm never going to call it anything else. It's FIFA. But it shows how soccer games are so influential in LATAM, soccer as a whole. But here's just a spoiler. Now, again, the game of your life. This is important. The images you see here, these are not exactly the same images people reported. So look at Super Mario 6.2, right? We chose Super Mario 3 because in my personal opinion, it's the best Mario game. This is just to illustrate. So this is not necessarily FIFA 19 in number 1. The important thing is the percentage. So this is an open-ended question. It's quantitative. People answered whatever they wanted. Fernando Macevic, who's here on stage, went through all the work of quantifying everything that people wrote down. And based on that, we developed those categories. So God of War does not necessarily mean they want God of War 1. It means they want God of War, the franchise. FIFA as a whole, not FIFA 19. Okay, it moved to FC, yes, but anyway. All right, so like PES, it's a brand called, it used to be iFootball, then Winning 11. Look how important it is in people's minds. So it really is the game of their lives. So PES, football, maybe they don't even play that game anymore. This is an important point. The game of their life may have been an important part of their lives, but look how franchises are such an important part of their lives. Now back to consoles, there's something new here that we don't have in smartphones, because in smartphones people don't really anticipate new launches, but in consoles you do have that expectation, that anticipation. And look, people wrote EAFC, so look at how brands are influential here. GTA 6, people are really looking forward to GTA 6. Call of Duty, Final Fantasy, which was actually launched already, and Hogwarts Legacy, not the game exactly, but the Harry Potter universe. So the Harry Potter brand is not such an active brand in games, but Hogwarts Legacy was influential, and here it is. So people have that need. They want to play. So when the game is launched, then they want to play it. They want to get engaged. And GTA 6 is really the standout. And it also shows us what is in the top of mind of the players, what titles really belong to that culture of theirs, because people want to connect to and speak with gamers and players as a whole, so you want to know what is in their top of mind. Now as for PCs, here, yes, they are more demanding, and they're really demanding of personalized high-end desktops, and that is what they look for. They look at more technical aspects. Yes, they are more hardcore gamers. Of all the profiles, these are the profiles that look for more immersive games. They're mostly men. They're mostly 20 to 29. And look, again, they consider FIFA 23 to be the best game of 2023. That is not anything unheard of. In Latin America, everyone wants soccer. And the games of their lives, look at this. This is interesting. All the major esports games. And that is what PCs are about. They are about the competitive scenario. So League of Legends, Dota 2, they really made a mark on people's lives. And World of Warcraft, which was one of the major products in PCs, and The Sims too. People may even not play this game anymore, but it in some way influenced their lives to this day. And now, what do you really want to play? again, EAFC, GTA 6, but look, Dota 2. So it's in their mind. They want to play a game that has long been released, and that's okay. Maybe they didn't have time to play. Maybe they're interested or curious. League of Legends, it's maybe they never played, but they want to play, and it's not a simple game either. So they really want to try something that already exists, and there it is. And maybe all that is needed is a little bit of engagement and the culture of connecting gamers with geeks and otakus as well, which we see not just in Hogwarts, as we saw, but Dragon Ball, too. It's in their minds. And it shows that here in Latin America as a whole, we have connections with themes. And part of that is because of our history of digital games here in LATAM. Many of their games came from Japan, but it's also in their memories as part of the connection people have. And the game really is called Dragon Ball. It's very specific. It's not the Dragon Ball franchise. No, Dragon Ball Sparking Zero specifically. And Fallout, again, the Fallout effect that we had in entertainment in the past year really brought this title up to the surface, this title overall. So it's a very interesting expectation too. What about going beyond games? Out of game. So what is part of the consumer behavior that goes outside of games? Because yes, they play games, but they have a life, they have a bank account, a car, they have restaurants they go to, they have places they go to. And in Latin America, of course, the same holds true. So we mapped out these behaviors. And look at the very top. 60% tend to watch soccer games. Is anyone surprised? Latin America, folks, soccer is a fact of life. So it's very, very strong part of their life. So eFootball, PES, FIFA, of course, it's part of their behavior. But they're also a highly digital audience. So they consume AV, movies, Netflix, Spotify are important brands. Here in Brazil, these percentages are even higher. So they are significant brands, and they build behavior. Music streaming, video streaming, AV. So we see Netflix games as a huge shift in the market. It's going to be positioned very soon as an experience. And these people know exactly what they like. That's why they are having series, movies, music. They all add up to the experience as a whole. So people do go to the movies. Yes, they do work out. So they do have that habit. So that stereotype of gamers who don't do anything, who don't socialize, who are sedentary, no, that changed a long time ago. So this is a behavior that stands out in Latin America compared to the past. And now, in the final stretch, just to add everything we said, we do have a huge data platform. What we brought you here is just a taste, just a tiny bit of what PGB Latam is. So if you want to find what we have, please feel free. There's a huge platform. You can customize the different segmentations, the games we showed. You can understand the demographic profiles of each of the results. If you want to snap our QR code, please feel free. And if you work with marketing, if you enjoy marketing, it's interesting because you can really segment these markets, understand the peculiarities. You may want to know what women consume in Latin America. You can look at that. Oh, I want to know about women who play consoles. Who are they? What is their profile like? You can work on that segmentation. And I'd like to invite you, because Mauro and I and my friends at Go Gamers, we have a podcast where we discuss these insights and many other insights that we work on over the course of the year. It occurs every 2 weeks, and it's a little bit late right now, but there's a lot of content, lots of insights. They're very important for strategy as well. We need to understand consumers and dive into more understanding of them. And this requires a lot of time, so that's why we deliver some new content gradually, which can help you strategically with your business, and so on. And in this podcast, Carlos, me, Fernando Manchevich, who I've already thanked here, and Afonso Fortunato, who puts together all of these slide decks, who works on all the aesthetics. He also shares the space with us. He burns the midnight oil working on these slide decks. So really, we discuss the market. We make jokes, of course, as well, because we're not robots. Yeah, we play games sometimes too, and we argue sometimes too. So we hope you like this. It was a huge pleasure, and we'll be back here again tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken, at 3:30 p.m. to talk about our overview of PixB Brazil. We'll talk about brands, esports, and some other interesting findings, and some new things I didn't show today. All right, see you tomorrow. Have a great one, everybody. All right, thank you. Big round of applause for them. All right, thank you so much. It is really amazing. We see so many insights in these sessions, like the fact that games really move from generation to generation. Actually, I'm part of that statistic. But now, if you're watching from home, we are at Journey 3, but I will say goodbye to you for now, because right now you are going to be redirected to Quest 2, where you will watch that amazing stage, which is certainly something you're going to enjoy. And if you're here in person...
Plataformas, né? E não lançar jogo separadamente em cada mini metaverse. Então, assim, não é uma palestra muito motivadora, porque, como eu falei, não estamos lá ainda. Eu vejo como... a parte que me motiva é que eu vejo que esse é o futuro, esse é para onde temos que ir. Fazer jogo dentro do jogo é uma experiência incrível. Eu recomendo aqui a todos. Quem quiser falar mais sobre... Não sei se a gente tem um tempo aí para pergunta. Se não, aqui está meu contato, meu LinkedIn. Por favor, fique à vontade de me adicionar. Esse é o meu Instagram, todas as redes sociais e também meu e-mail. E quem quiser falar mais sobre... A gente tem tempo para a pergunta? Não sei se a gente tem tempo para a pergunta. A gente ainda tem tempo para a pergunta. Nossa, porque eu estou assim voando, gente. Eu não consigo ver direito com esse headset. 6 minutos. Se alguém quiser fazer uma pergunta. Meu microfone?
Opa, vocês estão conseguindo me ouvir? Não tem feedback aqui, é mó ruim ficar falando assim. Então, o que você acha, assim, porque uma das maiores experiências de VR que eu tive assim, na minha vida foi um dos primeiros demos do Pixel Rift. Na época era Pixel Rift ainda, foi muito maneiro. Das possibilidades novas que o VR abre para narrativa, eu trabalho com narrativa de jogos, né? Então, as possibilidades narrativas que esse meio abre, assim. Agora veio o feedback para mim, agora eu estou ouvindo. Acho que foi mais ou menos claro que eu tentei, né? Valeu.
Então, narrativa, o que eu estou mais interessada ainda, claro, além das interações e tudo que pode fazer no VR, mas agora com o AI, eu sinto que tem um caminho que a gente pode estar explorando muito mais com o AI de criar narrativas mais interessantes. Não somente criando e escrevendo os diálogos lineares, né, mas tentar criar esses personagens nesses universos e escrever essas histórias desses personagens e o que é o conhecimento que eles têm. Então, eu sinto um caminho da narrativa mais para esse movimento de usar o AI na realidade virtual para recriar mesmo esses universos. Eu acho que vai ficar muito mais imersivo se você está num ambiente onde as pessoas são mais reais, né? Os personagens são mais são mais believables, né? Mais acreditáveis. Perdi a palavra aqui, mas eu sinto que o AI vai ser realmente algo bem mais explorado na realidade virtual para trazer mais essa imersão com os personagens mais pertencentes daquele universo, né? Não sei se tu já testaste, mas tem o Convey. Convey é um aplicativo muito bom, que ele tem até integração com o Unreal. Eu tenho testado em casa. E você coloca com MetaHuman e é incrível. Você coloca um personagem, escreve toda a história dele, interage, consegue... Realmente é bem complexo como você consegue descrever esse personagem com história. E é bem interessante. Se quiser, depois eu te falo mais sobre... É Convey o nome. Acho que ainda dá mais uma pergunta ou duas. Então eu vou aproveitar para fazer marketing aqui. Meu time acabou de me lembrar para falar do nosso jogo novo que a gente está trabalhando, o Clawball. Estou até com a camisa aqui. Então a gente vai estar dando palestra amanhã no booth da Epic, às 6h50 da tarde, eu e o lead programador. E a gente vai estar falando sobre COBOL e como foram os desafios de fazer um jogo multiplayer na realidade virtual. E vai ser bem interessante se você puder vir. A gente está com esse jogo que é um gato jogando futebol. E um jogo multiplayer, são 3 gatos, 3 contra 3. E a gente vai estar testando recentemente, em breve no Discord. E agora em agosto a gente vai começar a fazer uns gameplays e testar para lançar em Early Access na loja da Quest. Na loja do Quest no UpLab agora em outubro. Mas venham amanhã para a palestra, que vai ser bem interessante quem curte Unreal também e multiplayer.
Oi, Ana. Todo mundo me ouvindo? Sim? Em VR, eu acho que a gente está vendo muitos jogos que são clones de mecânicas que funcionaram legal para todo lado, assim. Eu queria que você desse uma opinião sobre isso, sobre pegar uma mecânica que já funciona e tentar melhorar ela ou fazer uma coisa diferente em cima. Se isso é uma coisa viável, se isso é uma coisa que é mal vista. Só em geral, sua opinião sobre isso, sobre reutilizar uma mecânica que foi central em algum outro jogo, mas num jogo novo.
Então, na época da montanha-russa, né? Sei quem lembra aqui, 2013, né? Tem as ondas, né, do VR. E aí, quando algo faz sucesso, a galera toda... É normal. E aí aparece uma onda de jogos parecidos, né? Eu vivi a época da montanha-russa, a época do Beat Saber, agora tem o Gorilla Tag. Mas essa indústria, ela tem tanta oportunidade que é inimaginável como a gente ainda pode explorar, né? Então, essas ondas vão passando, mas grandes marcos vão ficando, como o Beat Saber foi uma grande descoberta, né? Que foi um jogo realmente feito para a plataforma. Eu sinto que ainda é muito cedo para a gente dizer isso, sabe? Tem muito a ser explorado, tem muita realidade misturada, AI. Então tem muito ainda o metaverse, como eu estou falando, que ainda nem temos ainda. Né? Fora todos os headsets que estão vindo e toda essa frente, né? Infraestrutura, agora com a Apple vindo com o Vision Pro. Então está vindo muitas, não somente jogos, mas muitos aplicativos que a gente nem imaginava que poderiam vir, né? Com instrumentos musicais, com educação, com história, com saúde. Então, eu acho que é bom a gente pensar um pouco fora da caixa. Eu não iria... o ideal é tentar, ok, nada é feito do zero também. Nenhum jogo é feito do zero. Se você disser que um jogo é totalmente inovador, você está mentindo. Mas sempre tentar pegar algo que você tem uma paixão. E eu sinto que pega uma mecânica e tentar misturar com outra. Mas buscar sempre criar algo que você tenha uma paixão, porque fazer jogos é complicado, demanda muito tempo e esforço. Então, se você buscar algo que você tem uma paixão, você vai conseguir um público que também vai gostar do que você gosta. E eu acho que você tem um caminho, uma jornada mais menos cansativa, né? Se você tentar inovar com algo que você tem paixão, né? Tipo, eu busquei o retrô, futebol... Então, você tem que buscar sempre algo que você tem uma paixão para conseguir fazer algo inovador. Acho que agora acabou o tempo, né? Mas é isso, gente. Obrigada. Fiquem à vontade de me entrar em contato.
Gift card com cashback. No Eurocar tem?
Aproveite!
Meus amigos, que maravilhoso isso aqui. Estou de volta com vocês aqui agora. Para quem está assistindo aqui agora na Gamescom. Olá, meus amigos, eu sou o Coelho no Japão. Estamos aqui ao vivo com todo mundo. Gostaram disso? Realidade virtual para mim, como eu falei logo antes da gente começar aqui, é videogame 2.0, galera. É muito interessante como que é um universo que, de fato, transporta a gente da nossa realidade para um outro local. E quando a gente está utilizando as ferramentas mais atuais, por exemplo, eu tenho um Quest 2 e recentemente eu comprei um Quest 3 lá em casa, que é super legal. Eu costumo dizer que ele é o Nintendo Switch dos headset VR, porque toda a tecnologia ela já está diretamente na sua cabeça. Você não necessariamente precisa conectar ele no computador, né? Então é muito legal porque você fica livre dentro da sua casa, você pode andar. E hoje, assim como o Quest 3 e o Apple Vision Pro também, a trend é justamente os headsets, eles terem essa mistura e essa capacidade de transportar a gente para uma realidade virtual e também uma realidade aumentada. Então é muito legal. E com reconhecimento de mão, por exemplo, no Quest 3, tem um minigame que é super maneiro, que você coloca ele na sua cabeça assim, e você olha para as paredes. Primeiro, você começa a olhar em volta, assim, na sua sala, e ele vai aparecendo uns triângulozinhos, meio que fazendo um escaneamento de todos os objetos da parede, onde que está tudo. E aí, a hora que o jogo começa, você vê que a sua sala, ela começa a ser invadida por uns alienígenas. Só que os alienígenas, eles não vêm de qualquer lugar. Eles quebram a parede da sua casa e entram na parede da sua casa. E você tem que lutar contra eles e aspirar eles para dentro de uma... Porque não é violento, né? Você aspira eles para dentro de uma cumbuquinha, assim. Mas é muito legal você ver as paredes da sua casa sendo invadidas por alienígenas. E aí também a gente conseguiu olhar por dentro do buraco que está na parede e a gente vê do lado de fora daquele mundo. Só que a gente ainda está imerso dentro da nossa realidade. E, cara, isso tem muitas utilizações, né? O Apple Vision Pro, ele também deve melhorar bastante. Eu acredito que daqui para frente, quando tem, por exemplo, da Facebook, que tem aquele óculos, que é o Ray-Ban, né, que tem uma câmerazinha. Quando a tecnologia estiver avançada a ponto de colocar aquilo na sua frente, em vez de você estar andando na rua com o GPS olhando na sua mão, cara, vai aparecer uma setinha. Eles já fazem isso no aplicativo, né? Eu estava recentemente andando por aí nas ruas do Japão, tentando me localizar pelos locais, e aí o Google Maps lá, ele tem uma funcionalidade que você escaneia o ambiente em volta, e aí ele entende o que é aquele mundo em volta de você. O seu celular, ele vira uma janela para indicar a sua direção. Então, as setas para onde você tem que ir, elas ficam posicionadas tipo em cima da rua ou em cima da calçada na sua frente. Ele até te avisa, olha, tem uma rua aqui na sua frente, então cuidado, para de olhar no celular, ó, ele para de escanear aquilo. Se a gente tiver isso naturalmente nos gadgets que a gente já usa, né? Porque a gente já usa Apple Watch, por exemplo, ou outros tipos de aparelhos que monitoram a nossa saúde, eles já fazem, a tecnologia de vestir já faz parte do nosso dia a dia, né? Então, eu acho que vai ser muito revolucionário isso, e isso tudo que a Ana apresentou aqui pra gente hoje é algo completamente diferente. Galera, agora a gente vai chamar aqui uma jornada além da realidade e da inovação. Então eu quero chamar os nossos convidados aqui. Por favor, podem entrar. Nossos próximos convidados aqui do nosso palco Quest 2. Sejam muito bem-vindos. Uma salva de palmas aqui para os convidados. Qualquer momento, hein, galera? Eles vão... Aê! Tudo bom, gente?
Boa tarde,
Sejam
pessoal.
muito
Tudo bem?
bem-vindos.
Obrigada. E tem bastante lugar hoje. Boa tarde, pessoal. Obrigada.
Pode se sentar, por favor. Pessoal, apresentem-se aqui para o nosso público. Quero muito agradecer a presença de todos de vocês aqui. Estamos muito curiosos para saber tudo que vocês têm para dizer.
Obrigada, gente. Boa tarde para todo mundo que está aqui nos acompanhando. É um prazer imenso estar aqui na Gamescom mais uma vez. Estamos muito felizes, sempre com convite. Eu sou a Tati Pérez, eu sou vice-presidente da XRBR, que é a Associação Brasileira das Empresas e Profissionais de Realidade Estendida, onde estão concentradas as maiores empresas e profissionais do ramo de XR, VR, AR, e aqui um time de peso para me acompanhar, para a gente falar um pouquinho desse tema de hoje.
Maravilhoso. Muito obrigado. Uma salva de palmas aqui para os nossos convidados. Bom, o palco é todo de vocês agora. Vou saindo por aqui, vou assistir vocês ali do backstage, tá bom? Nos vemos em breve. Obrigado, gente.
Obrigada. Vamos na ordem aqui, Ricardo. Quer se apresentar aí? Tá uma fotinho do Rodrigo aqui, né?
Eu
Hoje...
não sou o Rodrigo, eu
Não
sou
é
sócio dele. Ele não pôde vir de última hora, então eu tomei o lugar dele aqui. Eu sou o Ricardo Justus. Peço desculpas pela minha voz, eu tô super rouco de tanto falar aqui na Gamescom. Mas vou tentar forçar a voz aqui para falar com vocês. Eu sou CEO e co-founder da Árvore, que é um estúdio dedicado 100% a XR e VR, né? A gente acabou de fazer, faz 2 semanas, a gente fez 7 anos de idade, então já estamos fazendo isso faz bastante tempo. E agora estamos com 90 pessoas no estúdio, né? Então, assim, já isso todo mundo dedicado e fazendo realidade virtual, realidade mista e todas as realidades possíveis, né?
Vai lá, Thiago, se apresenta aí.
Pessoal, prazer, boa tarde. Meu nome é Thiago Guimarães, eu sou lá de Fortaleza, venho para cá representar muito esse Nordeste, faço parte da Bugaboo Studio, hoje desenvolvendo soluções interativas junto da realidade virtual, aumentada, 3D e jogos, né? Somos hoje lá em 35 pessoas, trabalhando em muitos projetos de inovação em clientes estratégicos aí da região, unindo sempre com o objetivo, né, de atrair e instruir as pessoas com essas novas tecnologias imersivas. É um prazer estar aqui participando dessa mesa. Valeu.
Legal. Boa tarde, pessoal. Eu sou Ana Caroline, também sou associada à XRBR. Trabalho como XR Developer na Accenture Brasil. Ano passado, eu ganhei um prêmio da Globant de Woman That Building Rising Star, representando o Brasil aqui na competição global. Eu sou formada em tecnologia em jogos digitais, fiz pós-graduação em engenharia de software. Estou aqui para trazer mais uma perspectiva de pessoa desenvolvedora nessa área. Então, estou aí para somar no debate. A gente pode seguir em frente.
Maravilha, gente. Porque hoje aqui a gente queria fazer um remember aqui do que aconteceu e do que tem acontecido nos últimos anos, né? Então, eu vou fazer algumas perguntinhas que eu acho muito importante para medir uma temperatura aqui. Quem aqui trabalha com XR de alguma maneira? Caramba, muita gente. Quem trabalha exclusivamente com XR? Quem vive só de XR? Tem gente, tem gente, tem gente. Sabe que em 2016, aqui também, em 2016, né, a gente estava no Big Festival e aí a gente fez a pergunta era um pouquinho diferente, era quem já experimentou VR? Quem já experimentou realidade virtual? Eu só fiz essa pergunta porque lá em 2016 tinha 6, 7 pessoas aqui levantando a mão, dizendo que tinha experimentado o VR. Então, a gente, quase 10 anos depois, a gente já tem um número maior de pessoas que já estão até vivendo exclusivamente do XR. Então é muito bom ver um avanço da indústria, ver que isso está acontecendo e que a proporção aumenta, né? Que a gente hoje faz as perguntas diferentes, né? Lá atrás, o Marco Zero, o lançamento do HTC Vive, né? Enfim, o Rift, aquela coisa toda pesada. Hoje a gente tem muito mais mobilidade para a gente trabalhar com as imersões e tudo mais. E aí, gente, essa galera que está aqui, eu acho que é muito importante eles darem uma perspectiva desse espaço, porque são pessoas que estão atuando diretamente com conteúdo, com soluções. E eu acho que esse panorama, essa mudança, esse avanço, é que faz com que acenda aquela luzinha, né, de para onde a gente olha, onde de fato estão as moedinhas douradas, né, para a gente alcançar. Ô, Ricardo, você quer falar um pouco disso? Como é que vocês têm lidado de lá para cá, né, com as fontes de financiamento, com os modelos de negócio? Como que a coisa tem evoluído na jornada de vocês lá na Árvore?
Quando a Árvore nasceu, a VR tinha acabado de sair comercialmente, né? O Oculus Rift saiu em 2016, né? O PlayStation VR também saiu em 2016 para 2017. Então, ainda era muito novo e era complexo, né? Tinha muita fricção de user experience, né? Para a pessoa usar, tinha que ter um computador caro. nem lançou no Brasil, né? Talvez só o PlayStation VR lançou oficialmente no Brasil. A Oculus, agora a Meta, nunca lançou um dispositivo oficialmente aqui, né? Então tinha muitas barreiras, né, para isso. E eu diria que assim, o que eu acredito que vai ser o ponto de inflexão da curva de adoção exponencial assim, dessa tecnologia não aconteceu ainda, né? E eu não estou surpreso com isso, assim, eu nunca acreditei naquele. Você deve lembrar que assim, você via gráficos de adoção de realidade virtual em 2016, falava que em 2022 vai ter 1 bilhão de pessoas usando e não sei o quê. Isso é porque isso acontece com todas as tecnologias, né? Tem uma lei chamada Lei de Amara, né, que fala a gente superestima o impacto de curto prazo das novas tecnologias e subestima o impacto de longo prazo, né? No longo prazo vai mudar muito mais do que a gente é capaz de imaginar e no curto prazo nunca muda tanto quanto a gente acha. Então, o segredo no início era encontrar um modelo de negócio, criar algo, porque assim, dá para fazer jogo de VR e ter uma empresa que cresce e tudo, né? A árvore está fazendo isso, né? Então, é fácil? Não é fácil. Precisa de fomento, precisa de financiamento. Financiamento já está difícil para game normal, né? Para VR, que o retorno é muito mais arriscado, é mais difícil ainda, né? Então, não está um momento fácil, apesar do Quest ser um começo de um ponto de inflexão de adoção, né? Assim, a diferença de quando o Quest lançou, a gente lançou o jogo antes do Quest lançar, que era para computador, Rift, essas coisas, e a gente lançou o jogo depois do Quest lançar. É 10x o número de vendas, assim, o número de adoção, assim, e foi aumentando. Então, assim, está aumentando exponencialmente. O problema é que as curvas exponenciais, elas começam com uma linha, né, antes do ponto de inflexão. Então, tem que buscar fomento, tem que buscar investimento, tem que buscar modelos de negócio e a forma de crescer, porque quando acontecer, e não tá, acho que ninguém mais tem muita dúvida que vai acontecer realidade virtual, né? O que é um modelo spatial computing, né? Que é o termo que a Apple gosta de usar, né? Vai acontecer, só que, né, não é uma coisa que acontece da noite para o dia, porque as barreiras de tecnologia, de preço e tudo isso ainda são altas, né? Então, assim, eu acho que tem que esperar mais um pouco para isso virar algo que tenha um espaço maior aqui na Gamescom, na Big, etc, né? Mas já foi crescendo, né? Quem foi para a GDC nos últimos anos, você ia para a GDC antes, não tinha quase nada de realidade virtual. Nos últimos 2 anos tinha um espaço enorme, a Meta tinha um espaço enorme, só falando de realidade virtual. A Pico, a PlayStation, o PlayStation VR, você vê uma presença maior, mas tem que ter paciência, né? Tem que ter paciência e tem que encontrar os modelos. Tem como fazer modelos de negócios e sobreviver agora e crescer agora, mesmo com essa indústria, não sei, na mesma velocidade de uma indústria mobile ou de uma indústria, né, dessas outras.
É muito interessante, porque a gente fala de um panorama, nessa hora, a importância das políticas públicas, né? Que a gente, aqui em São Paulo, são muitos programas, variados programas, e todo mundo que trabalha nesse ramo tem muito espaço, muita possibilidade de iniciar ou, né, de fazer sua manutenção, seu desenvolvimento com o apoio dessas políticas públicas, né? São Paulo, nesse lugar, é muito vanguardista e eu acho que isso, de alguma maneira, é que impulsiona até um pouco dessa concentração de tanta gente aqui. Aí, Thiago, eu te pergunto, e aí lá? E lá? Como é lá?
Assim, eu sempre fico brincando com o pessoal que eu sinto muita inveja, né, essa daqui de São Paulo, porque os valores são bem diferentes do que acontecem lá no Ceará, especificamente onde eu tô, né. A gente teve que, fundou a fundação, montou a associação, a CEND, né, que é a Associação de Desenvolvedores de Jogos do Estado do Ceará, para conseguir, junto ao governo do estado e prefeitura, alguns trabalhos para criar editais específicos para a nossa área de comunicação, né, entendendo onde é que a gente ia de fato entrar, se ia ir por audiovisual, se ia ir para a área de jogos, e aí como é que ficaria essa distribuição. E conversa vai, conversa vem, e a gente acabou entrando nos dois. Então a gente conseguiu criar editais específicos para a área de desenvolvimento de jogos e colocou VR como uma narrativa também dentro do audiovisual, se utilizando também de ferramentas para criar esses novos ambientes, né? Não é fácil ainda, porque existem barreiras, né, como o próprio Ricardo falou, dos equipamentos, que são bem caros assim, para a gente ter acesso. Então, às vezes tem que importar ou a gente tem que ir lá buscar, e pra você ter ideia, às vezes para ir para Miami eu tenho que descer para São Paulo e ir para Miami. Então, existem essas dificuldades. E outro ponto que a gente sofreu, e a gente tem montado laboratórios e academies lá, que é hardware, sabe? Assim, quando a gente começou, era muito PC VR, e para a gente rodar duas imagens, né? Não vou explicar muito, mas em 3D ali, requer um poder de processamento elevado e um computador, por consequência, também caro. E então, assim, preparar essa infraestrutura dentro do escritório para conseguir atender, no caso da gente, né, que trabalhava muito na área de, a gente tem missão de usar tecnologias de outro mundo para atrair e instruir pessoas. Então, nessa de atrair e instruir, beleza, estética, sabe, respeito à física, porque a gente trabalha com treinamento também, eram extremamente importantes. E isso é uma consequência de um poder de processamento muito elevado. Então, imagina a gente ter que montar isso nessa perspectiva. Mas, assim, o Estado e toda a região tem investido bastante, e entendido que tecnologia não é só desenvolvimento de software, mas ele também pode ser arte, né? E a gente sempre fica brincando, assim, a gente tenta fazer lá no escritório, a arte estressa a tech, sabe? E aí, a gente tem um museu da imagem e do som agora, que entrou lá com experiências 360 imersivas e um campo de possibilidades, e assim, que dá para esticar e estressar a tech até onde ela vai. Porque agora a gente tem equipamento, sabe, ferramenta, e explorar isso tem sido muito divertido. E, assim, desafiador também.
Obrigada. Ô, Anne, aí eu jogo para você uma pergunta agora, porque assim, aí são dois extremos, né? Você tem uma visão muito ampla do funcionamento também de grandes empresas, né? E o processo delas, como elas investem nesse setor, no desenvolvimento, nos programadores. E aí, olhando por essa perspectiva, assim, como que é ter ferramentas para trabalhar? Como que é ter tudo para trabalhar, né? Juntar assim, o melhor dos mundos, né? Como que é? Fala um pouquinho aí da sua perspectiva sobre isso aí para o desenvolvimento desse mercado das pessoas. Não, mas também todo mundo passa pelo processo de a foice, né? Da gente abrir o caminho. Todo mundo que está aqui tá nesse processo. Mas você experimentou um pouquinho, né? Fala
eu passei por esse processo também, né? Eu entrei na indústria de games no período de 2015, assim, mais ou menos. Eu abri a minha startup em jogos de realidade aumentada. Atuei com 4 anos com a minha startup. Na época, a gente no Rio de Janeiro tinha alguns editais, mas eram editais que não eram específicos para jogo, específico para desenvolver ali em realidade aumentada ou realidade virtual. Eram editais que eram o que eu peguei, por exemplo, foi do BNDES, junto com a benfeitoria, para fazer produtos relacionados a patrimônios culturais ou para incentivar o turismo e etc. Então, a gente começou a pensar soluções para a cidade voltados para a realidade aumentada, que era o que a gente tinha acesso, que era o celular, que era o Android ali e tal. Então, eu comecei a aprender ali com a minha própria startup qual era o pipeline ali de atuação para publicar um jogo, né, em realidade aumentada, mobile, nas lojas, etc. Com o tempo, eu comecei a perceber que eu precisava aprender um pouco mais sobre modelos de negócio e sobre como funcionava a parte mais técnica. E aí eu entendi isso e falei, cara, eu preciso entrar na indústria de games. Entrei como QA na Gazeus. Eram jogos voltados para buraco, dominó e etc. Então, consegui trabalhar com instant games, cheguei a testar um pouquinho até uns joguinhos com blockchain, mas totalmente mobile, assim, né? O pessoal do site do Jogatina, o Thiago Colli está ali, né? O CTO da Gazeus. Depois eu entendi um pouco mais que, para mim, era a realidade virtual. E eu precisava entender um pouco mais como é que funcionava esse processo com outros tipos de modelos de negócio. E aí eu fui para a Cocu trabalhar como QA lá em Recife. E lá em Recife, com essa experiência, né, consegui entrar ali num processo de testar jogos para Roblox. E aí o pessoal entendia metaverso, muito como a Ana estava falando aqui no último painel, né, que a gente testava metaverso. Quais metaversos? Roblox, VRChat. Então, era muito segmentado assim, para determinadas plataformas de distribuição. Então o pessoal entendia metaverso ainda como esses jogos de multiplayer, Spatial I.O., Outspace, etc. E aí eu tive a oportunidade de ter um pouco mais de recursos e entrei numa multinacional, que era a Accenture. Na Accenture eu entrei na área de tecnologias emergentes, no departamento de metaverso Continuum Business Groups. E lá eu tive a oportunidade de ter acesso a vários tipos de devices, né? Então consegui trabalhar com HoloLens. Então eu atuei mais na parte de porting e otimização. HoloLens, Quest 2, Quest 3, por último agora foi Pico XR. E estava muito no conceito agora, né? Como teve esses booms de determinadas tecnologias, a gente fazer experimentação de como integrar, por exemplo, inteligência artificial nos nossos processos de produção, nos projetos já existentes, mas também tendo que aprender um pouco mais sobre o back-end da coisa, né? Como é que a gente integra tudo, que acho que esse é o grande desafio dessa questão do metaverso, etc. Então, como que a gente integra essas tecnologias, tanto da identificação do jogador, quanto da gente criar uma persona específica para um NPC baseado com Generative AI, por exemplo, entre outras coisas. Então, consegui passar por vários processos ali, né, desde pequenas, médias e grandes empresas, e ter esse recurso, acho que está quase todo mundo assim, no mesmo nível de experimentação. Eu acho que é por aí.
Eu ia falar uma coisa, desculpa, minha voz está indo embora. Mas eu ia falar uma coisa sobre esse aspecto de experimentação que eu acho muito interessante, que a gente ainda está numa fase dentro do meio de XR que é muito colaborativo, né? Não tem uma competição entre as empresas que estão fazendo XR. A gente está colaborando, né? Então eu acho que tem esse lado. E tem um outro lado que, além do fomento público, as próprias plataformas têm interesse em fomentar a indústria, né? Então, criar uma relação boa com as plataformas, estou falando especificamente a Meta, a Sony, PlayStation, né? Agora a Apple entrou também, né, nesse negócio, e elas estão procurando conteúdo, né? Então, criar essa relação, eles às vezes entregam hardware. Assim, chegar no Brasil é difícil às vezes, né? Porque eles mandam hardware de graça, você tem que pagar, né, ficar preso na alfândega, etc. Mas assim, espero que, né, o Marco Legal dos Games ajude, né? Porque até o Marco Legal dos Games cita dispositivo de realidade virtual, né? Então talvez isso comece a facilitar um pouco a importação disso para uso de trabalho. Mas assim, com certeza é uma barreira, mas quando você sobrepõe essa barreira, eu acho que assim, tem outras empresas fazendo, que eu acho que colaboram muito, é muito legal esse aspecto colaborativo, que está todo mundo nessa fase de experimentação, né? Que por um lado é bom e por outro lado é desafiador, né? Porque o ciclo de desenvolvimento é esticado por consequência disso, né? Um jogo de VR tem que ter muita experimentação, né? Muita fase de experimentação durante o desenvolvimento, porque às vezes o que você está tentando fazer ali não foi feito ainda, porque não existe como fazer, você tem que achar soluções. Vocês viram no papo da Ana, criação de jogo dentro de realidade virtual, assim, né? Assim, coisas muito diferentes e novas que você tem que buscar para conseguir desbravar, inovar e fazer isso, né?
A gente está falando de tudo, né? A gente está falando de formato, de linguagem, de conceito, de dinâmicas de ferramentas, a gente experimentar uma mesma ferramenta com outro propósito, com outro uso, com outra aplicação. Até nisso o setor de XR é criativo, né? Porque você tem uma ferramenta pré-existente que é aplicada em outra indústria e aí você entende uma utilização daquilo para o XR. Então a gente está falando desde tudo lá, do que vem dos ensinamentos, tudo que está baseado em audiovisual, tudo que está bem estabelecido em indústria de games, agora com algumas coisas de IA também que estão se utilizando aqui, a gente experimenta muito. Essa parte do colaborativo é muito interessante mesmo lá na associação, né? A gente está lá no grupinho o tempo todo, olha, eu estou tentando fazer um negócio aqui, não deu certo, alguém já fez? Aí vem aquele monte de gente, se ajuda, se ensina. Então a gente realmente é um setor muito convergente. Hoje somos em torno de 100 associados pelo Brasil, entre empresas e profissionais, e que tem reverberado de maneira muito positiva aqui fora do Brasil, né? Desde repercussão de negócios mesmo, em retorno financeiro, em prêmios. Então, é realmente um setor que quanto mais engajado, né, mais a gente reverbera por aí. Você ia falar alguma coisa, Thiago? Fala aí.
Não, mas eu acho que é justamente isso, em complementar sobre essas ferramentas e como é que a gente está colaborando junto com o próprio pessoal da Oculus, sabe? Quando a gente fala de realidade virtual, alguns padrões que já existem em outras peças, né? Então, assim, aplicativo. A gente sabe que, às vezes, do lado direito é um menu que você aperta, né? E ele vem. Então, existem padrões de design que já estão pré-estabelecidos e no VR não tem algo escrito ou testado de forma tão aguçada. Então, é muito, às vezes, a gente conseguir combinar duas coisas, criar esses novos padrões e estar trocando essas ideias, porque, por incrível que pareça, assim, a gente já passou algumas semanas tendo dor de cabeça com o projeto e, na verdade, a Oculus lançou uma atualização que quebrou uma coisa específica e a gente teve que debugar e ficou debugando e nunca ia debugar, sabe? E aí vai fazer o downgrade. Então, assim, são padrões que hoje, dentro dessa nova perspectiva, né, do hype que teve do metaverso e de outras tecnologias que vêm assessorando esse modelo, padrões definidos da indústria, né? E aí, se eu vou só citar, existem o Metaverse Standard Forum, que é um fórum internacional em que ele quer padronizar, né? Quais são os tipos de arquivo que a gente vai estar utilizando dentro desses novos ambientes, né? Qual o tamanho do modelo, para que a gente consiga alinhar a conversa. Porque imagina que eu posso criar um modelo aqui mega pesado e jogar em outro ambiente que não vai ter suporte para isso. Então, esses padrões, da mesma forma que todo celular lê PDF, né, a gente vai ter que inventar um arquivo, e hoje está se fechando a isso, que vai ler realidade aumentada, realidade virtual. Então, isso faz parte desse desafio, que agora, de forma estruturada, se juntando em uma matriz global, definir esses padrões, para a gente conseguir montar esse ambiente imersivo 3D e alinhado com o poder de performance que a gente imagina para os equipamentos que tem hoje e com as experiências que a gente, de fato, quer montar para o futuro, seja em vídeo ou 3D.
Essa perspectiva da performance ela é bem interessante, porque se a gente pensar que lá para 2015, 2016, para a gente poder rodar uma experiência na realidade virtual, a gente precisava conectar ela num computador um pouco mais potente, né? Com um avanço um pouco mais dos processamentos e dos dispositivos, apesar de que a gente lida, por exemplo, com o Quest 2, com o Quest 3, como se eles fossem dispositivos Android, né? Quando a gente vai fazer lá, gerar build, etc., o processo de otimização ele acaba sendo muito voltado como se a gente estivesse lidando com um celular. Então, os equipamentos eles têm evoluído um pouco mais o render, né? O Quest 3, por exemplo, ele está vindo um pouco mais potente ali em relação a FPS, entre outras coisas. Considerando que a gente precisava desses recursos adicionais, hoje a gente consegue usar o óculos, né, sem nenhum tipo de suporte, apesar da bateria ainda durar um pouco menos. Então, são experiências que elas precisam ser curtas ali, de certo modo, porque o óculos hoje, por exemplo, ele tem bateria de 2 horas e meia, né? Então, infelizmente, a gente não vai conseguir ficar pensando muito na prática, como que a gente faz o jogador ficar ali por horas e horas e horas, mas como que a gente faz a pessoa voltar a jogar, abrir o jogo no dia seguinte, e no dia seguinte, e no dia seguinte, né? Então, a retenção desses jogadores nessas experiências, elas têm que ser um pouquinho mais polidas, um pouco mais nesse processo.
Retenção é um problema grave de realidade virtual hoje, assim, né? Não tem muitos dados públicos, que é outro problema de realidade virtual. As empresas não abrem os dados, a Meta, obviamente, não abre os dados, então a gente não... É muito difícil saber os panoramas de saúde da indústria como um todo, mas claramente tem um problema de retenção, né? A pessoa compra o dispositivo, compra jogos associados a comprar o dispositivo e depois, de um tempo, deixa na prateleira, né? E eu acho que isso é um pouco reflexo de ter ainda uma carência de conteúdo, precisa ter mais jogo e mais jogo bom e mais jogo grande, né, na plataforma para drivar o uso. Só que uma coisa interessante que para mim é o sinal de saúde e de crescimento é que onde o maior ponto de retenção está, o público que tem a maior retenção e tem uma retenção alta, absurdamente alta, é o público de 10 a 18 anos. Qualquer dispositivo ou meio que você vê uma alta retenção entre os jovens é muito bom, porque essa galera vai crescer normalizando o uso desse tipo de coisa e socializar em VR, brincar em VR, né? Semana retrasada, o Gorilla Tag, aquele jogo que assim, o público deles é majoritariamente, a média deve ser 13 anos de idade. Deve ter gente de 10 a 15, né? Deve ser o principal público. Eles anunciaram 1 milhão de usuários ativos diários, né? 1 milhão de usuários ativos diários jogando um jogo multiplayer. É bom até para PC games, assim, não é um número muito bom, né? Não é um número bom para VR, né? Que geralmente a gente fala isso, né? Ah, é bom para VR esse número. Não, esse é um número bom geral, porque essa galera tem uma retenção alta. E isso, para mim, é um sinal de saúde desse ecossistema, porque se tivesse só saúde com pessoas mais velhas, não seria tão interessante.
A gente percebe isso muito claramente nos eventos, né? Como a gente acaba tem aumentado exponencialmente esse interesse pelos eventos, a presença do VR nos eventos, né? Esse reflexo do público, esse diagnóstico do público vai direto para lá. O público que é mais velho, um público adulto, que está assistindo um conteúdo que às vezes é não interativo, né? Que é contemplativo e tudo mais, ele assiste aí ele assiste no máximo 2, aí ele vai embora. Aí o público que está no multiplayer ou que está no conteúdo interativo, e é geralmente o público mais jovem, ele fica voltando para a fila e fica repetindo. E aí acho que esse é um grande gargalo mesmo, a gente conseguir encontrar o caminho dessa projeção, dessa difusão, porque a gente já tem essa questão do device, então acho que esse público só nos ajuda, né?
Mas eu podia adicionar uma coisa, que assim, eu acho que também falta para esse outro público, né, para o público mais velho e para abranger o público também. Hoje jogo de VR é muito legal, então o caso de uso games é legal, acho que ainda tem muito chão para explorar. Tem que entrar as grandes IPs, as grandes propriedades, né, ainda tem que entrar, mas os outros casos de uso, trabalhar, socializar tá mais ou menos, mas assim, trabalhar é muito ruim ainda, né? Não tem nenhum killer app de trabalho em realidade virtual. A UI e UX é incômoda, o device não é ergonômico. E é assim, o device da Apple. O Apple, quem aqui já usou o Apple Vision Pro? Até que tem bastante gente. O Vision Pro é super interessante, mas ele ainda assim é pesado, né? E ele custa $3.500 lá nos Estados Unidos. Aqui deve custar uma casa, sei lá. Mas assim, então, mas o UI é muito bom, né? Ele resolve várias questões de UI, porque a Apple é muito boa nisso, que mostra um potencial de você usar isso como teu computador. Ele é um computador, né? E eu acho que por isso que ele tem o preço de um MacBook, assim, né? Mas a gente está pronto para isso? Eu acho que não, acho que faltam uns passinhos de ergonomia. Por que mobile games pegou? Porque já tinha um killer app, né? Ninguém comprava celular para jogar jogo, né? Você comprava celular para N outras coisas, porque servia para você trabalhar, para você conversar, para você conectar com as pessoas. E aí jogo era mais uma coisa que já estava no teu bolso. E aí virou a maior indústria de games do mundo, mobile gaming, né? Então, para isso acontecer com realidade virtual, acho que esses outros casos de uso também tem que evoluir mais. Eu acho que esses outros casos estão mais no primórdio do que... muito mais no primórdio do que games, né?
A gente fica muito restrito, né, ao B2B, treinamento. O Thiago pode falar um pouquinho, a Anne também, que tem muitos casos disso. A Anne no Q&A e o Thiago, muito de treinamento também, algumas coisas, né, Thiago?
Um dos pontos que a gente sempre fala, e tocando nesse assunto do uso do VR, é que a gente também fica brincando lá dentro do XRBR e da comunidade, é que talvez o problema não seja necessariamente a tecnologia, mas sim como a gente utiliza, né? Então, um problema como falou, né, é mais de design e cultural do que necessariamente de tecnologia em si. Quando se lançou o celular, era aquele celular tijolão que você andava com a mochila, mas fazia sentido porque ele resolvia muitas coisas dentro da sua dinâmica, né? E aí quando a Apple veio trazendo mais interfaces e meios de como é que a gente vai interagir com esse mundo, eu ficava brincando, eu vou colocar o VR aqui para trabalhar, mas eu não consigo ver a tela do meu celular. Então, assim, eu não vou conseguir utilizar isso no meu dia a dia sem fazer isso. Então, design e cultura, como o próprio Ricardo falou, né? Assim, a geração mais nova já está mais adaptada a esse uso, né, de uma ferramenta como essa, como foi a do celular. E no treinamento, assim, quando a gente vai fazer esse tipo de situação, isso também reflete porque a gente tenta emular, de fato, como o mundo real funciona. E essa é a tratativa do que a gente no XR a gente procura, né? É replicar os movimentos do mundo real agora dentro do mundo virtual. A gente nasceu pegando os objetos, né? Então a gente vai ter que voltar e fazer com que a tecnologia também consiga pegar, né? A gente nasceu olhando e andando em volta de algo. Então trazer essa UX base é importante, principalmente na área de treinamentos, que existem movimentos de PCR, né, tipo assim, de reanimação cardíaca, ou então de troca de disjuntor, que se utiliza muito de mecânicas já pré-exploradas dentro do nosso dia a dia. A gente nasceu fazendo isso. Então, o XR nada mais é, na nossa visão, da gente conseguir traduzir de maneira virtual o que a gente já faz na vida real, né? E levar o que a gente faz no virtual para o real e o real para o virtual. Então, no treinamento, a gente tem que, emular experiências físicas, né? Então, assim, dilatação de algum objeto, né? Peso, gravidade, eco. Então, tudo isso vai ser refletido dentro dessas plataformas e, obviamente, né, requer um poder de processamento mais elevado. Mas a gente está chegando lá e essa base está aí sendo feita. Então, hoje a gente consegue ver à mão. Então, a gente está emulando o mundo real lá dentro do virtual. E isso é super bacana e tem trabalhado bem em trazer mais essa imersividade para os processos de imersividade em treinamento que a gente faz.
Legal. O Ricardo tinha comentado em questão da perspectiva do trabalho, né, da saúde do trabalhador na hora de fazer as experiências. Eu tive um vislumbrezinho, eu experimentei o NVIDIA Omniverse. Nossa, que legal. É uma plataforma que utiliza a integração com cloud, com nuvem, para a gente poder fazer colaboração em conjunto, assim, com outros colegas. E também facilita alguns processos de produção de build mesmo, direto para o óculos, né? Então, de pipeline de trabalho, que antes a gente precisava, toda vez que a gente queria testar uma experiência, a gente não conseguia testar direto da Unity ou da Unreal, a gente precisava gerar uma build, pegar, ver qual era o erro, depois debugar de novo, às vezes conectado no computador. Com o NVIDIA Omniverse, por exemplo, a gente consegue dar o play e alterar a posição do objeto e ele vai direto assim, para a experiência que está no óculos e aquilo ali persiste mesmo se você desconecta. Tem um investimento de cloud, obviamente, é um investimento que, né, cobra por hora de uso, né, por minuto, dependendo se você for integrar com a AWS ou se for integrar com o do Google, entre outros. Mas é uma perspectiva de pipeline de trabalho interessante. Ainda não está muito viável financeiramente para pequenos estúdios, entre outras coisas, mas tem se tido essa preocupação de colaboração do trabalho para que equipes remotas consigam fazer alterações em projetos de realidade mista assim, de maneira mais fluida, né? Ainda tem essa questão de ser pesado, né? E a bateria, aí você bota um outro negócio para durar mais bateria, mas ainda assim tem algumas possibilidades de pipeline de trabalho que tem facilitado assim, o uso e a colaboração no dia a dia e tem sido bem interessante experimentar isso.
Não sei quem estava aqui na palestra da Ana Ribeiro, que foi antes da nossa aqui, mas a gente não usa o NVIDIA Omniverse na árvore, mas a gente usa várias ferramentas de colaboração dentro de realidade virtual para construir os jogos lá dentro, né? E aí, que na nossa indústria faz sentido, né? Então, assim, funciona, né? A gente consegue blocar a cena de jogo dentro da realidade virtual com as pessoas dentro. A gente trabalha remoto, né? A árvore hoje é todo mundo remoto. A gente se conecta e vê um ao outro lá dentro e colabora. Mas isso é para nossa indústria, né? Eu acho que quando eu estava dizendo, eu estava pensando assim, para uma pessoa que não trabalha na indústria de games ou né, trabalha num escritório normal, etc. Eu acho que para esse tipo de trabalho, ninguém vai usar nem o Apple Vision Pro, que tem uma dinâmica de UI mais interessante para isso. Ninguém vai abrir uma planilha de Excel, botar um óculos de realidade virtual para abrir uma planilha de Excel, né? Não tem sentido isso ainda, porque não está desenvolvido o suficiente essas plataformas, né? Agora, para colaboração, para visualização de ambiente tridimensional, essas coisas, isso é muito legal, né? Mas assim, a gente ainda tem que encontrar o que é o killer app que vai trazer mais gente não gamer para o uso desses dispositivos também, que eu acho que isso vai ajudar a movimentar muito. Mas eu acho que os games também movimentam, não estou dizendo que não movimenta, né? Mas não dá para esperar que vai ter 1 bilhão de pessoas usando... Só passou de 1 bilhão, 2 bilhões de mobile gamers, porque os telefones tinham zilhões de outros. Não tem 1 bilhão, 2 bilhões de Playstations, entendeu? Então, assim, um dispositivo que o maior caso de uso dele é games, não vai causar essa massa crítica de virar uma nova plataforma de computação, etc. Né? Então, esses outros casos de uso precisam ser desenvolvidos ainda, né?
Essa é a parte, né? Essa é a parte que é importante dessa congruência da indústria. Justamente porque todos trabalhando dentro de um único setor vão contribuindo na descoberta dessas aplicações, vão contribuindo nessa criatividade ferramental, nesse uso inteligente dos recursos e chegando em lugares em que a gente nem esperava. A gente está falando de 10 anos, menos de 10 anos, uma década. O que é isso, né, gente? O que é isso? Em quanto tempo o celular evoluiu, né?
E aí a gente enxerga também, assim, aí falando do lado da computação gráfica, tudo meio que está conectado, sabe? Quando a gente fala de IA, de Ray Tracing, sabe? Sendo agora incorporado em celulares mobile, a gente vê que quando aí falando mais tecniquez, né, assim, quando eu coloco o NPU, agora assim, o processamento de IA dentro de sistemas, chips mobile, eles também auxiliam no processamento de imagem e uso de certas ferramentas que a gente usa no XR, como o rastreio da mão, sabe, a renderização de luz, imagem. Então, mesmo esse desenvolvimento e a evolução do hardware para esse caminho também se soma a tudo isso que a gente está conseguindo fazer hoje, né, de trazer e levar mais poder para a ponta do dispositivo, para que fique mais fácil até a gente trabalhar. Quando teve uma mudança histórica, a gente acompanha, né, quando a gente conseguiu fazer Ray Tracing, é um processo muito complicado de Hollywood, sabe, que um frame demorava 24 horas para ser feito, e agora com IA, em segundos a gente consegue renderizar uma cena iluminada. E isso meio que revolucionou. Caramba, agora a gente consegue trabalhar de forma natural, levando características físicas reais para dentro daquele modelo 3D. E o equipamento, mesmo que hoje agora mobile, consegue interpretar isso de uma maneira muito mais simples. Então, o processo de desenvolvimento também de aplicações e dos modelos 3D a serem fabricados para esses novos dispositivos tem diminuído o tempo de desenvolvimento, sabe? Porque quem aqui é da computação gráfica e já trabalhou com render e pipelines e tal, você sabe as gambiarras que se fazia para chegar num brilho que saía assim, às vezes era uma gambiarra que não dava para usar aquele arquivo para nada, só para chegar naquele ponto. Então, e hoje, assim, tem facilitado bastante e a Apple, o Snapdragon, colocando essas tecnologias de IA e, por consequência, evoluindo esses pipelines de construir modelos imersivos mais realistas e projetos até mais complexos.
Eu acho que evolui nas duas frentes, né? Evolui do lado de desenvolvimento e evolui também na miniaturização do hardware desses dispositivos ficarem menores, mais acessíveis, etc, etc. Assim, o VR que a gente usa hoje, todo o R&D que aconteceu para ele lá em 2016, ele não foi para VR, ele foi a miniaturização de telas, IMU que detecta movimento da tua cabeça, todas essas coisas eram acelerômetro, todas essas coisas eram inovações, miniaturização de giroscópio, todas essas coisas eram inovações feitas para telefone celular. O primeiro Oculus Rift que o Palmer levava nos eventos, o Palmer Luckey levava nos eventos no Kickstarter lá, era tipo era um celular da Samsung amarrado com duct tape, assim, numa lente biconvexa, assim, né? Então, assim, a tecnologia que possibilitou começar essa indústria de novo agora nessa última década foi tecnologia para mobile. Da mesma forma como investigar e todo investimento que está sendo feito, e agora está sendo feito investimento, né? A Meta investe bilhões, a Apple está investindo bilhões, a Google agora está investindo também para Mixed Reality, para Augmented Reality, para VR, mas também investimento em IA, que é maior de todos nesse momento, também ajuda, né, a acelerar processos de hardware, processos de software que ajudam a acelerar, por isso que a tecnologia evolui exponencialmente, né? Então é só uma questão de tempo.
Gente, a gente está se encaminhando para o fim, temos 1 minuto e meio. Eu queria que vocês... Façam as previsões de futuro aí, gente. Querem fazer alguma? Alguém quer fazer alguma previsão de futuro aí?
Acho que foi legal comentar essa questão da normalização do uso da realidade virtual no trabalho, que ainda vai demorar um pouco, mas se a gente for olhar da perspectiva de produção relacionado a, no Brasil, como que faz para ganhar dinheiro com games, depois como faz para ganhar dinheiro em realidade virtual, muito se foi dos serious games para depois começar o boom investimento em entretenimento, entre outras coisas. Na realidade virtual, isso meio que tem que caminhar ao contrário, né? Tem o entretenimento, ele está avançando a partir da experimentação, e na outra ponta, a galera está ainda tentando convencer como que a gente faz, por exemplo, visualização de dados em realidade virtual. Então, tipo, não faz sentido eu abrir uma planilha do Excel, mas talvez faz sentido abrir um dashboard que eu consiga manipular os dados colaborativamente, que todo mundo veja os dados numa mesa. Então, tem tipos de modelos de negócio sendo explorados, tipos de produtos sendo explorados com essas integrações, mas vai muito dessa exploração do back-end, da integração das outras ferramentas. Enfim, eu acredito que assim que normalizar esse processo de visualização de dados na realidade mista, nas nossas práticas de trabalho, vai ficar muito mais tranquilo de utilizar isso no ambiente corporativo, no ambiente, né, tipo, de telecomunicações, entre outras coisas.
Na minha visão, a ideia, né, e o futuro do XR é realmente fazer com que a tecnologia e o acesso à internet desapareça. Não vai existir mais a palavra acessar a internet. A gente vai estar conectado à internet todo o tempo sem a gente nem perceber. O mundo virtual e real, eles vão se fundir de tal forma que talvez os mesmos, como eu falei, né, os mesmos movimentos que nós utilizamos desde quando nós nascemos vão ter que ser replicados lá dentro dessa nova visualização. Então, em vez de eu ter uma TV física, eu vou ter uma TV virtual. Em vez de eu estou aqui andando e vai ter um documento aqui do meu lado e que eu consigo pegar com a mão, movimentar, e isso vai fazer muito mais parte da nossa vida. Eu vou chegar dentro de um museu e conseguir olhar para o quadro e automaticamente a IA, que já está reconhecendo o quadro, identificou o local onde eu estou, olhou e sabe das minhas preferências, vai trazer a informação que eu quero no momento certo. Né? As novas gerações que estão vindo, elas não vão... Eu não estou para pesquisar, eu quero a informação instantânea, né? E um dos grandes detalhes dessa revolução e desse movimento é fazer realmente com que a tecnologia desapareça, né? Assim, no sentido, e voltar aos padrões de como nós sempre utilizamos e vivemos. Então, é até engraçado, assim, vou fazer uma metáfora meio louca, mas a gente sempre aprendeu fazendo perguntas para pessoas que sabem mais do que a gente, né? E a gente, na atualidade, a gente mudou para perguntar para o Google, né? Então, assim, a gente, lá, vai lá e...
Chat GPT, né, também.
E aí a gente vai para o GPT e volta a como é que a gente formula as perguntas, né? Em vez da gente chegar no Google lá e bota cadeira, sabe? Mas aí no GPT a gente, cara, qual é a melhor cadeira para a minha situação? Né? Então a gente volta para esses padrões de design base, né? De como é que a gente sempre explorou o nosso convívio, o nosso relacionamento, né? E quebrar essas barreiras do acesso à informação e o acesso às outras pessoas. A gente falou de reuniões ali em realidade virtual e realidade aumentada. Então essa é uma perspectiva que eu tenho. E quando a gente chegar aí com IA e essas outras percepções é bem bacana, eu gosto.
Para o futuro, eu acredito fortemente que Spatial Computing assim, é a próxima plataforma de como a gente vai interagir com informação. Então, é o que vai substituir o smartphone como modelo de interação principal, que eu diria que é hoje. Mas a gente meio que vai parar de pensar, como ele falou, vai parar de pensar no dispositivo, assim, né? A gente vai acessar a informação porque a gente vai estar usando algum tipo de wearable, algum tipo de dispositivo de IA que enxerga o nosso arredor, entende os contextos do que a gente está fazendo. Porque a tecnologia vai miniaturizar. Eu acho que isso vai acontecer, ainda vai demorar um pouquinho, acho que vai acontecer por volta do começo da próxima década, assim, né? Dos anos 30, né? Mas até lá eu acho que tem bastante coisa legal para acontecer. E eu acho que games tá puxando uma frente muito interessante disso, porque essas inovações já estão acontecendo no mundo dos games, mas ainda precisa miniaturizar muito, ainda precisa muito mais conforto, muito menos fricção de UX, mas isso vai acontecer mais rápido em games. Mas eu acho que no começo da próxima década a gente vai estar usando algum tipo de wearable desse tipo no lugar de usar uma telinha no nosso bolso, que é um celular, um smartphone.
Gente, é isso. O recado final, então, concluindo os três aqui, é adaptação a ferramentas e uso inteligente dos recursos. E muita atenção ao que está acontecendo. Estejam juntos de quem está atuando e quem está fazendo. Obrigada, pessoal. Obrigada pela presença. Espero que vocês tenham gostado. Gente. Obrigada por toda a presença de todo mundo aqui.
Tem tempo para pergunta, não? Isso aqui já foi.
Muito obrigado, gente. Maravilhosa a apresentação de vocês aqui. Pode deixar aí. Eu pego para vocês aqui. Nossa produção vai cuidar disso. Obrigado, viu? Muito interessante como a tecnologia está evoluindo, né? E muitas experiências e interações novas acontecem disso. E para aproveitar esses microfones aqui, vou chamar o nosso querido Breno. Chega aí, Breno. Vamos trocar uma ideia sobre realidade virtual aqui um pouquinho. Tudo bom, Breno? Tá aqui, ó, para você, meu querido. Tá na mão, tá na mão.
Salve, salve.
Salve, salve. Cara, senta aqui, por favor.
Sentemos.
Vou colocar aqui, ó, do ladinho. Deixa eu pegar os microfones aqui. Cara, realidade virtual. Eu tava falando para eles aqui agora mesmo. É o videogame 2.0, né, cara?
Cara, é muito doido, né? E é um negócio que surgiu do nada, assim, foi crescendo.
Surgiu do nada, não. Assim, lá nos anos...
Faz muito tempo.
Os filmes, antigamente, lá tentando fazer isso, aquelas coisas velhonas.
E você que gosta de Nintendo também, tinha o VR da Nintendo que é antigaço.
Antigaço, Virtual Boy, que tava dor de cabeça nas pessoas. Cara, inclusive... Eu tenho uma história engraçada sobre isso. Eu tava agora engraçada não, né? Meio triste, na verdade. Eu tava agora recentemente lá no Japão e eu fiquei amigo de um cara que é ex-funcionário da Nintendo, ele tem um bar. E o interessante desse bar é que ele é um bar secreto que era só para os funcionários da Nintendo. E ele abriu agora, na pandemia, alguns slots de horário para poder receber turistas. Ele acabou ficando meu amigo, aí eu fui lá visitar ele. Só que ele trabalhou na Nintendo na época do Gunpei Yokoi, do cara que fez o Virtual Boy e tudo mais na época, e ele morreu de uma forma trágica, né? E aí eu perguntei pra ele como é que foi isso, né? Como é que era trabalhar com o Gunpei Yokoi? Aí ele falou, cara, ele era um cara genial. Todo mundo, os engenheiros, todos respeitavam ele, porque ele tinha uma cabeça à frente do seu tempo. E ele ficou muito triste. Isso ele falando pra mim, que a Nintendo lançou o Virtual Boy porque ele era contra, ele não queria lançar ainda porque o produto não estava pronto.
Ah, olha só.
Pois é, tá vendo?
E ele chegou a morrer antes de ver o VR se tornar uma coisa, assim?
Antes, ele na verdade morreu com desgosto, porque o Virtual Boy ele foi um fracasso, como ele é o criador, acabou sendo atribuído a ele, e aí ele saiu da Nintendo. E aí ele morreu de uma forma trágica.
Cara, mas, assim, dando um salto no futuro e falando de coisas boas agora...
por favor, me tira dessa buraco que eu enfiei a gente aqui.
Você joga bastante, VR? Qual que é a sua relação?
Eu gosto bastante, porque desde a época que eles lançaram o Quest 2, eu fiquei muito interessado em entrar, né, nesse mundo VR, e eu comprei um Quest 2 depois de um ano, mais ou menos, de lançado, e era bem na pandemia, né? Então, acho que isso foi 2020 ou 2021 que eu comprei o meu primeiro VR. E, cara, é muito legal, porque... A gente acha que não tem... A gente acha não, né? Como não é uma parada mainstream, a gente acaba conhecendo poucos jogos que estão disponíveis. Mas o Quest, ele tem uma loja própria com uma infinidade de jogos muito legais, cara. No início era um pouco estranho, porque alguns desses jogos a gente tem que de fato andar com o joystick, não andar fisicamente pela casa. E tem uma coisa que a gente desenvolve na nossa cabeça que a gente chama no mundo VR, de VR legs, as nossas pernas da realidade virtual, né?
Isso é muito doido. Eu sei onde você vai chegar e isso é muito doido.
Porque eu passava mal antes de meu cérebro entender isso, tá ligado?
Sim. É meio que parecido com ter enjoo no carro, assim, né? O seu olho tá enxergando uma coisa enquanto seu corpo tá fazendo outra.
E eu sempre tive enjoo quando criança.
Ah, olha só. Então tudo se encaixa. Mas o que você curte jogar no VR?
Cara, eu gosto de umas experiências muito loucas lá no VR Chat. De vez em quando eu entro lá no VR Chat é loucura, cara. Tem uns jogos que é tipo assim... são vários universos, eu não sei se você tá ligado. Tá ligado Second Life, lembra disso?
Nossa,
desenterrei.
Eu não era nascido ainda.
Primeiro metaverso.
Você nem era nascido também.
Não, nem era, vi no YouTube, um vídeo no YouTube, não sei. Mas o VR Chat é tipo isso. Ele é um entre aspas, metaverso, né? Que você entra, são vários universos diferentes, onde as pessoas criam mundos. Então, tem um mundo que é tipo baseado no Japão, aí você entra... E aí tem os karaokês, e aí tem um monte de gente populando aquela sala de karaokê dentro do VR. E assim, não é um monte de gente, é um monte de bicho, porque tem você escolhe sua própria skin, você pode baixar as skins da internet. Então vai ter uns caras com roupinha de menininha de anime, vai ter um maluco que ele vai ser o Godzilla, tem um cara que vai ser um cachorro.
Qual deles você é?
Cara, eu era uma boneca de anime. Aí eu apertava um botão e ela fazia o twerk, ela dançava assim, ó. É muito engraçado.
Você tinha sua persona e-girl, então?
Bom, não enganava ninguém, porque a gente fala pela voz, tá ligado?
Olha lá.
Mas é bizarro, porque a minha personagem, ela tinha umas unhas gigantescas e a gente consegue se olhar no espelho. Você já se olhou no espelho no VR?
Acho que não. deve ser bem estranho.
Cara, é bizarro.
Eu lembro esse negócio de você se olhar no VR, eu nunca me vi no espelho, eu acho, em VR, mas eu lembro muito de uma experiência que eu tive, que era uma escape room de Assassin's Creed Mirage, se eu não me engano, em VR. E aí tinha uma parte que você tinha que pular de um lugar pro outro, e era coletivo o negócio, então todo mundo tinha que pular de um lugar pro outro, e teve um cara que tava jogando comigo que ele tava, mano, muito mal, ele tava perdidaço, e aí eu já tinha pulado pra frente, mas é mais ou menos jogar It Takes Two, que às vezes você tá muito na frente da pessoa e você tem que ficar esperando. Aí eu ficava pulando no vazio, assim, porque dava medo. Você olhava, eu tava na beira de uma tábua, assim, aí eu olhava pra baixo, cara, não vou pular.
E aí dá aquela primeira adrenalina.
Não, dá uma vertigem absurda. Também tem um vídeo muito bom, é um pouco maldoso, mas tem um vídeo muito bom que é um cara testando aquele VR que você anda meio que numa... Sabe quando você é criança e você anda na beirinha da calçada, assim?
Sei.
Era um cara fazendo isso, só que em VR. Aí tinha uma beirinha da calçada, de fato, pra ele andar, e ele tava em realidade virtual. E aí, se você caísse, você caía de um prédio no óculos. Só que na vida real é um negócio desse tamanho. E aí o cara caiu do prédio e, cara, ele destruiu o stand, porque ele começou a cair, levou a TV, tudo. Foi um show. Mas o que eu gosto de jogar em VR, eu sou um pouco mais básico do que você, eu acho. Eu joguei bastante o Moss, que é um jogo em realidade virtual muito, muito bonitinho, e ele integra a realidade virtual de um jeito muito legal. É um monte de quebra-cabeça, ele é bem plataforma quebra-cabeça, assim, e ele integra a sua perspectiva mesmo, você tem que olhar para as coisas do ângulo certo, então ele integra muito bem com a realidade virtual.
Então, o Moz, ele é interessante porque ele não é o VR que você tá em primeira pessoa, você controlando. Você, na verdade...
É como você vê uma maquete, né?
Você vê uma maquete, é exatamente isso, né? Só que você vê pelo alto, e você ajuda o ratinho a completar aqueles desafios, e aí você tem que olhar aquilo em volta, né, aquela florestinha, aquelas coisas que o ratinho vai andando.
Mas o meu sonho era ser bom no Beat Saber. Que, cara,
Beat Saber é meu favorito.
É um cardio absurdo.
Cansa
Mas
mesmo.
eu joguei algumas vezes, inimigo do ritmo totalmente. Inclusive, eu sou muito ruim em jogo de ritmo no geral, apesar de, sei lá, Sayonara Wild Hearts ser um dos meus jogos preferidos da vida. Eu sou horrível. Guitar Hero era o cara que não passava do médio. Então, Beat Saber... Eu era bem ruim. Aí eu cheguei no Beat Saber e falei, vamos ver, né? Assim, foi incrível, fiz 200 pontos. Assim.
Cara, Beat Saber é muito legal. E assim, dá pra desativar o modo de você perder a música. Mesmo que você estiver errando, ele manter você jogando o jogo. Foi assim que eu comecei a melhorar um pouquinho. Porque daí a gente... Tem aqueles momentos que a música ela começa a ficar muito difícil, e aí, dali a pouco, ela dá uma trégua pra você. Só que você morre na parte muito difícil, você não aprende
o resto,
a parte
né?
seguinte.
Sim.
Entendeu? Aí você desativa isso, e é muito legal. E o legal do Beat Saber é que, assim, eles estão sempre inovando na coreografia da dança mesmo.
Sim.
Então, tipo assim, lança um pack novo, sei lá, Linkin Park, BTS. Eu não era fã de BTS, de música de K-pop, nem nada disso. Eu comecei a gostar, a me interessar assim por causa do Beat Saber, porque eu sempre compro um novo pack, independente do que seja. Porque eu acho legal a forma, as mecânicas novas que eles introduzem em cada pack, tá ligado?
Eu tenho uma história parecida.
Esse negócio de BTS é legal, né?
Eu tenho uma história parecida, só que não é com o BTS, é com o KDA, sabe?
Tô ligado, cadê
é o do LOL, né?
LOLzinho.
Eu não escutava nada de K-pop também, eu lembro muito do dia que eu fui num desses lugares que tem várias experiências VR simultâneas, assim, que você vai em várias estaçõezinhas. E aí eu fui na estação do Beat Saber, e a maioria das músicas era eletrônica e tudo, e tinha Popstars, que era a música do KDA na época, e eu meio que já tinha escutado, porque eu trabalhava também com esportes e tudo, eu falei, pelo menos essa música eu conheço, vou jogar ela. Aí, cara, nunca mais olhei pra trás, porque a música era muito legal de cortar as caixinhas e tudo, então se eu gosto de K-pop hoje em dia eu só faço academia escutando K-pop.
Caraca, olha aí, virou K-popeiro total, mano.
Eu não conheço, tipo, letras, grupos, nem nada, mas eu juro pra você que é muito bom. É a melhor música possível de academia, sério. Os K-popers, eles sabem de algo.
Você dança Magnetic?
Eu tenho um amigo que tá fazendo curso de dança de K-pop.
É mesmo?
Com ele, mas...
eu duvido que ele não tenha uma experiência VR de dança de K-pop, cara, hoje em dia. Porque tem vários.
Tem um de dança também em VR que ele é meio shuffle, sabe? Que você precisa ir arrastando o pé no quadradinho.
Sim,
cara,
sim.
parece ainda mais difícil. Mas o meu ápice nesse tipo de jogo, acho que foi na época que eu jogava Pump It Up, sabe?
Sei. Porque eles são concorrentes, né? O Dance Dance e o Pump.
Sim.
E o Pump. O Dance Dance é o que tem as setinhas pra cima, pra baixo, pra esquerda e direita. E o Pump
é na diagonal.
O que tem as setinhas na diagonal.
E o botão do meio também. O DDR tem o botão do meio.
E as comunidades, elas são rivais, cara. Não venha pra um fã de Pump e falar, que legal, você joga Dance Dance. Eles ficam ofendidos.
Ofensa grave.
É ofensa grave.
Mas, cara, quando eu tinha ali meus 15, 16 anos, eu tava num...
Tipo, uns 2 anos atrás.
Quem dera, Rodrigo Coelho. Quando você tinha ali seus 21, eu tinha...
Sim, uns 4 anos atrás.
4 anos atrás, a galera vai acreditar. Eu tava tão pego no negócio que eu baixei o Pump no PC e eu não tinha um tapete pra jogar em casa. Exato.
Caraca, no tecladinho?
No tecladinho, no numpad, tá ligado? Nos números do teclado, pra decorar a música e conseguir fazer melhor no coisa. Inclusive, em alguma parte daqui da Gamescom tem um arcade de Pump e eu vou. Porque faz, sei lá, 10 anos que eu não vou em um e eu quero matar a saudade, assim, fazer a viradinha do Beethoven ainda.
Era bom ter tempo, né, cara?
Nossa.
Instalar só pra poder aprender a jogar, cara.
Hoje em dia eu não consigo nem jogar os jogos que eu quero, mano. O Final Fantasy VII Rebirth tá lá.
Eu perguntei pra você sobre o Elden Ring. Se não tá na pauta do trabalho, mano,
bem
a gente tem que priorizar os jogos que a gente vai fazer análise e tudo mais.
Ultimamente eu tô um pouco tranquilo de reviews e tudo mais. Faz tempo que eu não pego um jogo pra jogar. Então eu tô me dando o prazer de rejogar Kingdom Hearts 1. Que é um jogo que eu joguei mil anos atrás. Assim, ele envelheceu meio mal. Eu sou um dos maiores fãs de Kingdom Hearts que você vai conhecer, mas Kingdom Hearts 1 é pegado hoje em dia. Você tem que querer. Então tá meio esquisito, porque eu comprei o Steam Deck, né? Você acompanhou toda a minha saga pra comprar o Steam Deck.
É uma odisseia pra comprar o Steam Deck.
O jogo é feito pra você jogar no portátil, que ele roda muito bem. Então, nesse momento eu tô um pouco mais tranquilo, tô conseguindo jogar o que eu quero. Agora há pouco eu tava lá no stand da Tectoy, que eles estão com o pessoal da Epopeia Games.
Ah, com os Enix?
Sim, com os Enix. Eu não cheguei a jogar os Enix, o Vitão do DN me jogou e disse que tá bem bom, surpreendentemente
ele falou isso pra mim ali no backstage.
E lá eles estão com o stand da Epopeia Games, que é a rapaziada do Gaúcho and the Grasslands.
Sim, tô ligado.
Que teve no Countdown ontem. E eles publicam o Mullet Mad Jack. Que, cara, esse jogo é absurdo.
Cara, esse jogo é adrenalina na veia, 100%. Ele tá aqui na Gamescom, ele tá no stand da Nintendo, o pessoal pode jogar. É adrenalina na veia, muito irado. Esse game bonito também.
Ele lembra muito, em estilo de gameplay, assim, o Hotline Miami, sabe?
É, verdade.
Que você abre a porta e já...
Só que 3D.
Só que 3D e primeira pessoa também, né? E esse jogo, ele é brasileiro, né? Ele é feito por um estúdio daqui. Se eu não me engano, é até o primeiro jogo deles. E em algum momento desse ano, por alguns meses até, ele ficou no Hall da Fama do Open Critic, como um dos 12 jogos melhores avaliados no mundo todo.
Caraca, meu irmão.
E ali com o Hades 2, com Balatro, com Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, ele tava lá. Altíssimo.
Cara, isso é incrível. E assim, você vê, né? É um jogo brasileiro e existe ainda... Diminuiu muito nos últimos anos porque as pessoas começaram a conhecer melhor. Mas existe ainda um pouco de preconceito em relação ao que é jogo brasileiro, a expectativa que as pessoas vão ter em relação a isso, da galera que tá desinformada. Eu ouvi uma história triste de um dos desenvolvedores que estão aqui, com um finalista de um dos melhores jogos nacionais, e ele falando, cara, a gente chegou para nossa publicadora, a gente falou, pô, estamos querendo fazer esse jogo e tal, o que vocês acham? Eles aceitaram o projeto, eles só falaram, olha, a gente só vai... deixar de fora assim do press release e tudo mais, que é um jogo brasileiro, só para o pessoal não torcer o nariz, criar uma expectativa de repente que não é muito boa. Aí eles falaram, o quê? Aí eles fizeram o jogo mais brasileiro que eles conseguiam só de onda. E
Qual jogo que é?
Não posso falar, não posso falar. Foram histórias internas
depois
aqui,
você
tá
conta,
ligado?
então.
Depois eu te conto. E eles fizeram um jogo que é incrível e é um dos jogos mais legais que estão aqui, cara. E assim, mostra aí... tanto pra galera aqui no Brasil, quanto pra galera lá fora, que aqui se faz jogos excelentes.
Sim.
Aí, ó, um dos mais bem avaliados do Open Critic.
Eu joguei alguns dos jogos que estão na premiação do Big, né? Eu joguei a demo do No PTR, que é feito por um cara só, pelo Jefferson. E eu gosto muito de jogo feito por um cara só. Eu já falei disso nesse palco hoje.
Sim,
que eu acho muito incrível uma pessoa só fazer um videogame. Às vezes você pega um jogo que é feito por centenas de pessoas, mas o projeto que realmente vai te impactar e vai fazer você ficar pensando naquilo, é aquilo que um cara fez, porque, cara, a pessoa coloca o sangue ali, coloca a paixão, coloca o que ela ama num projeto assim, e o No PTR é essa vibe. Ele é um jogo que você precisa hackear algumas fases. Ele é todo cheio de... Ele é meio color-coded, assim, você precisa ligar uma corzinha na outra, tudo no menor tempo possível. Ele mistura um pouco de puzzle com ação, só que é uma ação meio... não de navinha, é uma ação de pixels, que você tá literalmente hackeando um computador. Cara, é muito divertido. Um jogo que eu ainda não joguei, mas que é brasileiro também, tá aqui, é o Zillions, que ele é...
Ah, sim, não, rapidinho, antes do Zillions, cara, deixa eu comentar um pouquinho sobre o No PTR.
Fala.
Que, aliás, eu perguntei, porque eu tava com eles lá, a gente tava fazendo a transmissão aqui na Gamescom, e eu parei pra conversar com ele, e esse cara, ele é demais, mano. Ele é um desenvolvedor solo, né?
Sim.
Aí, eu fui dar deixa pra ele poder falar isso pra gente. Cara, se desenvolveu o jogo sozinho, não sei o quê, só que o cara é humildão. Ele chegou assim e falou, não, a gente nunca faz nada sozinho, né? Eu tenho toda a minha família, eles testam o jogo pra mim, trazem muitos bugs, eu sou muito grato a toda a minha família que tá me ajudando com os testes.
Que fofo.
Mano, é fofo, maravilhoso e de fato é verdade.
Você fez entrevista com ele?
Eu fiz, cara.
Ah, foi a minha pauta, olha só.
Olha aí,
eu que escrevi as perguntas, tava boa?
Excelente, excelente.
Pô, que bom, fico feliz.
Não, e foi muito legal porque deu pra tirar bastante dele ali, né? O cara, ele dá pra ver que ele tá fazendo aquilo com muito amor. E eu conversei com ele uma coisa que eu achei interessante a resposta que ele deu. Que eu falei assim, cara, às vezes você pega um jogo AAA e esse jogo, você termina ele, cara, que jogo incrível, putz, adorei esse jogo. Aí você pega um jogo indie, que é feito com baixo orçamento, mas é feito por um cara.
O jogo foi feito por 5 pessoas numa cidade do interior da França.
Isso.
E você tá chorando.
Você tá descrevendo o Dordogne, né, que tá aqui também.
Olha lá.
É aquele jogo parece uma pintura, muito bonito.
Você não tá ligado qual
muito bonito, depois te mostro. Aí eu falei pra ele assim, cara, e às vezes você chega num jogo indie que mostra, porque assim, a arte, ela é muito individual, né, cara? Se você pega a parte humana, aquele desenvolvedor, que colocou aquela parte dele dentro do jogo, às vezes você tem uns jogos que você termina e você fala, meu irmão, isso aqui explodiu minha mente, mudou a minha vida. Eu preciso que as pessoas saibam disso. Porque o lance dos jogos indies não terem um orçamento muito alto, a gente fica com esse sentimento de querer pegar aquilo e levar para o mundo também, né? A gente quer ajudar. E ele falou, não, é isso mesmo, cara, porque a gente tá há anos aqui, eu tô há anos aqui trabalhando nesse jogo, eu faço a música, eu faço a arte, eu tive essa ideia baseado nos... Aí ele me falou todas as referências que ele teve. E é um jogo... E como é que ele conseguiu fazer um jogo bonito?
Sozinho.
E
é um jogo de pixels e é bonito.
Que ele falou que ele não sabia desenhar nem um boneco de palito. Por isso que ele escolheu aquela estética, tá ligado?
Olha lá, faz todo sentido.
Sentinelas, aquelas paradas de sentinelas que lembra Matrix.
Eu acho que um jogo que virou muito essa chavinha de, jogos indie talvez me impactem mais, acho que foi o Celeste, cara.
Nossa,
Celeste. Que é um jogo de 2018 que... bate, assim, ele bate.
Eu amo esse jogo, cara.
Ele não para de bater, porque é um jogo difícil. A DLC do Celeste é um dos poucos jogos que eu arreguei, assim. A DLC do Celeste eu falei, não dá pra eu jogar isso daqui mais. Não consigo. Liguei o God Mode e fui até o final. Mas, cara, que jogo incrível.
E esse é um jogo que, se você para pra pensar, até as mecânicas dele fazem realmente... tem a ver com a
proposta,
o sentimento,
né?
A proposta, os sentimentos das pessoas, tá ligado? Que fizeram ali, e daquela personagem, as fases que ela tá passando, as próprias mecânicas. Tá ligado? Quando ela tá quase subindo na montanha e ela cai.
Sim.
E aí ela ganha um poder novo que lança ela pra cima depois que ela fica em paz com a sombra dela.
Com a Evil Madeline, né?
Cara, aquilo ali, aquela mecânica, ela representa a esperança, tá ligado?
Sim.
É muito legal como cada... Não, esse jogo a gente pode fazer um episódio inteiro aqui e ficar conversando sobre isso.
Pior que o próximo jogo dos caras foi adiado indefinidamente. Eu esqueci o nome dele agora, mas, tristeza, né? Mas um jogo que tem uma história legal que eu não joguei ainda, mas é um jogo que eu entrevistei os desenvolvedores daqui, é o Saviorless, que é o primeiro jogo da história de um país, de Cuba.
De Cuba, sim, cara. Você fez essa entrevista em espanhol?
Não, fiz em inglês, porque meu espanhol é horrível. Mas eu entrevistei o David e o Josué, que são os dois desenvolvedores do jogo também. É absurdo o que os caras fizeram. Eles contaram que, cara, era muito difícil, porque Cuba é meio que fechada ao resto desse universo dos games. Então, eles não conseguiam de ir lá colocar o jogo na Steam, colocar o jogo pra vender numa loja.
Caraca.
Eles dependiam de uma publisher estrangeira. E aí, quando eles viravam e falavam...
A gente nem imagina esses desafios, né, cara?
E eles viravam e falavam, mandei e-mail para todas as publishers possíveis, várias responderam, falavam, pô, que legal seu jogo, conta um pouco mais. E aí, quando eles falavam que era o primeiro jogo deles e que era um jogo de Cuba, aí tomava ghosting. Aí era 2 tiques azuis no TikTok, no WhatsApp.
2 tiques azuis pra sempre,
Pra
né?
sempre, nunca mais falavam nada. Mas eles finalmente conseguiram, foi uma publisher francesa que pegou o projeto. E o jogo tá aí agora, os caras estavam muito felizes. Tipo, falaram que era realmente um sonho realizado. Eu não joguei ainda, mas é um jogo muito, muito bonito. Ele tem aquela vibe meio Dark Fantasy, que a gente pega de jogos da From Software. Só que ele é meio de plataforma, acho que a vibe dele não é ser tão difícil assim. Mas tô bem ansioso pra jogar.
Eu joguei esse. Já trouxe até review lá no meu canal.
Olha lá.
O jogo, ele tem um sistema de progressão bem legal e ele é muito criativo. É aquele tipo de jogo que sempre você tá acontecendo uma coisa nova e diferente.
Eles falaram isso, eles falaram que é um jogo que eles pensaram pra estar sempre surpreendendo o jogador.
E é isso mesmo que ele faz. É muito legal. E é um daqueles jogos que você consegue terminar num final de semana e ser impactado por aquilo que tá acontecendo. E eles incentivam o replay também. Porque em cada uma das fases você pode pegar um livro, né, que é um colecionável que você tem. Só que você não pode pegar esse livro se você terminar, se você passar de certo momento, você não consegue voltar para poder pegar. Só que se você pegar todos, você desbloqueia meio que um verdadeiro final, a história ela tem um desfecho diferente. Então é interessante, você pode voltar depois para poder
eles mencionaram
tudo.
isso na entrevista mesmo. É que as respostas estavam todas muito longas e aí acabei tendo que cortar um pouco, eu estava traduzindo ao vivo, então não dava para pensar tanto na resposta assim de uma vez, sabe? Tinha que cortar um pouquinho, dar uma resumida para conseguir traduzir tudo de uma vez para quem estava assistindo. Qual que foi o recado misterioso aí?
O recado misterioso é que quem sabe faz ao vivo, meus amigos. Daqui a pouco
Estamos
eles vão...
aqui até 9 da noite falando na resenha solta.
Exatamente. Eles vão puxar umas cadeiras aqui, trazer umas pessoas aqui também. Tudo isso enquanto a gente está aqui conversando com o pessoal.
Então, pela resenha.
Estamos no evento, você sabe disso, né? A galera toda aqui, ó, estamos na transmissão oficial da Gamescom, meu amigo.
Olha só, achei que era uma conversa simples.
Mas é uma conversa. Porque é isso, cara. A gente é gamer, assim como todas as pessoas que estão aqui. Há quantos anos a gente não vem em eventos como esse aqui, querendo estar aqui, e agora a gente está podendo compartilhar isso com todo mundo. Olha lá, olha a equipe chegando aí, ó, trazendo as cadeiras. E aí, mexe a cadeira e bota na beira da sala ou não?
Não
é a música do Vini, cara. Pô, olha, entreguei a idade.
Não peguei a ref,
mexe a cadeira. Desculpa, cara, isso é muito cringe. Isso é extremamente cringe.
Tá tudo bem com ele.
Mas olha lá. Não, você ia falar do Zillions, cara. Eu te interrompi
Nossa, é verdade, eu tinha esquecido. Eu queria muito jogar, porque eu gosto bastante de roguelike. Eu só joguei um roguelike card builder, eu tô falando grego, né? O que é roguelike?
Roguelike, card builder, Rogue Horde Survivor.
Eu nunca vou esquecer um dia que eu tava falando, no churrasco com os amigos, meus amigos são tudo nerdola de videogame também. E aí eu tava falando, eu gostei muito...
Acho que de todo mundo que tá aqui também, cara.
Provável. Eu tava falando do jogo do caranguejo, o Another Crab's Treasure.
Amo esse jogo, muito bom.
Eu não joguei ele ainda, mas tava falando dele que eu tava interessado porque ele era um Souls-like que não era Dark Fantasy. E aí eu comecei a falar grego, aí a namorada de um amigo meu virou assim e falou... O que você tá falando, irmão?
Caraca,
fala português.
Que língua é essa? Souls-like Dark Fantasy. E é verdade isso, porque ele é como se fosse um Souls-like se tivesse sido feito pela Nintendo. Ele é todo colorido, tem bastante plataforma, tem um ganchinho do negócio. Gostei dessa televisão. Será que eles vão trazer um jogo pra gente jogar aqui?
Pô, aí eu animo.
Podia jogar o Another Crab's Treasure também, né? A gente
eu não joguei
se desafiar
ainda.
Aí.
Dá pra tirar X1? Ou tipo...
Não dá.
Perdeu, passa?
Não dá. X1 só contra os bosses. E tem uns bosses difíceis, tá?
Perdeu, passa.
Perdeu o quê?
Perdeu, passa.
É verdade. Perdeu, passa, rola. Então só vai passar. Em especial no último chefe. Porque o jogo não é tão difícil igual os outros, não. Ele tem seu desafio ali, mas não é tão difícil quanto os outros Souls-likes.
Mas enfim, Zillions. Ele é um roguelike, que é o jogo que você morre e você volta pro começo, né? Às vezes você mantém um pouco do progresso e tudo, mas essencialmente é uma experiência feita para ser frustrante, mas quando você finalmente atinge seu objetivo é muito divertido, é muito gostoso. E ele é um card builder, que você precisa ir acumulando cartas e combando ela da melhor maneira para vencer os seus inimigos. Eu só joguei o Balatro nesse sistema. Tem outros vários jogos grandes assim que seguem esse formato, tipo Slay the Spire, parecido. Acho que o Inscription é uma vibe parecida também, não sei se ele é...
Caramba, você lembrou bem de vários.
Não sei, é que eu fiz a pauta da entrevista do Zillions.
Tá, entendi.
Mas eu não lembro se o Inscription é roguelike. Enfim, eu queria bastante jogar porque o visual dele é muito legal. Ele tem um humor muito ácido mesmo, assim. Ele é muito engraçado. Porque você tá meio que numa embarcação, assim, numa nave, e você ataca com tripulantes da nave. Eles estão dispostos a morrer por você. Então é um humor meio esquisito, mas eu acho que é bem da hora. O visual é muito legal também, é todo cartunesco. É a graça do jogo indie, né? 60% do que me convence no jogo independente é o visual.
E esse estúdio é bom, cara. Eles são muito competentes. O jogo que eles lançaram no ano passado, se não me engano, ele ganhou a premiação máxima dos jogos brasileiros no evento que eu faço de premiação lá no meu canal. Eu escolho, né, os melhores jogos do ano. Coelho Awards.
Pode falar o nome.
Tava tentando não fazer o jabá aqui, mas você fez aí por mim. Cara, e eles ganharam, assim, com o jogo deles. Eles são muito bons. E aí eles pegam e fazem o Zillions, que é outro jogo que tá muito bom. E que nome irado, né, mano?
Muito bom, né? Eu acho da hora demais. É gostoso de falar. Eu gosto muito de aliterações. Que é uma palavra muito de nerdola. Claramente denuncia que eu fiz faculdade de humanas. Mas eu gosto muito dessa palavra.
Eles são muito bons, cara. Tem muitos estúdios brasileiros que estão dando show aí internacionalmente. Tem um que já tá aí na pista há bastante tempo, já ganharam bastante notoriedade, que é a Behold Studios, é um dos meus favoritos. Eu gosto muito do pessoal da Behold também. E os caras estão sempre em evidência. Você chegou a jogar aquele jogo do Chroma Squad? Você
Não.
sabe qual que é?
Eu sei qual é, mas não joguei. É uma vibe meio contra, né?
Não. O Chroma... Não, esse aí é... Você tá falando do... Ai, meu Deus, me deu branco agora. Depois eu puxo
segue.
aqui. Tem o Pixel... Não, desculpa. Eu sei que jogo que você tá falando. Ele é de outro estúdio.
Tá, ok.
Esse que eu tô falando, o Chroma... Mas é mais ou menos da mesma época, da mesma galera. Eles são a galera toda amiga ali. O Chroma Squad, ele é um jogo que você tem um jogo de tático, é um jogo de tactics, só que baseado em Super Sentai, tipo Power Rangers.
Certo.
E eles fizeram, cara, a abertura que eles fizeram pro jogo, pra divulgar o jogo, eles de fato pegaram profissionais que fazem música de Super Sentai para aberturas mesmo, e eles fizeram uma abertura em japonês.
Que incrível.
E eles fecharam uma parceria lá com os responsáveis por Power Rangers, então tem ali escrito o nome oficial e tudo mais, e a abertura do jogo é muito legal, o trailer, né, porque eles fizeram meio que um cosplay meio tosqueira, como dizer, cosplay de armário que o pessoal chama,
certo,
que você pega o que você tem em casa, e eles montaram ali aqueles personagens para fazer o trailer, e aí tem a música, e eu me lembro até o início, Parampam, Senshin Sodate. Eles
aulas de japonês, vai Coelho no Japão.
Mano, muito bom. E aí, o jogo é muito engraçado, porque eles fazem... você não controla os personagens, você controla meio que o estúdio que tá fazendo episódios de Super Sentai. Tá ligado? E aí você batalha...
É muito meta, então.
Muito meta. Só que aí vai misturando a realidade com tipo, aquelas batalhas que são de mentira contra aqueles monstros, elas acabam... Vai misturando tudo, o jogo vai ficando uma loucura à medida que você vai progredindo. Mas no início, as batalhas são isso. E aí, tipo assim, você tem um parâmetro de quão bem você está apresentando aquele episódio. Então, se seus personagens estão indo bem, você vai ganhando popularidade. E a sua popularidade dá dinheiro para o seu estúdio, aí você vai evoluindo o seu estúdio para episódios mais elaborados. E aí são os poderes novos que você vai ganhando.
Que da hora.
Jogo muito da hora. E tem várias brincadeiras, vários trocadilhos com a nossa cultura nacional, brincadeiras com, sei lá, que fazem referência até a Chaves, esse tipo de coisa. E a Behold tá fazendo um novo jogo agora, que parece ser muito maneiro, que é um jogo de cosplay, que é no universo de cosplayer também, meio de criação de personagem. Eu não sei muito bem como é que ainda como é que vai ser a gameplay do jogo, mas eu sei que tem bastante customização e bastante ação também. E os caras são muito competentes. Tem muita coisa boa acontecendo aí, cara.
Cara, eu tava dando um rolê pelo Panorama Brasil, que é logo ali, pra ver um pouquinho dos jogos. São jogos que não estão na mostra competitiva, né? Então, às vezes são jogos até de menor escopo, e eu trombei com dois jogos muito, muito interessantes. Um deles era o Lip Sync Killer, se eu não me engano era o nome do jogo, e ele era um jogo que misturava ritmo e luta, e toda a temática dele era em volta de drag queens.
Caraca!
Então...
Nossa, isso é referência ao Drag Race do...
Sim.
Ai, como é que é o nome?
RuPaul. Sim.
Que ele fala... It's time to lip sync for your life.
Sim, porque ele fala que tem essa disputa de lip sync das drags,
Sim, muito
né?
legal.
E aí, durante a batalha, você pode usar vários especiais, e aí elas podem tirar a peruca e sair outra peruca no lugar. Eu fiquei muito curioso com o jogo.
Cara, mas é de luta?
É de luta, ele é de luta e ritmo. Teve um jogo que deu uma bombada no ano passado, que acho que era um sistema similar.
Tava no The Game Awards, era brasileiro também. Gods of não era Gods
Não era
of
Pocket
Rock.
Bravery. Era Pocket
O
Bravery.
Pocket Bravery também estava.
Mas não era ele, né? Era outro.
Não, era um outro. Que também é de música. É God of Rock, se não me engano, o nome. Que é de música e luta também.
Sim. E aí você mistura esses dois elementos ali, e os golpes, a maioria, é o ritmo que você tem que acertar, mas você vai carregando esses especiais. E os personagens, obviamente, são todas drags, que às vezes vão se desmontando no meio da luta. Cara, parece ser muito divertido. E um outro jogo que eu vi, que esse me chamou a atenção pelo achievement, assim, pela conquista dos caras, que foi um jogo feito por dois estudantes universitários. Era um projeto de segundo semestre da faculdade deles.
Isso, cara?
Segundo semestre da faculdade
Prodígios?
da Universidade de Sorocaba, da Unisso. E eu conversei com o João e a Giovana, e eles estavam falando que eles não tinham a menor ideia de que eles podiam estar nesse evento, assim, que eles estavam fazendo o jogo como projeto de faculdade. Aí o professor virou pra eles e falou: tá bom isso aí, né? E se a gente inscrevesse vocês na Gamescom? e se a gente tentasse? E aí deu. Então, acredite nos seus sonhos. Quem sabe você não tá na Gamescom no ano que vem?
Cara, que loucura, cara. Muito legal.
E o jogo ele chama Manu. Eu falei do jogo inteiro, não falei sobre o jogo em si, né? É um jogo que chama Manu. Ele é focado em plataforma. E a brisa dele é que a protagonista dele, a Manu, é uma criança que tem TDAH. Então, muito do visual do jogo, muito das falas conversam com a neurodivergência dela. É uma vibe que eles quiseram trazer. E eu achei muito divertido. Eu não cheguei a jogar, mas conversar com eles foi muito legal.
Cara, que legal isso, hein? Segundo semestre de faculdade, eu não sabia nem o que eu tava fazendo na minha vida ainda.
Eu não, tanto que eu mudei de curso.
Tá vendo? Caraca, os caras são bravos mesmo. Na minha faculdade, eu fiz uns joguinhos também. Você
fez faculdade de videogame?
Não, eu fiz faculdade de design de mídia digital, que é uma mídia interativa, né? Então, para poder fazer website, aplicativo, e eu gostava muito de jogo, eu queria trabalhar com isso. Eu já fui game designer também depois que eu saí da faculdade. Eu trabalhei como game designer por quase 2 anos. E na faculdade eu fazia umas experimentações, sabe, com o quê? Com o Wii.
Ah, eu ouvi você num certo podcast aí falando sobre isso.
No Wii, cara, você podia conectar, ainda dá pra fazer isso. Você pega o remote, ele tem o Bluetooth, né? Você consegue conectar ele no PC. Aí tinha uma lib de uma library, pra quem não sabe, é termo de programação. É tipo uns códigos que facilitam o programa entender os comandos que vêm do controle do Wii. Então ele entende que você está mexendo ele entende os botões e tudo mais. Só que era de flash. Aí eu fazia umas zoeiras no PC, utilizando flash programando, com a foto dos meus colegas e jogava com o controle do Wii. Aí eu tive que fazer homebrew, eu conseguia fazer isso no Wii mesmo, para poder jogar, colocava lá, aí eu levava. Aí era a minha desculpa de levar videogame para a faculdade, para poder apresentar os projetos, aí eu apresentava lá. Aí tinha um joguinho que eu tinha feito, que era o pessoal da minha turma, que toda a faculdade, às vezes, você tem que competir com os seus colegas, porque, sei lá, uma eletiva, né, que você quer pegar, tem número limitado de vagas.
Sim, acontece.
E aí, era você querendo pegar aquela matéria, e aí você tinha que eliminar os seus colegas.
Ah, que da hora!
Pegar a vaga deles, tá ligado?
Que incrível, cara. Você é muito hacker, cara. Eu tô chocado.
Hackerman,
Nossa,
Hackerman, sou eu, Hackerman.
O máximo que eu fiz foi comprar umas baterias de Pandora aí, que eu fazia na escola, e se você não sabe o que é, eu não vou explicar.
Não, agora eu quero saber, bateria de Pandora?
Você não sabe o que é?
Não, o que é isso, cara?
É pirataria.
Ah, que isso, não pode não. Abre a caixa de Pandora.
Era pra fazer uns negocinhos no PSP, uns negocinhos...
Entendi.
Eu não ganhava dinheiro na época, é difícil convencer o pai a pagar jogo.
Com esse aí eu acho difícil você conseguir trazer aqui na Gamescom, mas o meu, de repente...
Vai que.
Eu podia até ter trazido, eu acabei seguindo outro caminho aí, mas tem muita coisa legal, assim, as oportunidades hoje em dia estão muito melhores também.
E...
Pra quem quer entrar pra indústria, como os próprios painéis que a gente viu aqui hoje, né, cara?
Não, e eu vou ser bem sincero com você, quando anunciaram a Gamescom aqui e tudo mais, eu nunca tinha ido num Big antes, aí quando anunciaram a Gamescom tinha toda essa parte mais business mesmo da coisa, falaram não, vai ter várias oportunidades de networking pra você tentar e vender o seu jogo pra alguém, tem até o Game Shark que tá rolando aqui no palco, né? E eu falei, não, caô isso daí, mano, caô. Falei, nada a ver. Aí eu cheguei aqui, eu fui fazer a primeira entrevista hoje com o Stefan Vogler, que é um dos criadores do Tibia, e eu cheguei na...
Caraca, conta como é que foi isso, cara.
Vou contar, deixa eu terminar minha história.
Falei.
Aí eu cheguei lá na área de business, que se eu não me engano é pra lá. Eu cheguei na área de business, cara, várias mesinhas com as pessoas de fato fazendo os pitching, e tinha até um cronômetro que determinava o tempo do pitching. Eu achei muito chique. Então, realmente rola aqui. Quando eu fui falar com os meninos da Unício também, que fizeram o jogo universitário lá, eles falaram que estava muito legal, que várias pessoas chegaram no stand deles com interesse em, às vezes, publicar, às vezes, em comprar o projeto.
Que irado, através da dinâmica que tá rolando aqui no palco.
Sim.
Que maneiro isso, cara.
Mas sobre a entrevista
como é que foi isso,
do Stefan Vogler?
Porque Tibia, nossa senhora... Eu tava fazendo runa lá, o meu primo era viciado nesse negócio. Cara, eu ia na casa dele, ele ficava, não, o PC tá ali, o meu personagem tá fazendo runa, ficava automático lá, depois ele vendia.
O Tibia é daqueles jogos que, querendo ou não, ele tá em algum lugar da sua vida ali. Você pode nem ter jogado ele, mas você sabe o que é. Você sabe o que é porque, no mínimo, alguma piadinha com gráfico você já fez com o jogo.
Mano, muito clássico.
É um jogo de 30 anos, cara. Eu perguntei pro Stefan e também pro Benjamin, que estavam lá, por que eles achavam que o jogo era tão longevo, né? E a resposta é muito boa, porque acho que até passa um pouco da vibe que a gente tá falando aqui. Eles explicaram que é um jogo que tem, obviamente, muito amor dos envolvidos ali. Que os desenvolvedores colocam realmente toda a paixão, todo o carinho. É um projeto do coração deles e não um negócio tão automático, assim. Tanto que uma das perguntas que eu fiz foi até engraçado. O Tibia, ele demorou 25 anos para ter som. do jogo. Efeito de som, não tinha. Não tinha efeito de som.
Caraca, quanto? 25 anos?
25 anos. Chegou
não
agora.
É possível isso,
2021, se eu não me engano.
Efeito de som?
Efeito de som.
Como assim, cara? Você jogava em silêncio?
Sim, você colocava a musiquinha lá. Eu não sei se ele tinha...
ficava só tocando musiquinha.
Eu não sei se ele tinha a própria trilha sonora, pra ser sincero. Mas ele não tinha efeito de som. Se você, sei lá, batesse no inimigo, não fazia um...
Caraca, meu irmão.
E aí, eles explicaram que eles demoraram tanto, porque toda vez que eles perguntaram para os jogadores o que eles precisavam melhorar no jogo, o som ficava em último da fila. Assim, eles falaram, não, muda tal coisa, muda tal coisa. E aí, com base só no feedback da comunidade, o jogo foi se construindo e é o que é hoje. É um jogo que sobrevive muito por conta da comunidade.
Mano, Tibia tá vivo ainda?
Sim.
Não é possível isso.
Tá vivaço.
Tá
vivaço.
Nossa.
Cara, tem guildas. O Brasil é um dos grandes polos de Tibia. Na América Latina tem bastante país que tem uma cultura forte de Tibia. E se você encontrar um cara e perguntar pra ele da guerra entre o Brasil e a Bolívia no Tibia, ele vai te explicar. Pode ficar tranquilo.
É igual o EVE Online. Eu nunca joguei EVE Online, mas eu gosto de ler sobre EVE Online. Porque as disputas políticas que tem naquele jogo, naquele universo...
Tibia é essa vibe.
Cara, é muito maneiro, mano. Agora, eu quero saber se tava na lista de melhorias ali o gráfico do Tibia.
Não tava, né?
Mano, eu acho que se um dia mudarem um gráfico pra uma coisa mais moderna, o pessoal vai quitar.
Hoje em dia ele já é mais bonito do que era lá atrás. Hoje em dia ele já teve uns upgrades assim, mas ele ainda não é aquele primor gráfico, não é, sei lá, um jogo bonito de pixel art, tipo Sea of Stars. Não é um Sea of Stars, mas ele já é bem melhor.
É aquele quem ama o feio, bonito lhe parece. É o jogo feio que você se apega a ele e fica bonito. Quer que eu te dê um exemplo? A gente tava falando de termos estranhos e tem um termo novo, né? Roguelike, Dark Fantasy, não sei o que, Deck Builder. Tem um termo novo agora que é o termo dos jogos que o Vampire Survivors acabou popularizando.
É, o Vampire Survivors-like, né?
Que é exatamente, mas cada um é bem diferente e eles são meio que o roguelike, é uma variação de roguelike. E agora a galera tá chamando de Rogue Horde Survivor. Só que
é um nome super fácil de lembrar.
Carinhosamente a habilidade de Rogue Horders. Inclusive tem alguns novos sendo apresentados aqui no evento e tem o do Andrezitos, que é um streamer também, que fez o seu próprio Rogue Horder e que tá aqui também sendo apresentado.
Que da hora.
E cara, Vampire Survivors, né? Falei tudo isso pra poder falar sobre o Vampire Survivors, que é um desses jogos que ele tem um gráfico tecnicamente feio, mas é bonitinho depois que você se apaixona pelo jogo, porque é tão bom esse game, mano.
Cara, isso do gráfico, tem um trailer do Vampire Survivors que acho que até passou num State of Play, que eles falaram, porque o alho parece...
mas parece mesmo, mano, parece mesmo.
E os próprios caras admitem e falam, não, o gráfico é ruim, mas o jogo é bom. O jogo é bom.
Não, o jogo é muito bom. Você já jogou?
Eu não joguei ainda.
Mano, baixa no seu celular agora, porque é baratinho, não, é de graça no celular, você só precisa esperar um pouquinho quando você morre, mas não é nada abusivo, é de boa jogar no
talvez
celular.
eu pegue no Steam Deck, eu já vi que ele é bem baratinho também, ele é tipo, sei lá, 10 reais.
Baratinho.
Então...
Só que aí, ele tem várias expansões, e você quer essas expansões.
Tem a do Castlevania, que saiu recentemente, né?
Sim, tem um monte, e eles têm os mapas novos também, e você quer jogar, porque é um jogo de repetição, e você quer os mapas novos, e aí você paga 10ão, 15ão nele, aí tu compra a próxima expansão que é R$7.
Aí você vai ver.
Aí você vai, mais 7 ali. Essa aqui tá 10. Essa aqui tá 9,90, dá pra comprar. Aí você vai ver, você gastou R$100 no jogo. Que tá valendo.
Tá valendo.
Pô,
às vezes eu gasto 300 no jogo que eu não gosto.
Exatamente. Por isso que eu sou fã dos jogos indies. Também mais um jogo que o cara fez sozinho, né, mano?
É verdade, né? Um cara só.
Hoje em dia
é que nem o Stardew Valley, né? Foi um cara só que fez e hoje em dia ele tá lá trilionário, mas ele tem a equipezinha dele que ajuda. Cara, jogos de uma pessoa só. Eu gosto muito que tem crescido. Eu tenho a impressão de que esse ano teve muitos jogos de uma pessoa só. A gente falou no PTR, mas na gringa também teve o Balatro. Também teve o Children of the Sun, que é muito, muito legal. Não sei se você tá ligado.
Tô ligado, pô. Cara, você falou... É a segunda vez que você fala de Balatro. Ele é a sensação desse ano, né?
É um dos jogos mais vendidos do ano.
Então, o Vampire Survivors foi do ano passado. O Balatro é desse ano.
Sim.
E ambos têm aquele gráfico maravilhoso, né?
Mas o Balatro é bonitão, pô.
Não, é meio esquisito.
Não, pelo amor de Deus.
É o amor, cara.
É muito bonito, Coelho.
Mais ou menos.
Não, as cartas são bonitonas. Inclusive vai sair a edição física agora e ela vem com as cartas mesmo.
A edição física?
Aí eu quero comprar. Nem sei se vai vender no Brasil, mas eu quero comprar.
Que é também roguelike. Balatro.
É
roguelike de
poker.
De baralho, mano.
Eu falei dele na outra vez que eu subi aqui. Aí eu perguntei, ei, rapaziada, não sei o que, uns jogos que eu gosto, né? Balatro, joguei esse ano. Eu falei, quem jogou Balatro? Ele tava mó cheião aqui na hora, só um cara levantou a mão, fiquei mó triste, mano.
Teve algum jogo maneiro que você jogou aqui que foi tipo o seu favorito da feira?
Eu não joguei nada ainda, só
você
gravei coisa.
Tá só correndo aqui atrás.
Mas
né?
eu vi um jogo que tá aqui, que eu já joguei, que eu gostei muito, que eu joguei lá em Los Angeles, que foi o Phoenix Springs. Ele é um jogo independente, ele apareceu na transmissão do Day of the Devs, em todos os eventos de verão, né? Apareceu no Day of the Devs. E ele é um jogo de investigação point and click. Ele é todo desenhado e animado à mão. Então a vibe já é bem promissora já. E você controla uma jornalista que tá atrás do irmão desaparecido dela. Olha a minha conta da PSN ali.
Caraca lá, quem sabe faz ao vivo mesmo.
Rapaz.
É tu mesmo, vamos jogar na sua conta aqui.
Pelo
Nem
visto.
vai ser a gente.
Será?
Não vai ser.
Não vai. Justo.
Eu vou te contar já, eu tô sabendo dos spoilers, tô aqui ó, com os spoilers da minha mão.
Você tem informações privilegiadas.
Exatamente.
Mas enfim, o Phoenix Springs é um jogo que tá aqui pra jogar, eu joguei lá em Los Angeles, e a ambientação dele é muito legal. É tanto que eu não consigo lembrar se o jogo tem uma trilha sonora ou se os barulhos ao redor, assim, dos ambientes eram tão bem feitos que eu fiquei, preso naquele mundo. Teoricamente era uma sessão de 10 minutos, eu fiquei meia hora jogando o negócio.
Nossa!
Porque no Day of the Devs você joga 10 minutos de cada jogo, porque são muitos, né? Você joga 5 jogos, 10 minutos de cada. E o Phoenix Springs eu fiquei um tempão jogando. Acho que ele tá pra sair em setembro agora, com certeza vou comprar. E você, jogou o que de legal aqui?
Cara, eu gostei muito do Jackbox Party Pack, que ele é o Party Starter, é o novo que eles estão lançando aqui agora, que é uma coleçãozinha de favoritos. Segura esse aqui pra mim, por favor. É uma coleçãozinha de favoritos ali. E eles estão pela primeira vez trazendo em português. É um jogo muito popular nos Estados Unidos e agora eles trouxeram a linguagem em português e é um jogo de festa para todo mundo. E é ótimo para poder streamers brincarem, porque é um jogo que é legal para você juntar a galera na tua casa, mas também
dá para jogar online tranquilo.
Os minigames, os quizzes, as paradas, a galera que tá online, ela vota, eles podem entrar na sua sessão de jogo e é muito maneiro. Breno, seguinte, cara, vou te falar o seguinte.
Chegou na sua hora?
Chegou na sua hora.
Beleza.
Vem comigo, porque a galera, vamos falar pra galera que tá assistindo aqui a gente ao vivo agora, eles vão continuar montando esse cenário aqui, porque a próxima atração vai ficar muito mais bonita do que aqui agora.
Que absurdo.
Não vou falar, é um absurdo.
Valorize-se.
Você vai concordar. Tá certo. Vai ficar igualmente bonito. E vocês vão receber aqui pessoas maravilhosas também. Então a gente vai dar uma volta aqui. Daqui a pouco tem mais atração. Fiquem aí, porque vai valer a pena, galera. Uma pena que não vai ser a gente que vai jogar aqui.
Triste. Mas agora a gente joga pelo evento.
Não, no final do evento eu te desafio. A gente não vai estar em stream, mas depois a gente posta o vídeo,
X1
beleza?
de qualquer jogo a sua escolha.
É nóis.
Fechou.
É nóis. Fechou? Combinado. Então valeu, galera. Nos vemos em breve. Já já a gente tá de volta. Aproveitem aí. Valeu! Obrigadão, gente.
Who are you? We are the shadows
that serve the light.
The ocean's filled with new ships, but they all come from the same river. Greed, power, vengeance. We must learn to trust
and follow the blade
together.
Aham, agora vocês me escutam no canal 2. Eu também não estava me escutando agora, eu também me escuto. Agora eu sei, diretor maravilhoso, um beijo no seu coração. É o seguinte, 10 o quê? Canal 10, canal 10, 10, 10, canal 10, é o canal 10, está ali o grande fã da Nive, que virá em breve, porque é o seguinte, olha que coisa linda, eles colocaram aqui a televisão perfeita. E é o seguinte, a gente vai inaugurar neste momento. Vocês estão prestes a ver algo que nunca aconteceu na Gamescom Latam, que é o nosso quadro Co-op. Mas eu não vou apresentá-lo sozinha. Então, para isso, quero chamar ao palco minha companheira Pirulita. Pode entrar, por favor. Recebam ela bem, tá? Aê!
Agora sim! E aí,
Tudo bem, amiga?
Tudo bem, amiga. Olha
que
meus fãs,
chique.
Amei. Cara, que coisa maravilhosa.
Tá lindo. Eu achei que ela ia
lindo.
jogar ali. Fizeram a boa e colocaram a televisão aqui.
Fizeram todo um esquema muito bonito. Gostei,
Exatamente.
amei.
Eu quero lembrá-los aqui que estamos ao vivo no YouTube, na Twitch, no TikTok. Mais alguma rede social, produção? Vocês três aqui. Mais alguma outra rede social? Twitch, YouTube, TikTok. Essas aí. Beleza. E Pirulita ficará acompanhando o chat para ver o que vocês mandam. Então, se vocês tiverem perguntas para mandar, mandem, que a gente lê se for uma pergunta boa e coerente.
Obviamente
a gente não
que
vai
vai
ler
ser.
qualquer coisa.
O chat é maravilhoso, eu tenho certeza.
Não, porque nem sempre, mas eu acredito em vocês
Eu
também.
confio no potencial deles.
É isso, a força está com a gente, está com vocês. E é o seguinte, agora sim, quero chamar aqui ao palco ela, que foi simplesmente eleita a maior apresentadora de esportes da América Latina. Tá bom pra vocês ou querem mais? Além de eu poderia ficar o dia inteiro enchendo a bola
Rasgando
dessa mulher
elogios.
que está há mais de 10 anos na indústria, não só trazendo alegria para o nosso povo, para o povo dela também, como trazendo muito conhecimento e ensinando todas nós a cada dia que passa.
Inspirando, né, Mari?
Inspirando pra caramba. Aquela mulher, isso é uma coisa que, olha, fico até arrepiada aqui. Quero muito barulho, salva de palmas, no palco agora, Nive Stefan!
Mas, gente, eu vou precisar te mandar um pix por essa apresentação. Que é isso,
Amiga,
meu
achei que tava
Deus?
combinado já.
Era pra ser assim? Era pra ser tudo isso?
Oh, meu amor.
Eu vou explanar que elas estavam falando disso ali atrás, já foi tudo combinado.
Olha, na verdade, eu tive que falar rápido, porque já estava tudo setado aqui, mas, amiga, eu poderia fazer uma introdução de 1 hora sobre você. Maravilhosa. Pelo amor de Deus, você está estreando um quadro aqui na Gamescom Latam.
Estou.
Maravilhosa.
Eu estou com um pouco de medo, porque eu não gosto muito de estresse.
Amiga,
assim,
você
sabe?
estreia em tudo. Você
Mas,
carpiu
assim,
o lote para todas. Entendeu? Você continua carpindo lotes aqui para
Mas
todas.
dá muito trabalho.
Dá trabalho.
Não podia ser a segunda convidada.
A gente
não,
combina uma
Brice,
massagem depois ali para compensar. Pode ser?
Perfeitamente.
Meu amor, venha cá então.
Eu vou poder participar dessa massagem depois?
A gente faz uma massagem conjunta, amiga.
Por favor.
Tá tudo
Isso,
bem.
gente. Eu
Galera,
vou aguardar.
como é que funciona
Posso
o
sentar?
co-op?
Já sentei,
Senta, senta, a Pirulita pode sentar
Posso
aqui.
ficar no meio de vocês?
Aqui no
Ai,
co-op,
delícia.
o que é? A gente vai colocar a Nive pra jogar, porque ela é gamer, mas ela vai ter que falar ao mesmo tempo, porque dificuldade pouca é bobagem.
Tá bom.
Não é?
Vamos.
Amiga, eu te amaciei pra agora te dar um, entendeu?
Entendi.
Vou te dificultar só um pouquinho. Não vou esbarrar, não vou desligar, tá tudo ótimo. Eu acho, inclusive, que talvez a Pirulita pudesse sentar um pouquinho mais perto.
Posso sentar mais perto.
Da
A gente pode ficar mais
Nive.
pertinho.
Isso.
Vamos porque como,
desempurrar.
assim, beleza, existem limites, né?
Isso.
Eu vou...
Não, estamos todas
não pegar o
cheirosas.
jogar.
Ela faz
Entendeu?
tudo. Não, relaxa, amiga. Eu posso ficar assim, pertinho de
Arrasou.
você?
Por favor.
Eu não peguei no
Ai, que
fio. Quem
delícia, eu
pegou no
amei.
fio foi a cadeira. Não desligou nada, tá tudo certo, continua ali.
Estamos bem.
Perfeitamente.
Será que dá pra pular a historinha? Que a gente já viu a historinha, né?
Nive, meu amor, você já jogou Spider-Man,
Já
inclusive.
joguei. Maravilhoso esse jogo, by the way.
Ela vai te ajudar, é verdade.
Tava de boa ainda, porque na realidade tá tipo historinha. Eu tô
Você
vendo
quer
que vai
mesmo
pular.
fazer tudo, né?
Não, ainda, mas, amiga, eu amo que ela foi aqui e falou assim, mas eu vou jogar videogame, como é que eu vou segurar o
Como é que eu vou
microfone?
segurar
E
o
ela mesma já tá aqui
microfone?
fazendo tudo.
Mas
Bom,
ninguém
vamos
tinha
lá.
pensado nisso antes dela falar isso. Tá indo ali a historinha do jogo. Pirulita, quer começar? Então a gente vai conversar com ela enquanto ela joga e é isso mesmo.
Então tá bom, então eu vou começar daquele jeito já. Eu queria saber pra você qual foi o maior acontecimento desses 10 anos de carreira.
Maior acontecimento.
O maior desafio de todos, assim. O meu é
falar
hoje.
uma coisa boa, tipo uma grandiosidade.
O meu é hoje. E o seu?
E um
Foi
maior
quando?
desafio também.
Maior desafio. Tá difícil isso. sei, mas eu acho que ao decorrer da minha carreira eu encontrei muitos desafios, né? Muitas dificuldades. Eu acho que foram várias barreiras em vários níveis diferentes, né? E eu acho que até hoje tenho... Tava até falando pra ela, ela tava, vocês ficam nervosas ainda quando sobe no palco? Às vezes eu fico, é normal. Eu acho que tá tudo bem, sabe? Eu acho que eu falo isso pra todo mundo que tá começando, falar, uma hora melhora o frio na barriga? Não.
Mas dizem que isso é bom.
É bom.
Não é? Até porque é um lance de estar se desafiando sempre também.
Sim.
E de estar se importando com o trabalho. Eu acho que talvez quando a gente não sentir mais esse frio na barriga, a gente não vai estar se importando tanto, sabe?
Eu acho que dá uma melhorada, mas assim, nunca sai completamente. É sempre aquela sensação nova quando você vai entrar no palco, aqueles primeiros 10 segundos. Quando passa aqueles primeiros 10 segundos,
hoje é o nosso dia de sorte.
Amaciada.
Porque essa
você vê que tá tudo bem.
Física,
você vê que tá tudo
física
bem.
é demais.
Você vê que é aquela sensação.
E você já fica muito mais confortável, né?
Eu acho que é aquela sensação, sabe quando você vai pra escola, que você sonha que você um dia chegou na escola
e tava todo mundo pelado?
Ou que você esqueceu de botar roupa, ou que você, sei lá, ou que você foi de chinelo. De chinelo é besteira,
Eu ia falar
né?
chinelo, eu já acho que eu já fui de
top,
chinelo.
né?
Eu acho que o chinelo já aconteceu. Talvez.
Mas é aquela sensação, sabe, de que...
tensão superficial.
Aí depois que você chega, você fala, não, tá tudo bem, tô vestida, tá tudo certo. Aí passa. Acho que é isso.
Mas olha, com certeza muitos desafios ainda vão continuar acontecendo na tua vida, né, no teu trabalho. Mas tu tem um negócio que tu é bem prestigiada e reconhecida, ainda bem, né? Afinal de contas, o trabalho que tu faz é maravilhoso. E eu queria saber de ti como é que foi ser a única brasileira convidada aí na CCXP México.
Senhor Morales, né?
Cara, foi muito legal, porque eu fui lá para entrevistar a Anya Taylor-Joy, né? Foi um convite muito legal, muito especial.
Que tem 1,90 m de altura, todo mundo sabe. Ela tem 1,90 m, gente.
Então, eu acho que ela não é tão...
Eu preciso desse emprego.
Ela não é tão alta assim, eu acho que o problema sou eu mesmo. Porque... Não, mas assim, ela também tava com saltão, tá? Você me desculpa, ela tava com saltão e eu tava com um sapatinho baixo. Mas foi muito legal o papo com ela.
Como é que foi essa preparação?
Justo hoje.
Porque eu sei que tu faz o teu conteúdo, tu roteiriza o teu próprio conteúdo, isso não é todo mundo que faz no mercado. Então é um diferencial teu também que tu se põe ali sempre, né?
Cara, eu vou falar pra tu, eu assisti todos os filmes do Mad Max antes de ir pra lá.
Até pra relembrar tudo, né?
Porque, claro, tinha muita coisa que eu já tinha assistido, agora é a hora que eu preciso da sua ajuda. E começou o jogo.
Dale. Agora é o desafio, amiga, jogar e conversar. Boa sorte.
Então, assim, eu acabei assistindo todos os filmes porque eu falei, cara, eu quero estar preparada lá. Nem precisava, porque foi uma entrevista de 5 minutos, mas eu sou desse jeito, eu sou CDF, é o meu jeitinho mesmo. Eu gosto de absolutamente tudo que eu vou fazer, tudo que eu vou apresentar. Eu tá, tipo, extremamente aprofundada, eu não gosto de chegar no lugar e tá despreparada, sabe?
É pra não ser pega de surpresa, né? 5 minutos, mas vai que ela responde alguma coisa que tu precisa ter esse background preparado.
Lista no meio, né? Eu não apresento campeonatos de um jogo, de 2 jogos. Eu já apresentei mais de 30 jogos competitivos. Então, é claro que eu não jogo tudo isso. Tipo, é óbvio que eu não jogo tudo isso.
Ninguém tem tempo ainda,
Como
né?
assim não? Você acabou de destruir os meus sonhos.
Como assim você dorme, se alimenta?
Como assim você não joga, cara?
Não, e sem contar que, tipo assim, não tem como eu jogar todos esses 30 jogos competitivos. E fora que eu ainda trabalho com jogos de console, eu jogo muito mais jogo de console, eu tô falando aqui, assumindo uma coisa pra vocês, eu gosto muito mais de jogar jogo de console do que jogar multiplayer. Não, PC eu gosto, mas o ponto é, tipo assim, eu não sei o quanto eu gosto atualmente de entrar num servidor pra jogar com várias pessoas e falar com várias pessoas.
Eu não gosto, amiga.
Eu sei lá, sabe? Eu virei uma pessoa meio reclusa ultimamente.
É difícil se sujeitar a isso, né? E falando um pouco nisso, desculpa, Mari, mas desses cenários todos que você trabalha, qual você tem acompanhado mais? E não sei se você pode falar sobre isso, mas qual você gosta mais, sim, desses cenários competitivos, digamos assim?
Eu acho que não tem um que eu goste mais. Mas, por exemplo, esse ano eu apresentei o campeonato mundial de Rainbow Six, que foi aqui no Brasil. Foi muito especial, o Brasil foi campeão, foi incrível.
Foi demais.
E eu também apresentei daqui do Brasil a cobertura brasileira do Major de CS. Então, tipo, o Rainbow Six, o CSGO, eu também participei de campeonato mundial de Free Fire e de Call of Duty Mobile. Então foram os 4 jogos que eu mais acompanhei esse ano, né, o cenário. Por motivos óbvios, né, por causa do meu trabalho também.
Lógico, porque tu é CDF, vai estudar os jogos,
Exato.
vai...
E às vezes, por exemplo, às vezes eu quero estar acompanhando algum outro jogo e eu acabo não conseguindo justamente por causa do meu tempo que eu tenho, que é escasso, às vezes, para acompanhar um outro jogo que eu tô trabalhando, sabe? Então, meio que por aí. Meio que...
Amiga, tu é mais consolista, acabou soltando essa aqui pra gente em primeira mão. Eu também sou, mas eu queria saber, inclusive, falando da PlayStation, né? Tu é uma das embaixadoras. No Brasil não são tantas pessoas que têm esse cargo incrível, né, e renomado. Eu sei, inclusive, que tu já fez campanha internacional pra PlayStation.
Eu fiz campanha internacional para eles e esse ano eu fui representar eles, fui a única brasileira a representar eles lá na Espanha para fazer um trabalho super legal que eles fizeram.
Você entrevistou o Vini Júnior?
Eu entrevistei o Vini Júnior, que também é um dos embaixadores da PlayStation. Quer dizer, então ele era mais um brasileiro, mas ele era um brasileiro vindo da Espanha. Então
não conta.
Mas foi muito legal.
Mas como é que foi esse convite quando tu recebeu? Como é que tem sido isso? Como é que foi aquela gravação que você fez em inglês, sendo jornalista, ali, repórter, na verdade? Eu achei o máximo aquele vídeo.
Fala pra tu que isso foi muito legal, porque... Ai, meu Deus, morri. Não vi, foi mal. Eu vou falar pra tu que isso foi muito legal, porque eles não sabiam como que ia ser, como que ia pro bar. Então eu gravei não só em português e inglês, quanto eu gravei em espanhol também, esse conteúdo. O mesmo
aliás,
conteúdo em
Nive fala português, inglês e espanhol. Você fala mais alguma língua, amiga? Pelo amor de Deus.
Não. Mas
tá bom já também,
já
né?
Já tá bom porque eu preciso melhorar isso.
É mais nada,
Eu mal
né?
falo português, gente. Pelo amor de Deus.
Exatamente. Você me traduziu. E acho que nessa questão de texto, mandaram uma pergunta aqui no chat, Mari.
Boa, Dali.
Perguntaram assim, ó.
Perguntaram pra mim.
Nívia, alguma dica secreta para decorar textos? Nem sempre tem aquele teleprompter e tal.
Cara, eu não sei. Tem que ficar repetindo várias vezes. Eu vou falar pra você...
Até cansar?
Até cansar. Até você sentir que você tá confortável no que você tem que lembrar, sabe, na frase. Porque o que acontece? Às vezes... Peraí, que agora eu tô... O pau tá quebrando aqui!
Meu Deus do céu.
Eu não consigo falar e jogar ao mesmo tempo. Vou só esquivar por enquanto.
Mas esse era o desafio, amiga.
Então, eu entendi. Mas esse desafio
Tem só 10 inimigos aqui na tela, enquanto ela responde.
Eu tava só me chacoalhando aqui pelas ruas, tá tranquilo, entendeu? Agora que tem um monte de Sandman aqui pra matar. Mas então, pra decorar texto, eu já esqueci até a pergunta. Você quer que eu saiba como decorar texto? Não, brincadeira. Eu fiz aula de atuação pra TV, né? Fiz teatro. E aí eu tinha que decorar muita coisa. Então, meio que assim, é exercício.
Uma coisa levou a outra.
É exercício, é você tentando, mas assim, tem hora que meu HD tá cheio. Eu costumo falar que assim, por exemplo, eu vou na academia... Para falar um negócio aqui.
Vai lá.
Quando às vezes assim...
Pode segurar, amiga, se quiser.
Eu vou pra academia e aí eu chego na academia, eu não presto atenção em nada do que tá acontecendo. Eu faço ali só o que eu tô fazendo, o meu arroz com feijão. Eu faço academia geralmente com o personal, porque ele vai falando o que eu tenho que fazer e o que eu faço? Eu desligo o meu processamento. Eu já aprendi a fazer isso na minha vida. Real. Porque se você fica com o seu processamento ligado o tempo todo,
associação, assim.
trabalhando o tempo todo, a hora que você precisa do seu processamento, o processamento não vai.
Ele não funciona.
Ele gasta,
Ele não
gente.
funciona. Entendeu?
Não dá pra trocar a peça, então fica um negócio assim,
Entendeu?
né?
Exatamente. Então tem momentos do dia que você tem que desligar. Você tem que rebutar. Porque às vezes assim, tipo... até enquanto você tá dormindo, às vezes você tá pensando muita coisa, acorda pensando muita coisa. Cara, de vez em quando você tem que aprender a desligar. Entendeu? Vai fazer meditação, vai fazer alguma coisa. Porque hoje em dia, o mal do jovem hoje em dia é que o jovem fala que eu tenho TDAH. O jovem hoje em dia, ele fala
Essa é a
que
grande
tem
desculpa
TDAH.
agora.
Segundo o TikTok, todo mundo tem.
Mas assim, amigo, não é que você tem TDAH. É porque você tá usando seu processamento o tempo todo pra absolutamente tudo.
É muita informação.
Desliga o processamento de vez em quando, tá me entendendo? A hora que você precisar, você tem.
Entendeu? Dica de milhões.
Maravilhoso. E o chat tá arrasando nas perguntas aqui, tá? Tá tudo maravilhoso. Se você quer perguntar alguma coisa agora, eu posso prosseguir.
Vamos dar voz ao chat, pedir pra eles mandarem perguntas.
Não, e tem desafio aqui também, porque eu seguro 2 microfones, leio o chat, faço a pergunta.
É isso, é desafio. É isso.
Eu tô gostando
Disseram
disso.
um dia que as mulheres eram tudo multitask.
Falei, por isso
E
que
aí
temos apenas mulheres aqui.
Era isso que você
Lascou
queria
aqui.
ver, né? Aqui perguntaram o seguinte, Nive, quais habilidades você considera essenciais para se destacar?
Vai me destacar? Eu acho que é claro que a desenvoltura, você falar com facilidade, é claro que eu assim, todas as coisas que eu vou falar aqui são, acho que, coisas que as pessoas conseguem trabalhar nelas, assim. Às vezes tem pessoas que são muito tímidas. Nossa, eu dei uma saraivada aqui, não tinha ninguém. Então, tem gente que às vezes é muito tímida e não tem facilidade de, sei lá, de se entrosar, de conversar. Mas assim, são coisas que você vai trabalhando com o tempo. Existem várias práticas para você fazer, para você desenvolver esse tipo de habilidade. Eu acho que E eu acho que no final das contas tudo, a gente não pode ser hipócrita e fingir que, por exemplo, você ter uma boa aparência dentro dos padrões estéticos que existem não é uma coisa também que chama a atenção das pessoas, mas só isso não resolve, entendeu? Você
Não,
tem
não é uma coisa só, né?
Você tem que estudar, você tem que tentar procurar melhorar tudo que você puder. Eu, assim, desde que eu comecei a trabalhar com isso, eu comecei a, me desenvolver nesse meio, eu comecei a estudar idiomas, eu comecei a fazer cursos de várias coisas que eu achava que poderiam ser pertinentes ao meu trabalho. Então, fazer curso, como eu falei, de interpretação para TV, eu fiz aula até de canto, eu faço fono, eu faço, assim, um pouquinho de tudo. Eu fiz curso de jornalismo, porque quando eu comecei a trabalhar nesse meio, eu era designer de moda.
Não, a tua está sempre muito bem vestida, diga-se de passagem.
Estou precisando de umas dicas, eu tô amando.
Mas, ó, a minha desculpa é que na faculdade, eu fazia todas as apresentações de TCC, de tudo.
Não é mesmo? Esse lance que tu falou até de a pessoa ser mais envergonhada, introspectiva, a Camilota, nossa amiga também aí, recém-mamãe, já comentou que para essas pessoas mais tímidas, às vezes fazer um curso de teatro mesmo, que tu comentou, né, de interpretação, para ir se soltando. E eu acho que um lance da Nive, que talvez ela, por ser humilde, não ia falar aqui, mas eu acho que é o lance de não se acomodar, amiga. Você tá há 10 anos, você já é super reconhecida no que você faz e ainda assim você continua estudando e buscando melhorar, sabe?
Mas é que assim, no final das contas, tipo, se você não... Assim, eu acho que é pra absolutamente tudo que você faz na sua vida. Se você estagnar, você não vai obter sucesso naquilo. Eu não vi que o botão era pra apertar.
E o mundo acontece ao seu redor, né? Você tem que meio que acompanhando ele ali também.
Não dá pra você estagnar nunca, né? A menos que você tenha desistido já, não queira mais fazer o negócio, não queira mais... Aí é diferente, mas no caso, se você quer, se você gosta, não tem jeito, você precisa continuar investindo.
E aí o chat perguntou aqui também, Nive, sobre o seu trabalho de dubladora, sobre o trabalho recente que você fez de dubladora, se você gostou disso, se você gostaria de fazer mais, ou se, beleza, coloquei ali no meu currículo e tchau, tchau, bye, bye.
Não, eu amei e vou te falar que talvez eu faça mais um em breve.
Eba! A gente gosta de notícias em primeira mão, amiga.
Cara, eu gostei muito e eu tenho muita vontade de fazer mais coisas assim de dublagem, foi muito legal. Foi muito desafiador, foi também uma coisa nova que eu fiz e que eu não tinha o menor conhecimento. Eu tinha feito já teatro,
mas eu ia falar que vem muito da atuação.
Mas
E tu fez participação em série, então foi
assim,
antes, né?
Ajuda, mas não é a mesma coisa.
Tá.
A dublagem ela é muito diferente, sabe? Querendo ou não, você tem que viver aquele personagem de um jeito diferente, porque você só pode dar a voz pra ele. Então toda a sua atuação, toda a sua força tem que estar na voz ali, entendeu? Claro que todo gestual que você fizer ajuda pra que sua voz fique boa e que faça sentido com o personagem, entendeu? Mas assim, no final das contas, é um negócio muito diferente. E eu não tinha a menor experiência nisso. Então, o que eu fiz? Eu comecei a falar com amigos dubladores, eu falei com o Charles Emanuel, o Wendel Bezerra me deu aula, eu fiz aula com a Luísa Palomanes, colei numa galera foda e falei, cara, eu preciso fazer curso aqui. Inclusive, o curso da Luísa é um curso que era, tipo... diferente do Wendel, ele me deu aula particular, né? Mas a da Luísa Palomanes é um curso para qualquer pessoa que pode participar, entendeu? Então, no final das contas, eu fui nos recursos que eu tinha, do jeito que eu podia, sabe? Falei, vou fazer o melhor que eu puder aqui.
amiga, e ficou ótimo. Ficou maravilhoso.
Ficou maravilhoso.
Tu achou mais desafiador do que fazer a participação na série?
Eu acho que para aquele momento foi, porque eu fiquei muito nervosa. Porque era algo que eu nunca tinha feito, eu cheguei lá, assim, muito nervosa. Se eu ia conseguir criar a personagem ou não. Querendo ou não, quem dublava ela no internacional era a Aquafina. A voz da
Nossa, a Aquafina é maravilhosa.
boa. Tá me entendendo? Então,
Uma
assim,
responsabilidade muito grande, né?
Então era uma responsa muito grande, mas eu curti muito. Eu curti, eu quero fazer mais, eu amei, a verdade.
Eu tô amando que ela tem aquele senso de direção, de ela vai pra direita, ela vai junto.
Não,
e aquele
todo mundo faz isso.
Mas eu tô achando lindo.
Eu vou falar, cara, vocês que não fazem isso de ir pro lado, gamer Nutella, que não fica se mexendo pro lado, tá lascado pra jogar VR. Porque
verdade.
o futuro, meu amigo, é isso. Entendeu? O futuro é você acompanhar os movimentos.
Vai perder pra ti no Beat Saber.
Eu já tava pensando nisso, entendeu? Exato.
Ela é muito à frente do tempo dela, amor.
À frente do meu tempo.
Não vai rolar,
É isso.
Pirulita, a gente tá quase acabando o tempo. Tem mais alguma pergunta do chat?
Eu acho que eu vou deixar com você, porque eu sei que você tem uma pergunta muito boa pra fazer pra ela.
Qual delas? Eu tenho tantas.
Então, mas aquela lá.
Aquela lá, eu tô
Pode
com
fazer,
medo
amiga.
dela.
Tá
Eu
tudo
não sei
bem.
qual é a pergunta. Tem
É que
alguma
você falou
específica?
muitas pra mim.
Eu falei
gosto de
várias.
todas.
Não, eu falei várias. Mas é porque eu já perguntei do PlayStation, já perguntei dos jogos competitivos. A gente perguntou do maior desafio da Nive, inclusive tô relembrando aqui pro pessoal que depois quiser, pegou a entrevista na metade, pode reassistir a live, fica gravada no YouTube do The
Ó, tá
Enemy.
quebrando aqui, meu. Fala pra vocês.
Eu amei
Vamos
que deu
atrapalhar
dicas.
ela, vamos
Teve uma
atrapalhar
coisa que a
ela.
Nive não comentou, mas que eu sinto isso muito nela, que você tem muita resiliência, amiga, de ter apanhado lá no começo por ter sido precursora, né, de uma profissão que nem sequer existia.
Mas eu apanho até hoje, mulher.
Mas é que hoje, se alguém te bater, a gente levanta nós 10 aqui pra devolver, entendeu?
verdade, é
Mas
verdade.
eu acho, cara, eu vou falar pra você que eu já aprendi também que não tem como você obter... Sei lá, você trabalha nesse meio que...
Não agrada todo mundo, né?
É muita gente querendo opinar sobre a sua vida. Vai, entendeu? A gente vai apanhar muito, mas tá tudo certo. Se eu não tiver gente falando sobre mim, acho que é porque eu já não tô mais fazendo sucesso.
Mas é verdade. Outro dia eu tava conversando até com um vocalista de banda e ele falou isso. Ele falou, cara, não tem como você agradar todo mundo. Se você chega num nível onde você é conhecido por muitas pessoas, vai ter quem não gosta de você. Ou às vezes até tem quem gosta de ti, mas vai lá ficar
Aquele
falando
foi
mal.
enrustido, né?
Eu te
Isso,
desafio
pra
a
chamar
falar
atenção.
com o cara que não gosta de você. Muitas vezes ele vai falar assim pra você: ai, me desculpa, eu gosto tanto do seu trabalho, eu não achei que você ia me responder.
Só queria chamar a atenção.
Só queria chamar sua atenção.
Isso acontece
mas
muito.
Isso acontece tanto. Então, assim, você vai ficar nessa, porque senão, olha, eu vou te falar, se eu fosse dar ouvido a tudo que as pessoas falam, enchem o saco e não sei o que lá, eu não saia da minha cama mais. Meu amigo, o que eu faço? Eu não entro no Twitter não existe, eu entro de vez em quando só. Não existe, se eu não vejo, não existe.
Eu concordo.
É isso.
Não, já responderam a pergunta do chat aqui, que tava perguntando muito sobre isso. Ela realmente é uma mulher à frente do seu tempo. Ela lê o chat mentalmente.
É isso.
Eu tô achando maravilhoso isso, cara.
Não, e no painel aqui do lado tá rolando, inclusive, falando sobre publicidade. Pra finalizar, amiga, eu queria saber de ti dos desafios...
Gente, vocês me perdoem que
Tá
minha
tudo bem, é
gameplay
muito
tá
difícil
muito
conversar.
ruim. É, porque, né, tá muito difícil conversar, tá bom?
Eu queria saber de ti quais são os maiores desafios que tu vê na hora de fazer uma publicidade, porque eu sei que tu faz do início até o fim.
A gente fez uma juntas, inclusive, recentemente.
E eu amei que ela falou assim, a gente fala pra nossa agência que a gente vai combinar o briefing, na verdade a gente aproveita pra fofocar. Não é mesmo?
A gente fez uma reunião de briefing que foi um brainstorm da vida também, né?
Foi isso, exatamente.
Mas acho que eu gosto muito de fazer publicidade, eu acho muito legal. É uma coisa que eu sempre gostei, porque eu acho que sempre que eu assistia comercial, eu ficava pensando no brainstorm pra fazer aquele comercial quando era um comercial legal, sabe? Eu sempre ficava pensando, nossa, mas o que eles pensaram pra fazer isso? E às vezes quando é uma ideia muito ruim, eu falo, nossa... Eu fico
Não tinha alguém pra avisar.
Eu fico pensando, 5 publicitários entrando numa sala
e deixaram passar?
Tendo essa ideia. Então eu sempre fui corneteira nesse assunto. Eu sempre olhava e falava, não, eu faria melhor aquelas.
Mas tu faz, amiga, isso é muito legal das tuas publicidades, que dá pra ver que é uma coisa tua, a gente te vê ali, dá pra sentir que tu fez do início ao fim realmente, sabe? O roteiro foi pensado, a ideia da publicidade em si, né? Eu já sei, por ser tua amiga, que tu não faz publicidade de coisas que tu não acredita de fato. O que poderia acontecer, tem muita gente que, né?
Senão não vai ficar bom. Senão vai ficar uma porcaria.
Fica
então,
falso.
Né? Então, tipo, não vale a pena, não é leal com o meu público. E mesmo comigo mesma não vale a pena pra minha imagem, porque não vai ficar bom. Não vai ficar bom.
Você
então,
não dorme bem à noite depois, né?
Eu gosto de fazer coisa que faz sentido, que eu me identifico, que é legal, que eu acho que é um produto legal, que as pessoas vão gostar. Então eu sempre vou pensar, tipo, o que vai fazer as pessoas gostarem disso? E eu também gosto, assim, como eu faço bastante publicidade nas minhas redes sociais, eu gosto também de entregar um conteúdo que seja legal para quem está assistindo também. Mesmo que a pessoa não tenha interesse no produto. Às vezes a pessoa não é o público-alvo, mas eu quero fazer algo que a pessoa vai gostar de assistir, que vai ser legal, que ela vai achar da hora. Ela fala assim, pô, que legal, é uma publi... Não vou comprar, mas eu gostei da publicidade.
A do Stellar Blade, eu acho que eu assisti, sei lá, umas 15 vezes no mesmo dia. Porque eu achava tão sensacional que eu queria te ver em cada personagem. É tipo assim, entregou tudo na atuação, no roteiro, sabe?
E era informativo, trazia todas as informações legais do jogo. Enfim, tudo que eu achei legal no jogo também, tudo que eu tipo, no momento... assim, eu quero, assim, nesse caso, eu quero jogar o jogo e eu quero pensar o que eu gostei aqui, que as pessoas vão gostar, que eu quero falar para as pessoas, mas eu quero entregar isso de um jeito diferente. Então, é meio que meu objetivo sempre que eu tô...
Já teve alguma ideia muito maluca que tu teve? Daí a marca falou assim, não vai rolar, faz outra coisa.
Quem é louco de falar não pra Nive?
Não sei,
Você
mas
falaria não pra ela?
Eu jamais, né? Mas tem empresas que são mais quadradas.
Vou falar pra você que recentemente eu tinha tido... Eu não vou lembrar a ideia agora, mas eu tinha tido uma ideia que eu achei muito legal. Eu curti muito, mas aí a marca falou, putz, a gente tá mudando o briefing e tal. Você acha que dá pra encaixar com esse briefing novo? E aí já não fazia mais sentido. E eu devia ter salvado essa ideia, porque eu ia...
Pra usar em outro momento, né?
Reciclar a ideia em outro momento. Porque eu não sei se era tão genial assim, mas na minha cabeça era muito legal. Às vezes tem essas também.
A gente acha que é incrível e pros outros não é tanto. Acontece.
Dá tempo de fazer uma última pergunta?
Dá tempo de fazer uma última pergunta. Se não der, a gente dá tempo.
É uma pergunta muito especial. É de uma menininha de 10 anos que ela tá perguntando assim. Ela tá sentada na plateia. A Sofia tá ali sentada na plateia.
Tudo bem?
Ela perguntou, Nive, você tem algum arrependimento?
Se eu tenho algum
arrependimento?
Nossa,
filosófica.
10 anos, que mulher, já vai ser um mulherão já, né?
Que forte, é uma pergunta forte. Se eu falar que eu não me arrependo de várias coisas, eu tô mentindo muito, eu me arrependo de várias. Mas eu vou falar pra você que a melhor coisa que eu aprendi é que não adianta ficar sofrendo por arrependimentos, né? Eu acho que tem muitas vezes que a gente se arrepende e sofre, não dorme à noite. Mas eu já aprendi que todos esses momentos que eu errei, ou que eu fiz algo que eu achei que não ficou tão legal, querendo ou não, eu tô sempre ao vivo. Quantas horas eu tenho de ao vivo? Quantas coisas eu já falei que eu achei que não devia ter falado, não foi muito legal? Muitas. Mas uma certeza eu tenho. Todas elas me prepararam para ser quem eu sou hoje e para chegar onde eu cheguei. Então, mesmo esses arrependimentos, eu aprendi alguma coisa com eles. Mesmo que se eu pudesse voltar atrás, eu não faria igual, às vezes não faria. Mas eu aprendi com cada um deles. Então, eu acho que os arrependimentos, eles têm que valer sempre de alguma coisa pra gente. Tem que tirar o melhor que a gente puder de todas as coisas da nossa vida.
Cancela as próximas aqui palestras que ela falou tudo. O que mais dá pra ser dito depois disso? Meu amor, pode dar pausa. A gente, infelizmente, tem que encerrar.
Mas já!
Mas a gente continua lá atrás e tá tudo certo.
Na hora que o pau tava quebrando aqui.
Eu pensei que tava atorando antes.
Já tava, mas agora tá um pouquinho mais.
Ó, eles já estão mandando a gente embora, mas eu quero que tu diga qual o próximo trabalho que tu tem agora, o próximo evento.
Tô indo pra Goiânia amanhã de manhã.
Eita, nós!
Então a gente já sai daqui.
Vai puxar o R.
Já volta pra casa, eu vou chegar em casa, terminar de arrumar minha mala e já vou viajar pra... Ih, meu Deus, tô caindo.
3 dias lá, é
meu
isso?
Deus, tô caindo. E vou ficar o final de semana lá em Goiânia, já pegar o avião amanhã de manhã.
Nive Stefan, a rainha do jet lag. Muito bem.
Muito boa definição, porque eu ainda tô no jet lag da última viagem. Eu voltei da Arábia, eu ainda tô no jet lag.
Mas que bom que continue assim, quer dizer que você tá trabalhando pra caramba, tá viajando, todo mundo sabe que tu faz um trabalho incrível. Gente, não dá, eu vou ficar aqui mais meia hora enchendo a bola dessa
Só
mulher,
falando
porque
bem
eu sou
dela,
fã.
né?
Não tem como, diva, obrigada pelo teu tempo.
Vou continuar depois do papo, tomando um vinho no tapete.
Por favor.
Conversando, vou amar.
Tapete não, que você tem aquela banheira que eu adoro, eu já fui uma vez, eu quero ir de novo, entendeu? Não quero tapete não, me chama pra jacuzzi que é onde eu quero. Tá bom?
Valeu, galera.
Salva
Muito
de palmas de
obrigada
novo pra
pra
essa mulher
vocês.
incrível.
Uma ótima noite. Muito obrigada a quem ficou. Já tá assim, cansado o pessoal, né? Fim do dia, então agradeço muito de coração. Tamo junto. Desculpa aí as pinadas no jogo, mas tava difícil, né? Prestar atenção. Obrigada.
Perfeita. Obrigada, meu amor. Eu vou ficar
Mais
aqui.
palmas, né, pra ela. Incrível. Merece, não
Pelo amor
merece?
de Deus.
Eu acho que merece.
É isso.
Eu gostaria de aplaudir com os pés, porque minhas mãos estão ocupadas.
Ai,
Péssimo,
minha
né?
aqui, ó, tá. Não, é o seguinte, como o diretor sabe que eu quero fofocar com a minha amiga ali atrás mais um pouquinho, eu vou chamar ao palco agora Bruno e Coelho. Breno ou era Bruno? Não faz sentido Bruno Silva. É o Breno, não é não? É o Bruno mesmo, Bruno Silva e Coelho.
Bruno
aqui no
voltou
palco,
mais uma
por
vez.
favor.
Ele gosta, né? Bastante.
O Bruno tá invadindo meu palco, sabe? Porque o Bruno era pra ser lá no 1. Veio invadir meu palco aqui, tá tudo bem. Quebra protocolo. Quebra. Vai tirar foto mesmo, tá tudo bem. Bruno tá com ponto, tá ótimo. Ah, não dá, gente. Como é que passa por essa mulher e não pede uma foto?
Não vai tietar.
A gente tem que tirar a nossa foto ainda.
É
a gente vai
verdade.
tirar agora. É o quê? Cadê? Quem? Fotógrafo? Já foi. Tá ocupado.
Meu fotógrafo?
Pronto. Perfeitamente.
Tira aqui a foto.
Siqueira, põe o Siqueira pra
finalizar
trabalhar,
o evento, né,
isso
galera?
mesmo.
Tem que ser bonito.
Tá aqui o nosso fotógrafo. Abaixa um pouquinho, tá tudo bem. Uhul!
Maravilhoso.
Muito bem passada de bastão aqui, meus amores.
Oi.
Eu só queria falar uma coisa pra você. Que potência.
Triste.
Que potência.
Que destreza.
Pra mim. Que potência.
Eu queria muito falar isso pra vocês dois, tá?
O quê?
Que potência.
Que potência.
Que potência.
Sim.
Vocês
Ok.
sabem disso, né, gente?
Se deixarem, eu volto em breve, tá bom? Pega esse
Ah, vai embora?
Um beijo pra vocês
Ótimo.
também,
Fica
estou
nós três
indo.
aqui, então. Beijo, Mari. Beijão.
Um beijo, tchau, pessoal.
A Peru
Obrigada.
também vai embora.
Também
Tá
vou.
bom.
Tchau.
Aí, Bruno, agora é nóis. Vamos jogar
Bom
aqui,
aí, ó.
cara. Não é isso?
É isso.
Cara,
Jogar um
seguinte,
PlayStationzinho.
jogar um PlayStationzinho, minha especialidade.
Exato,
Gosto
pô.
muito.
Exato.
Cara, quero saber de você. Talvez
É
seja
pra gente
melhor...
sentar? É pra gente ficar em pé? Não
Cara,
sei.
vamos sentar aqui pra ficar relaxado, né? Quero conversar.
All right, dear friends, now you're finishing your quest. Neve, I miss you. I wish you were here. If you were there on stage 2, you were watching that quest, quest 2, and now you're continuing your journey on journey 1. Sorry for that pun. So if you're watching us online, my name is Raulis, and here at Gamescom, we know that we have a lot of exclusive content. If you're watching online, if you're watching here in person, you know that this is the place to go to see exclusive content. And we have one more piece of content for you, and it is exclusive. We have an exclusive launch here at Gamescom Latam. Is it like a gender reveal party? Might be. So we're going to have some exclusive content for you. It's a new gameplay from Big Moxie Games taking us to the world of Warden's Rising. You heard it right. Warden's Rising will show you some new game elements. We're going to show you what the team has in store for 2024 and their new build mode. At the end, we'll open up for questions. We will receive questions from the audience online and in person. During this preview, we're going to talk a bit about Warden's Rising. It's basically a new game that mixes PvE, ARPG shooting, tower defense, and a MOBA-style base defense strategy game, and it's 100% Brazilian. Obviously, I won't be the one to tell you about it. As I explained,
we're going to receive Eduardo Gottschalk, Rafael Castro, and Igor Ferreira. They're going to bring not only a preview, but a bit more of exclusive content for you. Get your questions ready and give them a hand once they join us. Have a great panel. Enjoy it. Hi, everyone. Hi, GamesCon. Good evening. Good evening, GamesCon. Hey, everyone. My name is Eduardo Gottschalk. I'm the game director at Big Game Mogs, also known as The Boss. It's a huge pleasure to be here to show you our reveal preview for Warden's Rising. It was a game that took a lot of determination and a lot of love to develop. We had to get involved. A part of our team is here, so thank you for your efforts. Now, Rafael and Igor will run the show. Thanks. So, to introduce ourselves again, we're from Big Moxie. We're headquartered in Porto Alegre. We're based there. And we're here to introduce Warden's Rising, a shooter tower defense game with some elements from an action RPG. We're going to show you some special exclusive stuff for you today. That's right. The first thing we're going to see today is a cinematic trailer. We're going to show you the beginning of the game to set the world building, explain what Warden's Rising is, and the world where we have our wardens, their civilization, the motivation for our characters, and then we're going to see a new gameplay preview for you tonight. Let's play the video.
Humanity was on the brink of extinction when a mysterious energy source was discovered. Synthesis. Mankind learned to harness this unprecedented force, ushering in an age of rebirth and prosperity. But such power did not go unnoticed. Rifts in reality unleashed interdimensional beings, hell-bent on destroying us and corrupting our synthesis. Our only hope lies with a powerful order of warriors, especially attuned to synthesis. The time to rise is now. Warden's Rising. A dangerous new enemy has emerged, hell-bent on destroying mankind. It's time to rise up. Build defenses. Fight to protect our cores. Defeat massive invasions. Choose from 5 unique heroes. Upgrade your stats and unlock new gear. Save humanity. Warden's Rising.
É isso aí. That's right, everyone. So that's our new cinematic preview. We're going to show you the gameplay preview behind me so you see everything new in Warden's Rising. So let's start from the top. Talking about the gameplay, which is what we've brought for you today. Warden's Rising is a game that mixes different genres, like a tower defense game, an ARPG, this top-down perspective. What we wanted to show you in this preview are the different elements
in the gameplay. And as you can see, it's full of them. Yeah, and I think that was the biggest thing new about Wardens. It's a mix between a tower defense, it has strategic gameplay, and we made this available for the player to mix as they may. So if you're a little bit more focused on strategy, you can create different structures in your setup to defend against the invasions, or you can also use these structures to facilitate your action play. If you want to be a hero, an action shooter, you can. So that makes the game more balanced. That's right, you can see from the gameplay here, the build mode, the tower defense and tower build stage, which is where it all begins. You start by building up your defenses and selecting what structures you want to build to defend against the invasion, and then the combat begins. So you see this great horde of enemies that you have to eliminate as you prefer, depending on your gameplay style, with the support of your towers, your defense decks, and so on. Yes, and it's interesting to show what you have available during the build mode, during the build stage. As a warden, the player will use synthesis to build all the different structures, and that will give you an array of options. So you can use towers, and we have a variety of towers. Some of them will be more attack-based, others are crowd control-based to control your enemies. And you can also use defense techs, which are different support structures that are available. You can use walls to change the path of your enemies, traps, and that includes several different traps. There's a range of things that you can use in your setup so that you can defend your tower.
At the end of each phase, you earn points, ways to improve your characters, your structures, because at every phase it becomes harder and harder. Invasions increase, more enemies pop up, and you need better equipment and better skills in order to defeat the enemy. As you move along, you can customize your gameplay according to your taste. If you prefer something more strategic, if you want to focus on the towers, or a specific tower setup, you can do it, or something more geared towards combat to make your character cause more damage. You can customize your gameplay according to your taste. It's nice to talk about the progression of the hero. As you can see in the gameplay preview, at every enemy killed, you drop souls, and you can upgrade the hero. There are two parts to hero progression: the upgrade of the hero's skills, as well as the upgrade of stats 3, more life regeneration, that type of passive bonuses. And those are some elements of action ARPG. You can customize the build of your hero in a way to favor the gameplay you like to have. Talking about game modes, what happens as you play? There is a campaign mode, 24 maps, where biomes change. We will talk more about it later. And there is the mission mode as well. You can play the 12 missions that are replayable. You can play with your friends because they will be always random. Many things will change. You can play as many times as you want with your friends, creating different structures, strategies, and you have infinite fun at Wardens. Shall we talk about Wardens? So Wardens are this group of super powerful human beings with special powers fighting invasions. In the game, we will have a choice of 5 heroes, each with their own skills, their own ultimate, taking some MOBA elements. You have 3 skills, and a more powerful ultimate. And you can choose among 5 different ones and play the campaign with each one of them. And the 5 we have, we will talk about them now to give you an example. So we have Jungle Soldier. They have their code name, a hero focused on Stallone Schwarzenegger. Long distance skills, long range skills, and all wardens have their ultimates, the major skills that can help you in the battlefield. The soldier ultimate is my favorite, where 2 orbital beams come down that will eliminate the enemies. The ones we can see now, to me, this is one of the best. It's quite impactful. Then we have Celine Frost, more focused on crowd control, skills to control enemies with short downs, short cooldowns. This is a character with a snobbish or cocky personality. We can exemplify that combo, Wardens and Towers, because Celine is more for group control. This is a tower that will stun your enemies. You can play with Celine and use those towers that focus on enemy stunning. And interesting combos as well. Another hero, the one we can see, is the Engineer. Liam O'Connor, the classic Irish, more focused on close range. You have to get closer, but you cause more damage because you're closer, with some skills for close combat. There is a major mecha in the ultimate that is quite impactful. So we are showing you how each hero has their own gameplay style. My preferred ultimate is this one. Mira Hawk is a ranger, a druid more connected to nature. Long-range attack with an interesting ultimate. She becomes a giant bear to have close contact, close combat. And last but not least, we have Shinobi, the ninja of all wardens, more focused on an assassin gameplay. It will come from behind. It has its own katana for close range, similar to Liam, giving us the idea of a ninja, something stealth, a gameplay of a killer. Perfect, Rafa. And then, so what are you fighting at Wardens? What is this threat? What are you trying to protect yourself against? Mankind is being threatened by interdimensional forces that want synthesis, a form of energy, viewed civilization that was devastated in previous wars. These enemies have different skills, different ways to fight from the classical ones, like minions walking, goblins, and the huge trolls. You have to focus on them, otherwise they will eliminate your defense. And you must adapt and memorize what each enemy does in order to fight them as best as possible. And you have to learn their style in order to counter them efficiently. As the game evolves, you navigate through different biomes, and each biome will introduce different dangers and threats, including new enemies that are specific for each biome, and the natural threats, like a volcanic threat will have lava, a desertic one will have acid. So everything players must take into account to have an efficient strategy. The idea is for you to do away with interdimensional portals. That's why we have different biomes. So the forest, the glaciers, the Arctic region, then the desert, then the volcanoes, to eliminate those portals, those invasions, and at the end of each biome, there is a boss fight. You get your warden. In order to free each region, you have a boss fight. It's a one-on-one combat with a hyper-powerful enemy. And it's interesting because there are certain limitations in those boss fights. You're not going to be using towers or the death tags. Even the spec, which is a compendium that you have, you're going to be using your gameplay, your skills, and your warden's skills. So it's a game change, really. But it's pretty related to an action gameplay. And each boss is very different. They have different styles. You fight them differently. There is a learning curve. You won't be able to defeat them in the first time around. So there is a very cool learning curve in order to eliminate and free that region. Go into this lore. It has to do with our inspirations. Wardens is a combat to save mankind against interdimensional forces. And that's why we resort to the co-op mode. So it's a warden uniting forces to protect the world and fighting different enemies. And that frantic gameplay. Let us talk about the inspirations. You can see now, art-wise, I can mention the art inspirations. Many things from Diablo, Dark Side Genesis, a bit of a frantic action of Diablo 3, Helldivers 1, action shooter, quite frantic against the intergalactic enemy waves. So we get inspirations from different sources, bringing elements from different genres, action ARPG, MOBA, the inspiration of how heroes have unique skills. So it's a combination really that makes it interesting and innovative. There is a bit for everyone that likes different styles. We talked about Diablo. It's nice to have many enemies. What I like is to use different skills to do away with them all. Using that combo with the towers to stop enemies and to make a big explosion to kill many of them. There is that enormous pop-up. Actually, this is what we want to see players do. Everything we're talking about shows how Wardens is a customizable game. Each experience will be unique. I'll have a gameplay different from everyone else's. Why? Because we will all build our towers as best as possible. We will all use different defenses. I can use a machine gun, which is a simpler structure, quote unquote, but it has short range. It's easier to use. But if I want to use, for instance, a homing missile, a structure that is positioned higher up to reach more distant enemies, it can be done. So that's what we want players do. Unique ways to play Wardens. No two people will play Wardens alike. And each player will do what they like best. It will be interesting to watch when players have the game at their hands. You may like an action gameplay, so I'm going to work my tower setup and my defenses to enable an action gameplay. I want to kill enemies with my heroes, so I work on crowd control, or I might want to give crowd control. So you have flexibility. That's nice about multiplayer. 4 players are playing together, and individual ways of playing Wardens. Enter multiplayer. You can be in one corner with my towers and structures all organized, and Igor might be at another corner exploding enemies and not helping me build towers. Or we can assign tasks. You'll build towers and I'll be close to the portals, eliminating enemies. Different strategies that with 4 players, it's a countless number of possibilities. It's a fun chaos. If you're interested, if you want to play this game, if you want to have your experience, we are announcing that on July 29, we will be launching a demo of Wardens Rising for all of you who want to try the game. So July 29th, we will be launching an open demo, PC only, desktop only, but we are looking forward to seeing players playing and the feedback we will get, because it's always interesting to improve the game, to further develop the game based on the opinion of the community. It's always helpful. Wardens has been produced for 4 years. We're making a huge effort to make it as perfect as possible with the best experience, to have impeccable experiences according to your own preference. We announced that demo for people to play and finally be able to try that unique experience is something we're very happy to announce. So if you want to stay tuned, if you want a reminder, you can make your wish list on Steam. You can enter our website and apply for an email list. You will receive reminders and follow us on the social media. We will always communicate what's new. Enter our Discord channel. That's where we communicate more personally. We can talk to everyone. We are creating interactions every day, learning who wants to play, answering questions, posting memes. You have all information at our website, wardensrising.com. That's where we post all the updates. We will start posting a lot. So follow us. That's it. I hope you all like it. I hope you are as eager to see it as we are to launch that demo. Final words? I think that's it, Rafa. I hope you're as excited as I am. And I think we can open for questions, should there be any. We are here to answer questions. I think we still have some time.
How do we take questions? I think we're done. Thanks, everyone. Thank you for being here.
Eu odeio ficar pedindo coisa, mas agora eu vou querer o acesso antecipado, tá? Eu não estou nem brincando, eu já fiquei aqui falando, cara, quando você fala assim, pô, infinitas possibilidades, eu falei, nossa, isso daqui tem cara de que eu vou gastar
This looks like something I'm going to spend a long time playing. When is your official launch? Early 2025. Great, so I'll stick around. I heard that it'll be available on Steam soon. I was watching your gameplay for a few minutes, so congratulations for your work, guys. Congratulations, Big Moxie, for this panel. And if you give us early access, we don't need to let anyone know. Thanks, everyone. Let's give them a hand again. All right, everyone. So thank you, everyone who stuck with us until the very end with Journey 1, everyone who watched us in our broadcast, and this was just the first day. So thank you, everyone from Big Moxie. It was a wonderful first day. Since we are seeing a gameplay with Slovakia and Ituriana on gameplay 3, we're going to broadcast that stage, but thank you for those of you who stuck around with Journey 1. Again, thank you for those of you who are watching us online.
Side. Let's take a look at this one, Damned. Uh-oh, what's happening? Let's see if there's a demo here. Uh-oh, I don't think we have it. No, we're not going to play Damned. Unfortunately. Okay, so let's play this one. It's Mullet Magic.
Qual que escolhemos?
So which one are we playing? We chose Mullet Magic. All right. It's not allowing me to change to Portuguese, so we're going to use the English version. Well, actually, it's not allowing me to select. And just a reminder, you are the ones who are going to choose the winners of Big Awards. And tomorrow we are going to have the first stage of the final, the first awards, the expert awards. And on Sunday, we are going to reveal the winners of popular vote. And we need to give you time to vote, right? I don't think you have. Okay, so let's go to the third option, which is Footmass 2.
Algum?
Com certeza, né? You know, one has to work eventually, or maybe the production want us to finish. Okay, so we're not going to play this one either, but there's still a lot to see and a lot of gameplay to come in our Gamescom LATAM 2024. Thank you so much for welcoming me in your stage, and we'll be together on Saturday, I think, and tomorrow in the awards as well. So thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
You know, we still have 3 more days ahead. Not sure about you, but I'm stoked. Oh, let me get a picture. You know, yeah, you guys killed it. Fabulous, fabulous. And let's not forget, follow us, Gamescom, LATAM, social networks and platforms. And I want to thank our sponsors and our supporters. You know, the Ministry of Culture and the Law of Culture Incentive. Gamescom Latam is sponsored by Banco do Brasil, Sabesp, TNT, Boticário, Acer Partnerships, B2B, Abra Games, the Brazilian Association of Digital Games Developers, Brazil Games Project, a partnership with the Brazilian Agency for Promoting Exports, Apex Brazil, Gamescom Latam, Supercine, Secretariat of Economic Development and Work and Labor, the Paulista Association of Friends of Art, Culture, Economy, and Creative Industry in São Paulo, Paulo Gustavo Law, the Ministry of Culture, Ministry of Development, Industry, Commerce, and Services, and the federal government. Folks, our sponsors and supporters are going to be announced soon. Nah, I didn't want to give you any spoilers, but yeah, that's how we like it. Thank you for your kind attention, and I'll see you tomorrow. From the translation booth, folks, that is a wrap. Thank you so much. I want to call our host and hostess from Gamescom. You can come on down. You get a mic, and yeah. Almost. Let's sit.
Arrasou, meus amores. Hoje foi um dia daqueles, hein?
Não, foi um dia maravilhoso, rolou muita coisa boa. A gente estava apresentando ali o palco com a Eslováquia. Assim, teve muita coisa de incentivo à galera.
Lots of things about incentivizing folks who are developing new games. It's wonderful, but I asked folks, don't we have early access? Yeah, lots of Brazilian things on stage one. That's proof that Brazil is one of the key players in the gaming scenario. And Gamescom, you know, we have nothing to be embarrassed about compared to other shows. And a number of panels talking about, you know, incentives, Ministry of Culture, regulation of games in Brazil as the gaming legal framework. And at the end of the day, Slovakia and I had the opportunity of testing a few games that are coming to the finals, the nominees, and the audience voting. It's a very diverse day. Vote, 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 because it's up to you. You know, these awards on Sunday, we're going to see what you've chosen. Actually, for folks at home, you know, we've got a lot of QR codes here around Gamescom Latam for you to choose your favorite games. There's so many good things, folks, and we are waiting for you to select the best. And can we ask for votes for the Brazilian crowd? Yeah. Oh, I think we can be a little bit biased, you know, the Latin American. Yeah, I'm colorblind. Actually, it's a subliminal message. Folks who are watching us at home, you know, you're kind of, there are votes from home. Everyone can keep tabs from the website. Yeah, obviously on the website, you know, if you're home and, you know, come and play, come and test the games, latam.com. Access latamgames.com. It's fabulous con. It's a fabulous convention. Tomorrow, we also have lots of great things as well, right? You want to start talking about it? Yeah, there's Pokemon Go. Pokemon Go. Oh, man. Unbelievable. Tomorrow. Yes. You enjoy Pokemon Go? I love Pokemon. As a whole, it's nostalgic, but you sent Torpedo. We're going to have awards tomorrow, folks. Oh, I'm so anxious about the awards. I can't even focus. Oh, my God. It's a different format for the awards. We're going to split it twice. Half on Friday, half on Sunday. Actually, on Sunday, we're going to see the view of the viewer's choice, right? It's extremely important for you to vote. Those who are coming to Gamescom Latam, there's an area for you to test the games that are nominated in the different categories. There's one that's the best Latam game. So I've played a few, and I'll tell you, lots of cool things. And actually, tomorrow there's something special. Skybound. We're delivering, oh, there's so much gold, so much gold. Yeah, those who are not coming tomorrow, think twice. If you haven't come yet, come. We still have 3 days. Yeah, I'm terrible at math. We have a few days still. Gamescom, kind of, it's like Narnia, and you spend a day, it's like it's 7 years, 1 day, 7 years. And you can enjoy and play, and there are so many other companies that are here with their booths and can test games and new releases. Nintendo released one this week, and so it's an incredible opportunity. Real cool to get to know people who enjoy the gaming scenario. So there are a few that haven't been launched. We're talking about all of this, and yeah, you kind of a lot of spoilers, you know. More than that, it only gets better if you come. Join us. It's wonderful. Tomorrow, we've got more, right? Watch us tomorrow from home. Yeah, we're counting on you, my dear ones. If you can't come over the web, and then you come next year. At IMB, it's been confirmed. Yeah. That's it, right, friends? I loved today. Tomorrow, there's more. Don't forget to follow us. Yeah, kisses and hugs, and that's all. Thank you.
kinds of bad when I drop on the beat. Taking down my hair